Gentlemen, good morning. We have already gone over the Pledge of Allegiance. We have gone over everything except the plays. You got Jerome Powell today, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta earnings, NVIDIA going back and forth. You got Alibaba AI news. Oh, you got it early here too, baby. But I hope you guys are locked in, loaded. We do have a couple minutes, so before I go to the bathroom, actually, I'll go to the bathroom now. We'll get everybody in here. And then let us start, what's it called? We will start with our plays. Does that sound like a good idea? I think it would be good. I hope so. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong chat. I hope so. Oh, there it is, baby. Good morning. I was like, wait a minute. How come no one's saying anything? Oh, nobody is saying. Oh, I need to turn it off of members only chat. All right, well, let me do that. Get ready. If you guys have some play. Why does it say stream finished? I'm so confused. Oh, there it is. There it is. Please hold while we connect your call. All right. Free them. Free them all. All right. Well, we got a couple of minutes here. I think we still have time for the plays. I'll go over mine here in a second. Okay. No, I guess we'll do it now. So, Chattadonia, you're here right now. Let me read you my plays. Again, we're going to be watching Baba, Baidu, K-Web. We got that news very, very early, man. So that is very important there. We'll see how that plays. Going to keep an eye on Intel, then Apple, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft for earnings, FFIV, ASML, and Starbucks post earnings, and then Donald J. Trump. They have released, what's it called? Financial services is what DJT is going to be getting into. So Chattadonia, you are here right now. You're still a little early. We got Jerome Powell. What is your first play of the day, baby? Let's go. Good morning. How are ya? Let's go. Cost calls, Meta puts, love you, Intel shares, hold Tesla, calls on God, TGT, TEM, Meta calls, ZS, Nike, TLT call, selling Baidu options, selling my T-Mobile, Kramer, buy Starbucks, end of story, Butterfly, SPY, Google calls, like the video, Baba, NVO, SPY, 598 call, or put, Kava calls, make K-Web free, Amazon 117, Baba calls, Zscaler call, selling DJT call, calls on SC, crude long, AMD calls for OPEX, AMD, Tesla call, TLT, selling Beetle, Kava, Baba, GM, ATHM, RGTI, Microsoft, puts on SPY, Marlon, Babylon, NVIDIA, MSTR, VU, TLT, holding VIX 23, expiring February 5th, selling Baba 92s, Butterfly, First Solar, Google, no plays, NVIDIA and SPY, we live, and the final plays. Hammer AMD calls, Palantir calls, good morning, Amazon, ASML, like that video, an FOMC trade after the initial move. I like it. I like it, baby. So, again, there's a lot to juggle here in the morning. Halfway through, it'll probably be about earnings. You still got the AI dilemma. Again, NVIDIA is going to drag the indexes, and then a lot of stuff will just move individually. Again, you even had earnings out of some luxury people today. Who was it? LVMH, and then we got to hear from Richmond. So you got a few there, even GM, and then again, beyond Powell, we're going to have the preview, but Powell is not expected to do much today. So we'll find out. We'll see where it takes us. We got 2 minutes. Do I have time to go to the bathroom? Come on, let me get some TV commercial break. Nice. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cold News on Twitter. Good morning.
And their bookings beat the entire range of estimates. Opening bells coming up in 3.5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Wait, no, I am going somewhere. Did you hustle me? I'm trying to pee, bro. I'm trying to go to the bathroom. Come on, propaganda. Oh, yeah, they hold me. All right, I'm going to keep it playing. You guys, I'll just yell at you from the bathroom, like respectfully. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to scare you. Like if you walked into a urinal and I was yelling, you would be worried. If you saw my beard. What's good, man? Get a lawn term. Do you guys have lawn terms? Did everybody save 10%? I hope they do, man. I hope they do. look hella majestic. I hope y'all woke up bright and early. All right, we good to go. We didn't need propaganda TV. No, it's good. I drank a lot of water, man. I've been up for a couple of hours already. You know, it gives me time now. That's it. I get my poop out the way. I get a lot of water, bro. Yeah, like the video. It's good for you, man. White House spokesperson, Trump to sign executive order on school choice and anti-Semitism. Fox News interview. Is he live? You guys are just saying he was, but I got that headline earlier, but now it's saying there's an interview. And then you got RFK hearing. Yeah, I don't think he is live. Then you're going to have young Jerome Powell. What do I think about MSTY? Oh, I don't like those for dividend. Anytime you go for a dividend type play that offers yield, you run the risk of sacrificing equity. So, honest, I would just buy a dividend stock if I wanted yield, you know, not one that's like a ETF to generate yield, you know. That's always been my view. All right, we got 15 seconds, Chad. Like the video because the wire is going away right now. So we need likes, the plays, and all of it. We just need a like on the video, man. So run it up and good morning. Let me know if you need anything. And, yeah, don't forget about earnings. Round one. Fight. All right. All right, those Babas looking good. Then old K-Webs, they haven't opened up yet. Actually, no, the Babas are kind of tweaking. I thought they were. All righty, and then watching the video again, they were up a lot more in the morning, and then they flipped. But that was kind of the story that everybody was looking for when it's all said and done. And then again, you have the TLTs that expire at the end of this week. But all right, not looking bad. Palantir Pop, again, DJT. That's the other one. Again, the video moving, all right. And then again, ASML, and who was the other one? Anything related to like luxury. And then again, T-Mobile and Apple, they had that. TLT strike is on the watch list. You were behind on that one. So go last week or beginning of this week. Meta dump, holding lots of puts. Way to post your position or inform us. I like that. Yeah, we still have our Meta weeklies too. Again, Meta's already first day down probably. Again, they're going to report, and then you have your boy Amazon and Microsoft as well. Reddit got positive comments from an analyst this morning. Microsoftian, Boeing on the high. Remember, Boeing was kind of all over the place, and then ULCC, there was a headline of them merging with Spirit. So that's all airlines related. You had JetBlue the other day as well. And then SPY a little lower. Google trying to come up. Again, Google released some open source model today as well, too. OpenAI Sam Altman plans visit to India next week. Sources say. He's like, I need a new place to outsource from. Good morning. Again, Boeing again, UNP. AT&T, 52-week high. I don't know if the Baba chained open. I'm seeing it. I just see one with a zero bid. I don't think Baba chain is open yet. No, they're hoeing you. I thought it was, but yeah, Baba options have not traded yet. So literally, if you're looking, again, Baba AI news, we made the play yesterday, but yeah, Baba chain is not open yet. I don't know if K-Web is either. Starbucks going up. Starbucks was only pricing 6%. So anything above here starts to get out of one standard deviation. Let me know when Baba chain opens up. Ew. Is this Starbucks? Yeah, Starbucks options are kind of... There's some cheap ones, but they're way out of the money. And then the ones near the money are kind of up there. They're just holding the value of yesterday. Tesla, again, you got Tesla earnings. So, again, we'll see how that plays out. Meta, Amazon as well. Those will be the important ones. The spreads aren't bad, but like they're just holding. Again, you're at one standard deviation on Starbucks. If you go far at the money, they're cheap. But then again, it's like 30% out the money. So again, if Starbucks flips, maybe we'll look at it in a little. But if it does continue, you're going to miss on that. So we'll find out. It's either or. I'm not going to take it. I'd rather wait. But it might go off. I don't know. Yeah, MPW, it is kind of squeezing. I noticed that today. Again, I don't know why. I know there was some other bankruptcy stuff, or they were like negotiating a deal with one of the hospitals. But other than that, I think 7% is unusual. And then UWMC trying to get up. Yeah, Tesla, there it is in the bottom right. Take a look at NVIDIA. And that is important. Is BABA open? I think K-Web is opened up, but widespread. There's Starbucks now. Options taking off. Tesla, TEM, again, that's the infra play the other day. Yeah, BABA chain not open yet. That's crazy. It's been almost 5 minutes. So it reminds me of that one FedEx. Again, TLTs are still up 150. Fubo Pop. Whirlpool earnings. Nuclear, yeah, there's bad energy stuff, but again, people are calming down from the other day. So it's kind of hit or miss. I think you're going to have some winners and losers, but Constellation still kind of clapped. Is Boeing still going up? Yeah, that's crazy. All righty. Is BABA? No BABA. That's crazy. So BABA, 5 minutes on the dot. Chain is still not open. And there it is. BABA chain open now. There it is. Oh, yeah, it's mad. It's even mad at liquid. So, yeah, I just saw $80 on option. Here's our Oracle, TLT. Yeah, TLT going down a little bit. We shouldn't get too much data before the Fed. Netflix and Dell on the high. I don't know why the BABA chain was delayed. It seemed like it was big news, but I do think that was kind of odd. But we've seen that before. And VO did not. I know. So I talked about it on the watch list yesterday. Some of it is like kind of priced in, but I feel. Okay. What else? TLT. Oh, yeah, it is TLTX dividend. Oh, I did not think about that. All right, we'll wait. Give it a second. DRI on the high. Home builders and then VST. SPY just holding here near the low. Do I have the other one up? Oh, I don't. Amazon in the green again. That's going to start being the pre-earnings move. So keep that in mind. And they were already moving the other day. Where is it? I got the other TD up. Riot, D. Shaw is taking a position in platform. Yeah, Riot. I see that even Twitch talking about it. BABA, yeah, BABA open. The options didn't move as much. Now you're up. I mean, you're up over 100%, but we did that yesterday. And then again, people are getting high. Yeah, you have 300% on the BABA. If you got the weeklies, they were literally up like 10,000%, or I think 5,000 yesterday. Starbucks breaking out now, $2 higher. So again, that did actually end up going. And then yeah, bonds coming down, SPY, NASDAQ flushing. NASDAQ, actually everything's in the red except the Dow. Yeah, Tesla, you're at 60.49. I mean, you really have 60.28 and then 6,000. So you got a lot of room to actually move around. Remember, yesterday you did come up half of that loss. Yeah, TLT's coming down a little bit. Bitcoin having a deep one. Intel, no. Starbucks. Yeah, Starbucks is good. Again, like I said, the out of the monies were cheap. The near the monies were holding the 1 standard deviation price. And then it kind of just started to go crazy. Alrighty. You're up 360. Good work. I'm looking. I'm shopping for a play. Like the video. Bailey interest rate risk should not be on Bank of England balance sheet. Cuervo had like good and bad earnings. People got worried about a couple of things. I think the CFO left, but then everything else was like good. But some analysts doubted those results, or they really focused on the weak spots. But it was generally good earnings. NNE on the high. And then what was it? Boeing still. Do you normally hold or sell the credit side? It's up to you what you're trying to get out of it, but it kind of all depends in every situation. I like Hood. I just think it's a high price. That's my only problem with it. So it's like, remember we had that debit spread at like $26 or leading into 40, and then it hit, but then it just kept going up. But I wouldn't buy it at the higher prices. I think, again, with crypto and all this finance stuff and Donald Trump, seems like they're in a winning position. So we'll see. Added Nike, way to post the play. All right. Oh, Chad. Yeah, we don't have the likes. But this guy can pull up Starbucks. But yeah, I made a play. We'll go over it later once we reach all objectives. Snagged a few of the Starbucks. That's good. If you did, on the pullback. If you got it earlier, I think they would have took off. Where's the other one? FFIV. You can do covered calls on MSTR. Just be careful. You know, that's a big deal. Sometimes I usually think you buy a stock because you want it, but be very careful buying a stock just to sell covered calls. I think you could ask anybody who's actually done that. It's a very interesting dynamic. Yeah, Starbucks is still, that chain is kind of wild, man. I liked it in the beginning. Again, the ones out of the money are still cheap. So in a weird way, Starbucks is still at 1 standard deviation. So yeah, now they're coming back down, but then the spreads widen on the short terms. Very, very odd. Riot, big move. You're holding. Is that still going again? It was a DE Shaw. They took a stake in it. It's only up 0.5, but maybe this could be the opportunity. I don't know. That's all you guys if you like the crypto miners. Yes, long-term on Starbucks, great at 70. We talked about it that one time. We missed it, but it was, I like it there. And then if you got the CEO news, that was great. And then Bonds a little bit off the bottom, Nibix, and then Nibis. So again, they were kind of moving with Baba yesterday. Baba is coming down. The options are still up, but you kind of sold the initial China hype in the morning. Amazon, Ross on the high, and Macy's again. That could be from the Richmond stuff. All right. What else? Again, Nibis is, if you guys, it's foreign AI. This one's been making wild moves, man. So again, you're literally down, 20, 30% from that high. I don't know where this one fits in. It just keeps coming up. I keep seeing it. And then Bailey, and then, yeah, D.E. Shaw taking Riot platforms. I'm seeing that one again. CVS. Where's value? Dow is the only thing up, but it's not like 100%. Not bad. About Amazon? Oh, that's all you, man. I don't know. I'm not going to. Again, earnings, all I can tell you is that you make a play on Amazon, Meta, Microsoft right now, you're playing the pre-earnings. So really the question is, are you trying to play the pre-earnings or are you trying to like actually hit it and hold for earnings? So I think the 2 standard deviations will do it, but that's about it. The play, we need 2,000 likes, sir. 1,500 likes for the Newswire. Well, there might be Mad Premium too, but you could figure that out. But at the end of the day, for any of the earnings plays right now, if they report this week, you got to ask yourself, am I holding for earnings? Am I going for earnings beat or miss? Or do you just want to play the run-up? And now there's a little bit less time, so that's the other part you got to kind of work your way into. If Powell's pauses, will mortgage rates stay the same? Good question. There's Bank of Canada rates right now. So this was the other central bank. It's on the wire right now. But Macklem, Deputy Rogers to hold press conference. Absent tariffs, growth forecast 1.8. They expect 1.8 annualized growth. Output gap narrowed to -0.25 to -1.2. Labor market remains soft. Wage pressures easing. So yeah, they cut. And then the Bank of Canada to end quantitative tightening. And they lower rate. Yeah, that's so that's going to lead into today. Because people were talking about Powell signaling the end of quantitative tightening. So that's kind of a big deal now. Because literally, Canada just gave a date for that. So again, today we're going to be getting the pause most likely. And people are expecting that, but now you got another country across, I don't know, is it across the pond, north? But yeah, it's kind of dovish, but it is, it's a development, though, to a degree. So it aligns with the pause. But now, again, that could just be a signal leading into today because there's not much we're going to get from Powell. I mean, we'll talk about it. I got a nice little preview. Wells Fargo on the high. Yeah, Tesla, Meta, Microsoft earnings. Amen. You even have Amazon, Apple. Are we getting rate cuts or not? I don't know. We're not getting rate cuts today. No. Most likely not. But again, back to the mortgage question. What really happens is if we are getting, if we are getting a more hawkish Powell or not. So it's weird today, and we're going to go over this because he's not supposed to do much. But don't forget what happened last time. You guys remember, he cut. He gave you a very hawkish cut with the dot plot. So if he doubles down on hawkishness, that would be very, very negative for long-term bond yields. But if he does just do the Tom Brady, keep it neutral, then he's going to be good to go. You get what I'm saying? So really mortgage rates, and that's what I was saying on the watch list yesterday, anything moving forward, really watch the rate cut expectations because that will really be the answer. So if Powell is more hawkish on the press conference, then your mortgage rates will probably go up. If he does his action and doesn't and kind of is the same or less, mortgage rates will stay the same or go lower most likely. So that's where it's kind of, again, his messaging and signaling, that's what could really, really drive us a long way. He could say rate cuts are back on the table, but let me give you another one. His tone and hawkishness matters more because he is most likely not going to say that rate hikes are back on the table but depending on the other things he says, he could imply it. And that's kind of the worry. It shouldn't happen, but anytime you have witnessed these crackheads in the market, anytime Powell goes over the edge, if he starts saying, oh, pause, and if he says the wrong words and he has a hawkish attitude, then people are going to start saying, okay, maybe rate hikes are on the table. And that's why, again, the Fed futures will be our guide today, and they should tell us a lot. Yeah, Baba Baidu on the low now. They're selling the cash open off the AI hype. I mean, remember, the news, it ran yesterday. But yeah, Baidu's doing worse. I think Baba's in the green still. They're about to go red now. So let's see. I demand he lowers the rates. SGN, signing day sports, bonds popping a little bit. Again, you got a little bond pop for some reason, and then you got a couple of small caps, and then even some material names moving up. Again, you have the Bank of Canada. This could be the market reacting. Maybe the end of quantitative tightening. That could be it. You went to the gym this morning? Oh, you're an animal. I can't do the morning gyms, bro. Hats off to you. I demand you like the video. If you don't like the video, I'll name the chat Gulf of Likes. That's it. That's what you gotta do. Thank you. Yeah, Canada sees 47% chance of additional Bank of Canada easing. So look, Canada already said no quantitative tightening, and they're ending it in March, and now Canadian bonds are low-key front-running that right now. And then that could be why our bonds are going up. I'm just spitballing right now. I don't know if I could verify that yet, but that's what it seems like. Very interesting. $900 likes. They get to, damn, you're bribing them with that. Okay, man, don't worry. We have established all rules. They either will be met or not, my brother. That's it. Game time. We got to keep running. Hey, man, baby. Hey, man, I appreciate you, though. Good morning. NVO still. They're all the names that had a good gain pre-market yesterday. They all sold off. SoFi. The Zaza moved a little bit, but right now still 2 rate cuts by end of the year. That's what everybody is forgetting for Powell. So if you don't like, you're going to hear me say this in a couple of hours when we go over the preview. But a lot of people don't. I think they're forgetting what happened on December 18th. You know what I'm saying? Because December 18th was big. But Jerome Powell, he cut, and then he did the very hawkish SCP. But a lot of people are forgetting ahead of December 18th, we had way more rate cuts priced in for this year. And then after that, after the last Fed meeting, we only now have priced in 2 rate cuts. That's why I was saying, in a weird way, Powell is in a beautiful spot. I think it cost him a little bit on December 18th, and they were willing to. But you guys got to realize he took the over on Trump. Is that where my sports gamblers at? Powell bet on the over. But that's why he's in a good spot. Does that make sense? He just jacked everything up. He said, okay, you're only going to get 2 rate cuts now after 4 to 6. So that's what I was saying on the watch list. Like, bro, worst case scenario, Powell's like, oh, well, yeah, Donald Trump actually fucked it up, and now they're ready to go. They took the over. If it's an overshoot, they're ready. And then worst case, he has room to pivot, room to cut, and the market is still hitting an all-time high, and you're only pricing in 2 rate cuts after a flip-flop. You get what I'm saying? So that's how I'm kind of viewing it here, but it's not like, just like I'm saying here, just a lot of people coming into today, they don't know, they're not realizing that the whole entire bond market, even with a 5% yield, we're only pricing in 2 cuts for the end of this year. So that's where it's like, he'll probably try to keep it that way because that's a low number. And then again, if you fuck it up before you know it, if we start going to 0 cuts, we're going to be talking about rate hikes. So maybe he'll wait till March or June if he wants to do that. So we'll find out. But that's how I'm viewing all of it. But it'll be fun today. But again, expectations are low. But can I tell you something early? Here at 6:53 in the morning, because this is what happened last time. Last meeting, I told you guys the same thing. Based on the options, based on the scenario, I wasn't expecting a big move. And guess what? It ended up being gigantic. It was a 3 standard deviation move. So once again, your opportunity today, I'm not telling you to do it, but I want you to be aware of it. Your opportunity today is that most of Wall Street, they believe that today is going to be a move less than 0.75. That means most of Wall Street, and I have the previews. I'm going to read them to you. I've read every bank and what they've said. Literally, they're all expecting that Powell isn't going to be a large influence today. Are you following? So your opportunity is being a contrarian. If the market is wrong, if Wall Street is wrong, if Powell comes in aggressively, then you're going to benefit off of it. Otherwise, if you try to play it and Wall Street's already positioned for a small move, and there's all this premium, and Powell don't do shit, you're going to lose. Do you see what I'm saying? So right now, this is what I told you last time. Even though I thought nothing was going to happen, I told you, I was like, nobody bought puts, bro. Nobody had any positioning on Powell last time. So if you got it, you hit. But that's your risk, is essentially if Wall Street is right, you ain't getting shit. If Wall Street is incorrect, you're probably going to get a 2 standard deviation move. You see what I'm saying? They're pricing in 0.75. If Powell's a little bit more aggressive or dovish, you'll probably get a 1.5% move after how we've moved recently. So I hope that helps. But, within 30 minutes of the market, if today is the major event of Powell, you should either be thinking about that or earnings. The watch list said 0.7 end of the week pricing. That's for the end of the week. So that's the good and bad about it. But it does have to do with the what's it called? That's the best part about dailies. So we have daily options. I only priced in for today. So use the January 29th contract instead of the 31st or whatever the end of the week is. Yeah, people were posting it a couple minutes ago. They're saying the DeepSeek stuff only had 17% accuracy, but correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't NewsGuard like the sketchy? Aren't they the sketchy like shadow ban people? So I don't really value them as a source. I think they're very biased. Someone verify that for me. If I'm incorrect, then I'm thinking about the wrong person. But if it's a NewsGuard, I think it's FUD, to be honest. Yeah, they're trash. They're not. They're very, very biased. So again, maybe if they could fix the bias, but I would take that with a grain of salt. And then Tesla, bonds are going up. I think this is Bank of Canada tapering news, as odd as that may sound. Oh! Yo, what? What? Dog, this is crazy. This has nothing to do with stocks. This is probably the most dripped out baby I've ever seen. Holy crap. Shout out to baby Dago, baby. See, that kid gonna have a long term, bro. That kid gonna have a long term. Stop playing with me. That's literally a small good decision. You see, he's a small good. This is a small. You see that? Wow, get him a long term, man. Congratulations, Dago. Hold on. I love it. That's crazy. The beanie, the everything. Man. What a blessing, bro. What a blessing, man. And he got a Chad dad. Chad dad getting him a lawn tire. That's a W, major W. Amen. Hey, man, I'm sorry. I looked at my email and I saw that. That got me excited. I was born in small decisions, small good decisions, molded by it. Your baby doing 2 weeks? Well, congratulations, man. I know, I was scared because sometimes I watched that Baba clip yesterday. I get so like, Mm-mm. Can the market handle more bad news with Powell? Yeah, dude. You literally just watched $600 billion get wiped out in a day and your long-term went up. That's the odd part. I'm not even like here making jokes. I mean, it's truly fascinating because if you go and just like take a step back and look at it, the market was extremely resilient for that type of move. I'm telling you, that's not too often that move happens, let alone do you, like, you got it green Dow above all else. So you do have, you did have that. You know what I'm saying? So I do think the market is just, that's kind of the gift and the curse of NVIDIA driving everything, is that, you know, the stock market rallied and a lot of names stayed at multi-year lows, right? But now when they come down, yeah, the indexes will get dragged down, but you're not getting moved by the other stuff. Honestly, we should listen to Howard Lutnick if he's live, because that was part of the China stuff yesterday. And then RFK is going on. Let me see where Lutnick is. It could be a recap because he had one yesterday. Yeah, everything's from the statement for now. So Howard Lutnick will be going live alongside RFK. But Howard Lutnick was part of that Baba stuff yesterday. Yeah, we'll see. We'll give it a minute. Tell me when he goes live, but they're walking into the room right now. Or at least the reporters are. You got 2 SPY Daily, 612, and then 590. Oh, okay, going with the straddle. Way to post the play, baby. I appreciate it. And then, yeah, Walgreens up 3. I had that up there from earlier. Got to play or play. Grab 10, 130, QQQ 505s. Good luck, man. 51 cents. Thank you. I like it. There you go, man. You guys got some good ideas out there. So I'm fucking talking about. PCE could be big this week. It just depends on what Jerome Powell says. But generally, the PCE from last Fed, that's what drove everything up in terms of inflation worries. So there's a little bit more importance on the PCE. But again, how your boy Powell frames, you know, the future plans of rate cuts, that will, or hikes, that will kind of be the, you know, the extra kicker or not in terms of PCE. Microsoft again too. They're down 1. They have earnings. Amazon, every earnings play is down right now. Literally, even where's NVIDIA? Again, NVIDIA was up in the morning, but now they're down. AMD is actually green and running. So is Intel. So yalla. Again, energy's weird. That's why I said wait till one of them. There you go. It was negative when I looked at it. So that is coming back up there. The quiver queen on Palo Alto? No, was it all the politicians buying in? Give me the lore, brother. Give me the lore. Well, I don't like the Bitcoin miners. I'm a bad guy to ask, man. I'm sorry. I'm a Bitcoin maximalist. I mean, for years, even though some Bitcoin miners have done well, and I'm proud of you, I just believe that I would never give another human my money to go buy anything related to Bitcoin for me when I could just go buy it myself. I firmly believe that. I will never give a hedge fund, a Vanguard, a ETF, a miner, any human. If they are a human and they breathe oxygen, drink H2O, I would never give them money to buy or hold any sort of crypto for me. I would do it myself. I've been saying it for years, I would much prefer, in the moment you want to buy a Bitcoin miner, just buy Bitcoin and call it a day. But I'm not a big fan of any of these other means to get Bitcoin exposure, because again, I believe it's pretty easy to get Bitcoin, and like that's what everybody wants. That's what everybody is doing it for. And then, once you mix humans and companies and debt, yeah, you could leverage it more, but at that point, you're thinking about leverage, not really a long-term investment. I just care like for the long run, and if I've been saying this for years, but the moment if you just bought Bitcoin, the moment you knew about it, like the long term, and you just got your access to it, in a weird way, the time would leverage itself. At least that's what happened for me. But I'm not a fan of giving anybody money to buy anything Bitcoin related for me. So I'm very weird about it. I don't know if everybody holds this view. At least I'm not like Warren Buffett telling you never to buy it. I bought Bitcoin a long time ago. I still hold it. I'm a big fan. But it's not I just don't think, I think the middle ground for the young generation, the old guys, and you want to own it, you don't, it's early, it's late, just, I think you should know how to own it. You know what I'm saying? And like, I would just never give anybody money to buy anything Bitcoin related for me. Isn't a REIT the same logic? Yes, but Bitcoin does not have property tax, and you don't have shitty renters and maintenance and all of that stuff. So, but that's why, too, in certain instances, some people, I think they should get a REIT. Some people, a REIT is good for them. Others, you're better off just buying a house. And again, if you buy a REIT, you get the rent, but you don't get the equity, right? So you could buy a Bitcoin company, you'll get the profits, but you don't get the Bitcoin. Ta-da! Amen. Bitcoin, but do you want me to scare you, or can I get 100 likes? And listen, if I could get 100 likes, I will give you the Newswire and extremely bearish tinfoil. That will scare some of you. Come on, that's a great deal. Screw all of you. That's a great deal, bro. That's a great deal. I'm offering you a proprietary Newswire and ultra bullish or ultra bearish tin. I could feed all of the bears in Russia with this one, bro. You know that, right? I could feed the bears for a long time with this one. I'm just saying, I don't know if y'all feel me, bro. See, look at just like that, we hit it. See, y'all don't have a you are communicating. So some of y'all, if you have a problem with the likes or members, unfortunately, the market is communicating. They don't care. But y'all just, you want something. That's it. I just got to sell you guys what you want. Because y'all fucking like the shit out of that video. I made a play. Y'all ain't like the video. I said bearish tinfoil, bro. They ran that shit up. Oh, yeah. Trump admin will cancel student visas of Hamas sympathizers on college campuses. Trump admin will prosecute anti-Semitic crimes. Damn. All right, listen. I don't support any side. I think all war is wrong. But just the way if you got any weird shit on your social media, delete it on both sides. That's my best advice for all of you. I don't care who you support, what you believe in. Again, this is the same reason why I didn't charge a lot of my young stalkers who I'm not lying to you, because I've had weird people fuck with me, and I've had a lot of things, but for real, while you still have time, if you have weird shit on your social media, delete it. Yeah, I don't know. Some people like that news, some people don't. But with what I've seen on the border so far, I think they're going to do that seriously. He's saying he's going to deport. They're going to take away any visas or anything if you have any sort of hate comments, anti-Semitic. In this case, their hate comments will be anti-Semitic. I'm sure that's going to be, how they view it will be interesting. But yeah, no, it's very aggressive, dude. Yeah, I don't know. That is very, very aggressive. CSGS. Well, are you guys ready? So here's the Newswire. If you want plays, we need 2,000 likes. But here's the tinfoil. Are you ready for this? People keep talking about this. Here's your bearish tin. Because with like after yesterday, what I was telling you, man, like what we saw and how it moved, and like the weird reaction. Then Japan NEC Corp is weighing a bid for CSG Systems. Hey, yo, that's your play right there. The Malone posted it. Yeah, CSGS. You mother effer. You got it. Yeah, that's a buyout. Nice call. He called it in the chat there. We couldn't get it, though. Yeah, CSGS. Japan company is going to look to buy them. Or, again, there's a bid. So, stock halted. All right, so here it is. Everyone keeps talking about, again, the fact Mag 7, the market breadth, the way that the market is right now. It's very odd to witness two flash crashes kind of in a couple of months. August and then NVIDIA dropping the other day, right? And it's making people like look at things, but here's the conclusion. I'm going to just tell you this. This is the bear tin for you. Technically speaking, the financial markets have never seen a correction or a downturn in this type of market environment. And I'm not talking about rates. I'm not talking about Powell, inflation. No, even the dot-com bubble. That's the problem. There wasn't this amount of derivatives and options on the dailies in the dot-com bubble. Long story short, the options market has taken over a lot of things, whether you realize it or not. And all of these dailies, like we haven't seen this. You have not had a daily option exposure to this amount in any sort of corrective downturn environment. Yes, so pretty much it's a very odd amount of short-term leverage that exists and disappears, but you've never witnessed it. Again, we have technically never seen a real big market downturn where the Fed has to cut rates, with this amount of supply of options on the short term. And that is something that has people talking lately, is that no matter any way, because again, everyone's like, oh, this 1920.com, it doesn't matter. And you're right, it is different this time, but not in the way people think. It's like literally in the sense of, we've never really seen what happens. Like what happens if the market in options isn't there to stabilize or exasperate anything. So that's the odd part, but no, that's what's saying it. Like Volmageddon is different now. There's something like Volmageddon, but we've never seen it before. Do you get what I'm saying? So all of my 2018 people, you remember Volmageddon? And y'all remember that shit? Yeah, that we didn't have the same fundamental option setup. Oh, the market just dumped on that news, but I guess they didn't like it. But yeah, watch the chips. Tesla's going down. Maybe I shouldn't tell that to 6,000 people. Never mind. Okay, well, thank you for liking the video. But yeah, that's kind of the whole point. It's not like Volmageddon. So whatever you just saw with Volmageddon, I don't know. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just saying that it's one of those things where, like I said, this is bearish tinfoil. I could feed you guys for a while with this one. But like for real, it is just one of those things where like even 2018 Volmageddon, you can't really compare it. There was not this much exposure. Daily options did not exist like that in use like they were. So there's something we've never seen before if the worst case does happen. So yeah, that's ultimate bear tin. God bless you and good morning. no one was overexposed. I mean, people bought it at a lower price. I'm sure some people got washed out, but again, I'm sure it balanced out in some other way. But I think a lot of the hedge funds were already in it, not kind of like, I don't think they had to lever up at a higher price. MPW spoke 10? Oh, shit, it did. That's what I was telling. I was like, dude, it's unusual. It was up 7. So let's see. Someone said there was a bond auction. Yeah, they're 701. Interesting. But that was in the morning. I think people are flipping it as negative, but to fund the redemption. I mean, if the bond auction don't get filled, it's bad. But if they complete that bond auction, I think that's extremely bullish. Yeah. Because that news was out. That's why it was up. So it was up on this in the morning, and then it starts selling off. But no, it's not. It's for bonds. So you got to think about it. Struggling real estate company, they're selling a bond. A bond is not that. It's not as secure. You could get a better government bond. You see what I'm saying? So if they actually could sell $2.5 billion of MPW bonds that are not competitive to a fucking treasury, and they sell it all, that is a very bullish sign, because then they're going to borrow money from the market cheaper than the government, get a lower interest rate than they even pay on the dividend, pay back the old money, and now punt for another 2 years on low rates. And then again, if the market's willing to give them $2 billion, what does that tell you about how they feel about the company? Because again, why would you give them $2.5 billion for 3% when I could go buy it at 6? I think it's at 3.5. Let me see. Let me get the full terms. Yeah, so if that bond auction fails, it'll dump. If they get that bond auction, I think it'll come back up. That's why I was probably up 7 this morning. Russell is green. Good call on that. Yeah, it was only down. Then Baba came back up. So you had a lot of weird China moves. Baidu's still in the red. You feel like that's a setup for failure? No. It's really good. Do you know who does that? Apple. So that's why. That means pretty much the investors in the bonds, they're doing that because then they think the real estate and the assets are still worth something. So they're willing to take that position for less yield, get a good return, and then it might even be able to convert into equity. And then that way they stabilize it. It's a great investment if you believe in the company. Again, for a sketchy company or someone that's struggling like MPW, it definitely raises questions. But highly successful companies that people believe in, they do this all the time. Apple is the number one culprit of this. Apple will sell billions of dollars of their own bonds at 1%, and people buy them even though they could get 5% on a government bond. So it's just a corporate issue. But again, if it gets oversubscribed or doesn't sell, that'll tell you about how people feel about the company. Lutnick at the seat. Well, SPY coming down, honestly, they could be reacting to some of the pre-written.
That kill fish.
Our RFK is live too. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll play you a little bit of RFK. When Lutnick comes on, we're going to switch to Lutnick, because Lutnick could move the dollar and money a little bit more, believe it or not.
10 times more prevalent than it was during the 1960s. Cancer among young people is rising by 1 or 2% a year. Autoimmune diseases, neurodevelopmental disorders, Alzheimer's, asthma, ADHD, depression, addiction, and a host of other physical and mental health conditions are all on the rise, some of them exponentially. The United States has worse health than any other developed nation, yet we spend more on healthcare, at least double, and in some cases triple, as other countries. Last year, we spent $4.8 trillion, not counting the indirect costs of missed work. That's almost a fifth of GDP. It's tantamount to a 20% tax on the entire economy. No wonder America has trouble competing with countries that pay a third of what we do for health and have better outcomes and a healthier workforce. But I don't want to make this too much about money. It's the human tragedy that moves us to care. President Trump has promised to restore America's global strength and to restore the American dream, but he understands we can't be a strong nation when our people are so sick. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person has only one. Today, over half of our countrymen and women are chronically ill. When I met with President Trump last summer, I discovered that he is more than just concern for this tragic situation, but genuine care. President Trump is committed to restoring the American dream, and 77 million Americans delivered a mandate to him to do just that, due in part to the embrace and elevation of the Make America Healthy Again movement. This movement, led largely by Maha moms from every state, you can see many of them behind us today, and in the hallways and in the lobbies, is one of the most transcendent and powerful movements I've ever seen. I promise President Trump that if confirmed, I will do everything in my power to put the health of Americans back on track. And I've been greatly heartened to discover a deep level of care among members of this committee, too, both Democrats and Republicans. I came away from
you guys,
conversations confident that we can put...
I have a new rule for the chat. You can't make fun of someone's voice if you can't bench press more than them. I think that's fair. I don't know, you tell me, but... because I'm pretty sure he would out bench press all of you. Every single one of you. I'm just saying, he would it's just if you can out bench him, clown on him. Go ahead. Okay? But you're still doing the bar, and I don't want to hear it. Okay? Because he's this guy. He's lifting. I'm sure he's doing a lot of things, bro. Look at Lutnick. All right, this is more important for the markets, though. Unfortunately, I like RFK. Good guy, but this is money right here. This is your trade secretary.
He still donates
Again,
his time
if he
today
doesn't
as a member of the
mention
board of
China,
directors of the
or if he
National
does not
10/11
say bad
Memorial
things
at
about
VA.
China stocks
He
are
also
going to
served
rip.
on the board of
That's
Haverford
what happened
College for
yesterday.
over 20 years, and made generous gifts to the school, including an athletic center in honor of his brother and friend who died on 9/11, and an art gallery
Shopify.
in honor of his mother.
Shopify kind of popping.
Over the next few years, the department will be leading on key issues, such as export controls of emerging technologies, keeping the Gulf open for oil and gas exploration, expanding commercial access to mid-band spectrum, and ensuring
And then
America's
short report on
leadership in AI
MCY.
innovation and commercial
That's the LA
and
company.
helping lead the
If you guys remember from the fires,
manufacturing in America.
it's a short report, so it's
My
either
home
going to
state of
really
Texas,
die or
as well as the rest
two
of the
candles
nation,
and up.
will benefit from Mr. Lucknick's leadership on all these fronts. I look forward to hearing from Mr.
This
Lucknick
is Ted
on
Cruz,
these
bro.
and other topics.
He says,
I now
sound like
turn to
Ted
Ranking
Cruz,
Member Cantwell
because
for
it
her
is.
opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to associate myself with your remarks because they're very similar to the ones that I was going to make as it relates to the charge of a Commerce Secretary. Mr. Lutnick, welcome today. We look forward to hearing your testimony. Welcome to your family, and as Senator Cruz said, you have a very compelling story. As I expressed when I met you, your resiliency as an individual is truly amazing. The Secretary of
Myrna on the
Commerce
high.
has
They were
vital
down earlier.
responsibility in a very broad mission agency with lots of complex issues that affect many sectors of the economy. That's the challenge here. And as my colleague
Salty, you
just
sold
mentioned,
half the
one of
Baba.
those, top of
You would
the
have been
list is
crying
the
if it
Bureau of
went
Industry
down,
and
so
Security, which implements
glad you made it
export
free.
control on
Don't
dual-use
worry.
technology for both commercial commercial and military.
Welcome to the market, baby.
Applications. So this responsibility just got a lot bigger yesterday when we saw an announcement from China that took $600 billion out
Some
of
deep
the
seek
valuation
already.
of a leading American company overnight. The issue of export controls and this organization, BIS, within the Department of Commerce is going to be
They
a
interrupting
very big
RFK?
issue for you. I want to say that I
Spy
very much
coming up after
appreciate
that. There's
former
MCY.
Commerce Secretary Raimondo.
And
I think
Boeing's
she
still
really was a
dying.
standout in implementing the policies that Senator Cruz just mentioned, but also
Boeing
in
safely
trying to build
lands in Russia's
consensus among the
Astrakhan
private sector of how to
IFEX
deal
sites.
with these export issues.
What?
I hope you will
Some
follow that
some
lead.
plane just landed in
But
Russia.
in addition to
Emergency
this
services.
AI challenge that we face,
And then Atlanta
the
Fed
President, in
GDP
his January
2.3
20th,
versus
2025
3.2
memorandum on
previous.
America First trade policy directs you, the Secretary of Commerce,
slightly
and
lower
the Secretary
GDP
of
data.
State on the review of those export controls and to advise on modifications in light of developments with strategic adversaries and geopolitical rivals. So an additional, if you will, nod to the president of saying that Howard Lutnick is the guy that has to determine
TLT
these
Watchlist, my
export
brother.
control
You
issues.
guys got to find it.
Vital agreements between,
Deep
I
Seek
think, the
quizzed
Department of
by
Commerce
Irish
and the private
privacy
sector to
agent
ensure a vital
over data
advanced
use.
Semiconductor manufacturing sector returns to the United States as soon as possible is a big priority for this committee. I'm glad to hear that Chairman Cruz mentioned it because states like Texas,
Yes, somebody
Ohio,
interrupted the
Arizona,
RFK thing.
New York, and many others on the applications of grants.
Oh,
to
we
the
missed
Department
it.
of
There was a
Commerce
close the
are
door.
Counting on that continued support to make sure that this agenda gets done, that we are bringing the manufacturing.
Let's see. Is this it?
The agencies to the committee and some regular. In my app, grateful friends to the American,
Oh, it's one of these.
countrymen and women.
Yeah, somebody got kicked out of the RFK thing.
Administration charged by Congress to manage spectrum sharing across all government agencies. The two people to my left,
ASTS
Senator
Flushing.
Klobuchar and Senator Thune, can't think of two bigger leaders on the 5G, 6G, how's it going to get done and when's it going to get done. But you will be tasked with that very difficult challenge of negotiating between NTIA,
Bank of England, Bailey,
DOD,
optimistic. We'll get
and
agreement on
our
Basel. Need to get
international
new
efforts
U.S.
at the low
administration
radio,
time.
Spectrum. You'll also oversee the national
Hey, Spy coming
Instrument
down. You
and
had GDP
Atmospheric
stuff here. We were dropping a little bit
60%
before.
of the Commerce
Shopify
budget.
going down. That was
Never
popping.
forget in a hearing,
China's
Mr.
coming
Chairman,
back up.
then
Starbucks
Secretary
chilling.
of Commerce
Yeah,
Ron
Shopify
Brown
pop
said,
and drop.
I'm the Secretary of Commerce. I oversee maritime and shipping and transportation and technology and telecom. But I guarantee you, if a member of Congress
Baba
is calling
going up.
me, he's calling me
RFK
about
talking
fish.
food regulation or easing regulation.
That says it all. Amen to that.
Yeah,
as
NVIDIA
my
going
mom
back.
just said. So the point is, no matter all the busyness that you're now given by the President of the United States on these very important issues, and I would say, in my opinion, this isn't the Secretary of Commerce of 20 years ago. No demeaning of the roles that they played for either of administrations, but the Secretary of Commerce today is now part of a critical consensus building in a foot race of competition with China and determining what those rules are going to be. And I don't believe that you can get there without the consensus bodybuilding that we did on chips and science. That exercise helped us. A lot of people might have thought we were just trying to pass an initiative. I wasn't. I was trying to respond to our nation's competitive challenge, and I would have done anything to work together to make sure that that happened.
Deep
And so
Seek
you'll be in
operations
charge
at
of
risk
all of
from
these
rising
things.
scrutiny.
My colleague, the chairman, he mentioned space. I guarantee you there's a lot of work to be done in space, and you'll be called to provide a leadership with a new space office within the Department
Damn,
of
so
Commerce.
she's talking
And
space,
so the
China, all of this.
complexities, you're going to be a
The China
decision
talk
maker
is
on a lot of
necessary.
rules, which leads
Again,
me
if
to
we
this
get less
next
China talk,
point.
those stocks will
I'm
do
going to have
good.
a lot of
But
questions
remember,
about your
a month
involvement
ago,
in the
everybody
private sector.
thought
In
Trump
the
was
private
going to
sector,
beat the
I'm
shit out
sure
of China, if you really think
play
about
by
it.
the rules. We'll ask you those questions. But the question is, you're going to be on the other side of the table
Watch
now.
Cannabis,
You're going
RFK
to
was
be
talking
the
about it
worker.
on a
So I'm going
podcast.
to want to
Maybe,
understand
actually.
the issues of tether, the issues of one-to-one, the issues of how we set rules, because I think the president also gave you a new responsibility as it related to the crypto rules. And I'm a fan of blockchain technology and of crypto. I'm a little more on the CFTC
Dude, she's
side
talking,
than
she's
I am
hitting
on the
everything.
SEC side.
So again, this is
But
just the
in
opening
general,
statement,
I
but
believe that
damn.
markets need rules, and I believe that people in your
So
position
again, you're
are
going to
going
get
to have
talks
to play
about
an even
China,
larger leadership role.
crypto,
So those are the
what was the other
questions I'll
one?
be asking. Thank
She
you,
did something
Mr.
else.
Chairman.
And again, this is your trade secretary.
Thank you, and as demonstration
Yesterday
that
we
you
ran
are
when he
big
failed
cheese,
to
Mr.
mention
Lutnick.
China.
You
So again,
are
this
to be
can move the
introduced by the
dollar
Vice
amongst
President
other
of the United
things.
States,
And then
as
Spy about to hit low
I
of
am
the day.
reliably
NVIDIA
informed that he is about
is
3
back down to
minutes out.
4.
So we are going to do something in the Senate we're quite familiar with.
That's
which
not.
is
I just
filibuster.
like the video, guys. Please don't spam.
And
Again,
I
we're
took
here to
the
work.
chairman's prerogative
Just,
to
I'm
ask
not.
the
Just
Senate Majority
everybody
Leader
knows
if
I'm
he
not
could fill
answering
3
questions. We've
minutes
talked about
with
it for
words
5
of
days now.
wisdom, and so I
Y'all
recognize
watch the other
Senator
videos.
Green
We got to
say
keep
whatever
pushing.
the hell he wants.
Thank you. Thank you,
Say
Mr.
whatever the
Chairman.
hell he wants.
Certainly can't fill 3 minutes with words of wisdom, but as is true in the Senate, I can fill it with words. But let me just say congratulations, Mr. Lutnick. Welcome.
Welcome.
We're
This
excited
is all
to
still
have
the
you,
intro, but we're gonna
nominated
get our
for this important
topics.
Position. And as you shared in your you will
Mexican
share,
econ
and
minister,
as the
Mexico
chairman
wants
shared, your very
to boost
powerful and compelling,
semiconductor
life
production.
story. And it truly is an example of the American success story and somebody who's been able to live and pursue and experience the American dream in the midst of a lot of adversity along the way. So thank you for being here today and for your willingness to share your skill and your experience at a job that requires a lot of that. I hope that. And
Oh, damn,
expect you'll
crude
touch on this
inventories.
today. One of the issues that we worked a lot on,
3.4 million.
respect
Estimate was
and
2.1.
obviously we need
Watch
respect
oil.
for
That looks like a
licensed
big,
and unlicensed. You
big
will
supply.
oversee the National
Cushing crude
Telecommunications
320 versus
Information
minus
Administration, or
148
NTIA, which is
previous.
housed under the Department of Commerce and manages the government's
Gasoline
use of spectrum.
2.5 million,
I look forward
2.9.
to
Estimate was
working with you
245.
to ensure that
It looks like
the
mad
government is
supply,
using
but oil got a pop.
efficiently and in a way that
Oh,
addresses the needs
distillates
that
were
we
down.
have for
499
more,
million. Estimate was
commercial
draw
use
of minus
both
2.
licensed and unlicensed
So
technologies.
everything is, yeah,
I expect you
distillates.
to
That's probably
address,
why you got the pop.
The NTIA's broadband
But everything else
equity
was big.
access and deployment program, which provides over $42 billion, but as we know, hasn't connected a single household. And there's a reason for that, and it's because it's focused on all the wrong things instead of actually building broadband out into unserved areas. So those are a couple areas I expect that you'll address, and I see my time to filibuster has ended. We look forward to working with you on AI. It's a critical issue and under this committee's jurisdiction, so welcome, thank you, and we wish you the best as you move forward.
A predictably excellent job, Leader Thune. I think your remarks were spectrum good, we like, want more, all of which I enthusiastically agree, and we're now very pleased to welcome
DJT
the Vice President of
Flushing.
the United States, an august
AMD
title,
deploying DeepSeek
but
R1
equally
reasoning
august
model.
As a former member of the Senate Committee of Commerce, Science, and Transportation, and so Vice President Vance, we are glad to welcome you back to your committee.
So AMD's
And
getting a
with that,
DeepSeek. It's not moving, though.
Recognize you.
So you guys are all
Mr.
posting
Lutnick.
it.
Great. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cantwell. And I see Senator Curtis has my old chair, so hopefully you
The
do
Baba
as-
one was
as-
old, but I
or
don't
you
know
have
if
as
this
much
one has
fun
the
as I
same
did
juice.
and do as much good as I tried to do.
Oh, damn.
Senator Marino
War
and
update.
all the members of the committee.
JD
I'm
Vance!
thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled to
What's
introduce
up,
my
bro?
dear friend Howard Lutnick.
Ukrainian drones hit Russian oil pumping station in Tver region overnight. Attack caused leakage of oil products and fire, SBU sources say. Ukrainian drones also hit Russian missile storage facility in Tver region. Source.
Secretary needs a commerce secretary.
So
who's
now you
both a
got a
product
war
guy and a
development,
sales
Ukraine,
guy. What do
Russia.
I mean by that? Well, if you look at his career,
That's
Howard
crazy.
is
The
kind
vice
of guy who
president-
developed innovative
The vice
products.
president's
He
actually
has a
supposed to
number
do
of patents
stuff?
to his name, something I didn't even know. When
I
I
did
first
not
got
know
to
that.
Howard,
That's crazy. I
but
did
learned
not.
Later.
Why is the
But he's
vice
also
president
an incredible sales
working?
Guy. This is a
This is
person
not-
who on the world stage
Wait.
will say more and do
This
more.
is very
and
odd. I'm
convince
very confused.
businesses that America is back, that America is growing.
Bro, it's like
and
7 in the
thriving.
morning. What do you do?
And I think that will
What?
inure to the benefit, most importantly, of American workers who have seen their wages stagnate, their real living standards decline. And Howard is exactly the kind of guy that we need to reverse that trend and get American commerce back on track. Howard is, more than anybody maybe that I've ever met in the private sector, aware in part because of the fact that he didn't grow up with everything handed to him, of the way in which what happens in the real economy affects real people. And that if we have a thriving, growing economy, we're going to have a stronger national security because we make more of our own stuff. We're also going to have an American workforce that is thriving, that is healthy, that is happy. And of course, that's what we're ultimately, I think, all of us here on the Commerce, the Commerce
T-Mobile
Committee
going up.
most focus on.
The news on
Howard
AI
is
DeepSeek, they said that they're
force
deploying
of nature.
R1,
For those of you who
and that,
don't
like, they
know
said they
him,
wanted like
and
C++.
for the employees of the Commerce Department, I will say, with all apologies,
This is the
you're going
tweet.
to work harder over the next 4 years than you probably have ever worked in your
So they just
entire
put this
life.
out on their
Howard
website.
is the kind of guy
It wasn't
who
like
can
the
have
Baba
you
one,
work
I think, hit a little
90
bit
hours
harder,
a
but
week and
it's
make
not
you
really
feel
doing
like
anything
you're
yet.
still energetic at the end of the day because he's working 110 hours a week and he never lets his foot off the gas and he never forgets.
This is it. J.D.
what
Vance is
the
here
mission
for
is that drives him
Howard
to
Lutnick,
do
not
all of the
RFK.
incredible things that he has done and that he will do as Commerce Secretary. Now, I want to say a couple of words about Howard's biography because I think it influences certainly how I think about him, and I think it informs, hopefully, how all of you will think about his nomination. This is not a guy who was handed everything. He grew up in a family where they often struggled to make ends meet. He built one of the most successful and biggest financial firms in the world, and of course had it all destroyed by terrorists on 9/11, 2001. Now, Howard didn't die that day. He lost 600 employees, including, I believe, your brother, Howard. But he didn't die that day because he took his son to kindergarten on the Upper East Side, and so he wasn't in the towers when the planes
I didn't know he lost his
hit.
brother in 9/11.
But
That's sad.
what he did in the wake of it is maybe more impressive than what he did before. One, he rebuilt the business to where it is today. Again, one of the great financial firms in the entire world. But more importantly than that, he didn't forget the families of the employees who lost their lives that day. And I will never forget, talk about a good salesman. When I visited New York on the anniversary of 9/11 during the campaign, and as you all know, campaigns are very busy. There's a lot going on. And Howard said, JD, you need to come by my office because on 9/11 every day, and we've done it since 2001,
Swallow,
we
be
raise
careful,
money
man.
for
They
the
might
families
deport you.
of the people who
be careful.
lost their lives
Okay.
that day. And I said, Howard, it's the middle of a presidential
Oh,
campaign.
no, he had
man.
some
I'm the
weird
vice
headlines
presidential
earlier.
nominee." And he said, no, you're coming.
Chill,
Trust
bro.
me, you're coming. And I showed up on the floor, on the trading floor of Cantor Fitzgerald, and every single person was selling and working their tails off, not to make money for Howard Lutnick or the business that day, but to make money for the relief efforts and the families who they still take care of.
This is more important than the
what is it
RFK
now,
one because this
24
is your
years
trade
later.
secretary.
And that's an incredible
And the
testament
Fed and
to
the
a
whole
guy who
media
doesn't
got
forget where he
you
came from, who
sparked
doesn't
on
forget the people
inflation,
that he
trade
lost that
worries for
day.
the last 3
And I
months.
can't think of a better person
So this
to
guy
be
can
the
move the
Commerce
dollar.
Secretary
He can
than a
move the
person
bonds.
Who is a product
He is
guy, who is a
the guy
sales
who's going to be
guy, and
executing
who is
Donald
an
Trump's trade
incredible
plan,
human being
besides
who doesn't
Mr.
forget the
Besant.
employees that he lost that day. And I want to make one final observation. So Howard has a beautiful family, and it's good to see all the kids here and his lovely wife. On the campaign trail, one of the, as you all know, I have 3 little kids, and I like to take my kids with me.
Yeah,
on
you
the
should be
campaign
getting all the
trail
shirt
whenever possible
refunds. We
because I'm a
initiated
dad
them from
first.
Monday, so
And as
you
also
should be
may
getting
know, when
all
you
of
have
them.
little kids, sometimes little kids don't behave all the time. In fact, they often don't behave. And I remember when we took our kids to Howard's house on the campaign trail, and we actually had a fundraiser that evening in a different place, but we had a few hours. And I told my wife, I said, we're going to take the kids to my buddy's house, Howard Lutnick's house. And she said, you know, do you really want to take our 3 kids, energetic, wound up, to somebody's house? They're going to destroy something. They're going to embarrass us. And I said, Howard's house, his wife's house, yes, actually. And we spent the morning with them. We spent the afternoon with them. And then we went to our event. And I'll never forget afterwards, my wife looked at me and said, we felt like the kids could just be kids. Even though they didn't know Howard, and even though Howard didn't know them, he was a good enough guy to make it possible for our kids to just be kids. And I think that it's important to have the kind of person at Commerce who can't just do the.
All right. We'll hear the drama until. Bro, I retweeted it. Bro, somebody took a picture of the reporters. This is crazy. Look at this. There's literally reporters sitting in the RFK hearing. You know how they have, like, you know, people to write stuff? Look. They're just sitting there with their negative headlines already typed out, bro. How crazy is that? So, yeah, well, until Howard Lutnick starts talking, because, again, I do think Howard Lutnick is the money guy. So, but this is just going to, I mean,
Our bill
J.D.
last
Vance is
Congress.
talking.
I ask you to support this bill.
Video flushing,
Or if you
spy
can
at
do it by
VWAP, that
regulation,
AMD
do it
headline
by
did not hit.
regulation. On rural health care, the previous administration dragged its feet in opening up slots for rural community hospital demonstration programs. It also ignored concerns.
All right, now
from
Howard's
rural
talking.
pharmacies.
All right, sorry, guys. The money.
that
Follow
he's
the
able
money.
to join me today. I'm profoundly grateful to President Trump for the confidence and faith he has placed in me. It is an honor to appear before you as your nominee for Secretary of Commerce. My family is here with me today. I would like to introduce you to my wife, Allison, who's sitting behind me, who for 30 years has been my great partner.
Oil popping, is that off of
advisor, and
the
a spectacular
probably war
mother
numbers, but
to our
CL hasn't
wonderful
moved as
children.
much.
My oldest son, Kyle, behind me, Brandon, Casey, and Ryan. My extraordinary sister, Edie, is also here, as well as Allison's brother, Rick, and my sister-in-law, Abby, and many of my closest friends have chosen to come down to support me. I grew up on Long Island, New York. My mother was an artist, as you said, and an art teacher. My father was a professor of American history. My mother, Jane, taught me how to appreciate life. When I was 14, she was diagnosed with terminal cancer.
Sorry,
But
Howard.
she decided if she was going to die before
We're going to come back to this one. It's all
dietary
pre-written. So I have those
guidelines,
statements.
so we
What he's
know
saying
that
isn't new.
Nobody has a vested interest in it, is having undue influence. Lastly, HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement Oversight. Last year, I expanded my investigation into HHS's Office of Refugee Resettlement. I wrote 24 contractors and
Yeah, I think we're
grantees
behind on
whose
this
job
one.
it is to place
The Bank of Canada
unaccompanied
talking
children
tariffs.
with sponsors. In many cases, children have
And then
been
bonds coming
placed
down.
with improper vetted sponsors, placing them at risk.
video
of
is still
trafficking.
flushing.
The Biden
The Apple came up.
administration's HHS directed these taxpayer-funded contractors and grantees to not respond to my inquiry. This is obstruction by the executive branch. I expect you to produce to me the records and data I've requested and instruct HHS contractors to fully cooperate with my investigation. I also expect HHS to not retaliate against any whistleblowers, including those who identify ORR's failures in vetting sponsors of unaccompanied. You got 45 seconds to respond if you want to.
I agree with all of those provisions, Senator. My approach to administration, HHS, will be radical transparency. If members of this committee or other members of Congress want information, the doors are open. I've spent many years litigating against NIH and its sub-agencies. It's HHS.
Yeah, Baba's getting
and its
aggressive again.
sub-agencies, NIH,
Candle on
CDC,
bonds and
FDA,
SPY. Apple's leading.
on FOIA
Apple
issues,
started off
trying to
weak
get
because of that
information
downgrade
that
this
we,
morning,
the
but it's coming
taxpayers,
back.
paid for, and oftentimes getting back redacted copies after a year or 2 years of litigation. That should not be the case. And if Congress asks me for information, you will get it immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell is next, but until she returns, I will move on to down the list, and that would be Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome to you and your family, and congratulations. I appreciate Senator Grassley raising the issue of the Office of Refugee Resettlement within the auspices of Health and Human Services. I think this may surprise people, but that's actually the responsibility of HHS, the Office of Resettlement Relocation. Under the previous administration, as Senator Grassley alluded, there were roughly 500,000 children, unaccompanied minors, that were placed with sponsors in the interior of the United States. The previous administration took the position that it was not the federal government's responsibility once these children were placed with these sponsors. But the New York Times, in a series of investigative stories, pointed out that tens of thousands of these children, when they tried to follow up and find out how they were doing, whether they were going to school, whether they were being trafficked, or abused, there was no answer, and they took the position it was not their responsibility. So I look forward to working with you to find those children and to make sure that they're not being abused. Millions of Americans are experiencing
Yeah, bro, Baba above
mild
100's
to
big.
moderate mental health and substance
I made
abuse
another play.
issues
We'll go over it
that
on the
many
watch list.
struggle with timely and
Y'all still
effective
down by
access.
100.
Primary care physicians are most likely
no,
to be
500.
seeing these individuals as opposed to a specialist.
But yeah, Baba above
And it
100.
makes it important
Next
that
level
these
10180, and then like
individuals, primary care physicians, be
10350,
trained
and then
in patient-centered
108
care,
gap
which
fill.
will strengthen the integration
Spy coming
of
down again. The video
behavioral
getting pretty
health
bad.
care with primary care services. Is this something that you are
Nike is picking up.
concerned about? Something
Again,
you'd be
anything
willing to
China
work with us
relation is
on
going
in
up.
order to implement?
Yes, Senator, and let me just reassure you that President Trump has personally spoken to me about locating those 300,000 children who disappeared over the
Bro,
last
those 3
4 years.
candles,
I
again.
don't think anybody has.
It's kind of crazy because you have Macklem again. You have Bank of Canada talking. But yeah, and then you just have these things going on. I don't think it's Howard Lutnick, maybe lack of China,
to
but
be part of that
this
administration.
is all still pre-written.
Be part of this
But yeah, you got
historic
3 big candles,
Trump
and Nvidia
administration
sold
is
another
one of the great
$1.
honors of my life.
Pfizer running because it doesn't seem like RFK is that scary.
My part
That's kind of been
in
the
helping drive
move
our
in the last
economy's
couple of
growth
days.
and driving the support and dedication to our American people.
Yeah, Bob has to
in
get
your
through like
business
$2,
career,
$3,
you've been very
and then it's
successful.
a
You've made a lot of
straight
money.
shot to 108,
You have
110.
told this committee in your questionnaire
Okay, here,
that
these
you
are
plan
live.
to divest your business interests in accordance with federal laws and regulations to avoid any conflict of interest. Can you explain what your plan is regarding your business interests and whether you will consult with the designated agency ethics officials?
So my plan is to only serve the American people. So I will divest, meaning I will sell all of my interests, all of my business interests, all of my
Damn.
assets, everything. I've worked to.
This is Cantor
together with the
Fitzgerald,
Office of
CEO.
Government Ethics, and we've reached agreement on how to do that. And I will be divesting within 90 days upon my confirmation. So I should have no business interest.
I mean, he
therefore
owns a
no
lot.
conflicts of interest.
He's on the board of a couple
I made the
companies. We made a
decision
play on one of them.
that I've made enough money in my life. I can take care of myself. I can take care of my family. It is now my chance to serve the American people. And so upon confirmation, my businesses will be for sale, and someone else will lead them going forward. But
Yeah, the
Office
Baba
of
calls are
Government
like
Ethics and I have
400%.
reached agreement.
If you
We've
took the
signed the
weekly,
document. I've
you
made it
should be up
public.
like 5,000 to
And going forward, I
10,000%,
will always
depending on how
consult.
close.
Commerce Department has a great ethics.
And then the long term,
department.
remember,
I've
we
already
bought
met with
Baba
them,
at like
and I plan to
$75
stay in close contact
in the
with
long
them
run.
and
The
avoid
long term.
all conflicts, so I can just serve America.
Thank you for that. Let's move to one of the important responsibilities you'll have as Secretary of Commerce. The National Telecommunication and Information Administration, NTIA, is the lead agency for managing federal government spectrum, including critical mid-band spectrum. Over the past several years, Majority Leader Thune, Senator Blackburn, and I have all worked closely on a bill that would require NTIA to identify federal
VIX is
spectrum
going up
that
before
can be
hitting a new
more
low.
efficiently used,
So again,
freeing
bonds
up
have not
some of that
moved,
spectrum
but you are going
for
lower.
commercial users. To dominate in next-generation wireless technologies, 5G and 6G.
6G?
To stay ahead of our adversaries and to advance strong economic growth, the U.S. must create a pipeline to expand commercial access to mid-band spectrum. Will you commit to working closely with myself, other members of this committee, on solutions that will expand commercial sector access to this key spectrum while at the same time protecting U.S. national security interests?
You got to ask me a tougher question than that. Absolutely, yes.
So tell this committee in your judgment. All right, let's try not a tougher one, but a natural follow-up. Why is freeing up more commercial spectrum important? Why should the American people care that we get this accomplished?
So
Look at AT&T and Verizon. This is a weird first question. I didn't think they'd be talking about this.
Coordinator and the advisor to the administration on spectrum. There's enormous.
Yeah,
amounts of
NVIDIA down by
spectrum held
5.
by the
It just
Department
came
of
back
Defense,
above there.
right? And for our country to really reach the scale that it can be, for it to be successful, we need to be the leader in the world of 5G and 6G. So we've got to work closely with the Department of Defense. As you said, we've got to make sure, of course, to protect ourselves. But with all due respect, if I'm going to be your Secretary of Commerce, I kind of lean towards commerce. So I'd like to try to help us drive some of that spectrum towards our businesses to free us to be the leader in spectrum in the world.
You got
Well,
weight
thank
loss
you. I look
drugs
forward to
linked to
working with you
increased
on that.
risk of 19 health
Let's
conditions.
turn to NOAA, the National
Watch if
Oceanic and
GLP-1s, there
Atmospheric
could be a negative hit
Administration.
piece going around.
Last year, an activist judge
If they move
in
Eli Lilly and NVO,
vacated
otherwise it's a
NOAA's
dud.
existing
watch.
biological opinion for the then Gulf of Mexico. I would note that President Trump has renamed the Gulf. I have to say I'm partial.
It's just a room. It looks like a hit piece.
Texas.
I'm looking right now.
Everyone can have their own opinion on that matter. NOAA must now file a new biological opinion on offshore work in the Gulf by May 21st. NOAA is
You had a
notoriously
positive
slow
one,
moving
and then you had a
on these
Wall Street
biological
Journal one an hour ago.
And if it fails to get this
So
one
watch out.
done
Yeah,
on time,
Eli, I get a
could
positive
shut
and a
down
negative
oil
read
and
on that.
gas operations in the Gulf. Can you commit to hold NOAA's feet to the fire to make sure that it meets the May 21st deadline for reissuing?
And then
this
Bond's a little lower. Baba,
I will
again,
work hard to
101,
make
then
sure
103.
we
You
meet
get above
that
there,
deadline.
it gets
We do
really
our job
juicy, but
on
it's already up
time,
5. 5 is a lot.
rigorously and thoughtfully, and we will, if I have anything to do with it, get it in.
And can you further commit that you will do everything to ensure that NOAA does not
Kennedy says he
actively
supports,
hamper energy
absolutely supports
production in the
President's
Gulf,
plan for
such
emergency
as by
plan for AIDS
implementing
relief.
unverified and unsafe vessel speed restrictions?
I can commit to that. I don't understand. I will study, of course, the work of NOAA, but the speed restrictions seem illogical to our fishermen and to our businesses, so they need to be studied, but you have to take care of Americans as well. That's sort of, how about we put that at the top of the list? Let's take care of Americans.
Thank you. Ranking Member Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're
and
just nice,
again,
bro. I love
Mr.
you.
Lutnick,
I appreciate
thank
you.
for your
We'll have more
symbol
earnings
of
previews tomorrow,
resilience.
today,
It really is
when we
quite
get towards,
remarkable.
I'll get them during
Thank you
Powell
for
or a little bit
sharing
after.
even those most personal moments, because I'm sure it is hard to do, no matter how many times you've done it. So thank you. I want to go as fast as I can. So if you can help me by being short answers, that would be great. I could cover more territory. Do you believe that the investments that we've made in the CHIPS and Science Act should be preserved?
Watch
I
Intel.
think they're an excellent down payment as a structure. I think we need to get it right. I think we need to review them and get it right. But as the way the Congress has said it, it's an excellent down
Yeah, bro,
payment
Baba's
in
ripping
our
right now.
ability to
101
bring
Baba,
semiconductor manufacturing
again, above
back to
100. People,
That's good to hear.
they either
The
start
president
shorting the
said
shit out of it or
differently
buying
on
it.
that
So
point, so good
the
to
battle
hear.
is on.
And then on NOAA, do you believe in keeping NOAA together and its responsibilities together?
Yes.
Okay, we're hearing that maybe they're going to try to separate some of it out and put it in Interior. You would fight that?
I want to do it right, and right now Commerce is doing it right. We understand how to do it, and I expect to continue to understand how to do it. So I have no interest in separating it. That is not my
hear.
on
Good.
my agenda.
I think
Good to
Intel's
hear.
reacting to that a little bit.
I
But
believe
then
we
all the
need to
chips
know our
started
game
bouncing,
gap.
so it
Believe
could
or
be
not, it's
false.
60% of your budget, and there is no underlying policy in the law about NOAA. So I think the way that my colleagues and I get good fisheries management.
I have
is
RFK in
that
the
it's
background.
law
I'll
and
get
stays
headlines, but
implemented, not
again,
what
Howard
we'll do with
Lutnick
every scientist
is
that
more
comes
likely to
along with the new
alter the
administration.
dollar
Right, we'll
trade
talk about
and
that
the
later.
things that
Okay,
would move
let's
markets.
turn to the rulemaking that
The
we're talking
RFK is
about.
cool, but I don't.
see you as a
It'll
big
just affect
toolmaker,
biotechs,
critical area,
and they already
AI,
moved a lot in
exports,
advance.
and the challenges that we face as a nation. So I'm trying to get
What's
to
the other
who you
one?
are deep down about this, right? How are you going to go about this really challenging task? Because I have some ideas about what I think make good principles here and why it's so important. Because if you want to move fast, you have to be collaborative. I know other people think you can just my way or the highway, but usually that doesn't work. And so the ramifications, the best thing that we can do is work together collaboratively like we did on CHIPS and Science. Okay, so did you advise the president or anyone in his administration on his meme coins?
I did not.
Okay.
Yo! Did you advise him on
This
his meme
Treasury
coins?
issue, this little fight between Cantor Fitzgerald
That's hilarious.
and CME, the settling of treasuries at the London Exchange. I don't understand this as it relates to a hierarchy of putting the United States treasuries in some drastic situation, which we did see before, right? In our debt. And the debt ceiling is this debate we're having. Like, are we going to pass a debt ceiling or not? So Why do you believe that settling in a London exchange would be good for U.S. Treasuries?
Oh, it was just the people speaking about it didn't understand it. All U.S. Treasuries are held by banks of the Federal Reserve in the United States of America. They can't leave. So whether software is written, wherever it's written, the Treasuries themselves, they always stay in America. The settling of Treasury futures, of course, is in America. The partner Cantor Fitzgerald chose was the London Stock Exchange, which of course has been registered with the CME properly since the year 2000. So it was just a lack of understanding, good for the press, bad for knowledge. They just got it wrong.
I personally don't think this is, look, somebody tried to make my state the deep pockets on an Enron default, and I didn't appreciate it, and I passed a new law against the manipulation. So I know this very well. And in fact, the Treasury Secretary just got asked by my colleague Senator Cornyn in a hearing last week what he thought about this. And he was like, no, it shouldn't be ever. U.S. Treasuries in a debt hierarchy of a failure should never have London making decisions before we make decisions. And so I'll ask you more for the record about that, but I think Mr. Bessent got it right, and I hope that we can get a better.
This is Howard Lutnick,
answer.
Commerce Secretary.
On the one
That's why it's related to
issue,
trade.
I get that
It's a little more important. Again,
Tether had a
people don't
problem,
realize, like I'm
basically.
telling you, even yesterday, we caught the Baba news. I made my Baba play literally right here during Bible time. And part of the news that drove it was Howard Lutnick's statement. So I think half of this move in China, I think a lot of the market doesn't realize that it's Howard Lutnick kind of moving it. He's not saying anything about China. He's not being bearish on China. This is your trade secretary, dude. You know what I'm saying? So I already made my Baba free, man. And I'm not answering yours. You know why? Because you made it free, and then you're like, I'm mad. So you're a liability if I tell you anything. Seems like, so you got to make up your plan now, make up your decision, and remember the long term will always win.
If someone has bought the stable coin, you can't change the price, right? If someone's made a deposit with you, you can't say on a withdrawal you're going to change the price.
So you really believe in a robust audit process and more opening than it exists today?
For sure.
Thank you. Okay, did you ever own Tether?
Yeah, Coinbase added Kristen
Any
Cinema
Tether?
to the
Did you
and
own
a Trump aide to their board.
Cantor Fitzgerald,
Their advisory
is that
board.
Me? No.
Or?
Cantor Fitzgerald has no equity.
That one's kind of
in
weird.
Tether.
I just think that's
I'm not trying
interesting.
to be clever here. I'm trying to get, did you or Cantor Fitzgerald own Tether? Other than the one-to-one backing.
Oh, wow.
So, sorry, I'm trying to answer.
He doesn't want to admit
As an
it.
investor, ever invest or own Tether, or did anybody at Cantor Fitzgerald other than the one-to-one backing?
Yeah, this
own
might get
Tether?
bad for crypto. I didn't really
Cantor
realize it.
Fitzgerald owns a convertible bond with Tether.
Okay, that's
So
good.
it has a bond with Tether.
Okay, so
Interesting.
Now back again to this big task on export controls and thwarting.
She
China
thinks
and
Tether
dealing
is
with
a
this AI
game you
problem and
play
all
on the
the various
playground.
interests.
She
I
thinks
mean,
it's
I do have
tetherball.
some, concerns too. I'm a big crypto person in general. As I said, CFTC oversight.
I don't believe you.
But this issue about
I don't
Tether
believe that.
and the amount of illicit market funding of Tether. The analysts who do this work now, I'm for a more robust system, but the analysts who do it now think that as much as $19 billion on Tether could be illicit activity by the North Koreans, the Russians, the Chinese. And so what do we do about that? What is your solution?
So the number
slide
one
going down a little bit.
instrument of
There's
the
Bank of
world
Canada headlines. That's
criminals
about
is
it.
the U.S. dollar. The number two is the euro. So these are just the things that people use. So Tether is the largest stable coin. So criminals use it more than Circle, which is the second largest, as a ratio of the same. It's like blaming Apple because criminals use Apple phones. It's just a product. We don't pick on the U.S. Treasury because criminals use dollars. So I think it's just a product. They are, and I've asked them to, and they are signed up with all U.S. federal law enforcement. They follow all federal law enforcement instantly.
Yeah,
let's
bonds don't
say
like him so far.
that
China
you
likes
get
him,
a
but
request from
again, the
FBI
crypto
or
stuff,
DOJ
and in general, I mean, I think there's also the Canada
that
weighing on
wallet
us.
is
And
doing
pre-Powell.
involved in illicit activity. I'm asking you a different question.
Nike's still ripping.
You have know your customers and anti-money laundering requirements. why aren't we taking more seriously a potential $19 billion illicit market that's going against the United States? So obviously, we have other ways to track dollars, and we use those, and that is how we're successful. We've passed a couple of things recently on fentanyl that have really helped us track and basically crack down on this. But on tether, it's a big illicit market. It's potentially 19 billion. So I'm
Yeah, dollar down though.
Because again, it's back to this.
So the
whole
bond move, I wouldn't really
no oversight.
overreact unless dollar goes
What
up.
are you going to do?
I just
What do
they
you
may not like
recommend
they
we
may
do
not
to
like
try to get a
Lutnick.
handle on that?
So in my due diligence and Cantor Fitzgerald's due diligence,
Kennedy.
Tether did no business with anyone who wasn't KYC appropriate.
I don't care,
In
Lutnick.
fact,
I'm listening to Kennedy.
Patients
who are on Medicare fee for
and
service.
traditional Medicare,
Yes.
Oh, it's other John.
that's their choice.
Other
right
Kennedy.
now. Well, I mean,
But watch Humana. He's talking about Medicare.
Because my
Any
term's gonna come up. I'm over my
XLV
time.
Humana plays.
Thank you, but could you just answer that? You can
I thought
answer
it
for
was
the
my
record, or
favorite
you can answer
Kennedy.
it now.
I think AI tools used by the U.S. government running through the blockchain of stablecoin issuers will rid the world of criminals using blockchain
Wow.
for illicit activity. Our ability to oversee that blockchain.
So the government's going to
rip through
implement an
the
AI
tools
on
will
chain
eliminate
to
it.
seek criminals.
Thank you for
If
that.
I heard that
answer,
right.
and we'll follow up. But we need an aggressive. The complexity here on conflict
Enjoy it while it
of
lasts,
interest per
drug
se, but
pullers.
in general, is a very big challenge here. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Leader Thune.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And,
Criminal
I think
seek.
you covered, we've covered already.
I've made this video very loud already. I don't want to
You
fuck
on
with you
that.
guys.
That is a critically
It's
important
already,
issue
I
for
turned the
our
audio up
economy and our
7.
leadership in the world. I want to come back quickly to
Here,
the
watch out.
NTIA Broadband Equity Access
any
and
loud
Deployment
noises, you're gonna get
program.
wrecked.
I didn't
Good
vote
luck.
for the legislation that created this program, but it provided over $42 billion to expand internet access to rural areas. And as you likely know, the program is yet to connect a single household. And the Biden administration included a number of requirements not envisioned by Congress in the program, including climate change mandates, rate regulation, onerous labor requirements,
Kava on
and
the high. I
other
haven't seen that in a
concerning
minute.
items, which is why they
Yeah,
haven't
Netflix has
signed
just been
anybody
selling
up.
off.
And there isn't
They're
a
trying to
single
get
telecom
Paul
in
Bradley
South Dakota
frizzled
which
into peach.
represents and serves
Now the
a lot of
audio's
underserved
perfect.
areas
I
that
could
can
get
use
hyped
the
on that.
program because of all
Peach
these
Nation, baby.
mandates and conditions they put on it. So my question is, will you commit to
Amen.
working with states to remove
Amen.
these requirements so that funds can go
Who needs Howard
to
Lutnick?
truly
We have
unserved
Peach,
areas?
Peach, Bradley Frizzle Peach.
I'm going to work to make sure that
Yeah, Nike
Congress
still
gets
go
the
again. That
benefit
could be
the
part of
bargain.
China,
You want to get
but again,
right,
think Howard
broadband
Lutnick. That's what
into
I'm
the
saying.
hands of
A
low-income
lot of these
people.
China
Let's go do it,
exposure
but let's do
plays.
it efficiently,
The longer he goes
and let's
without
do it
talking, it's
swiftly.
up.
Let's
And then
use,
Netflix says strike.
satellites. Let's
Strike
use wireless,
first master
and
toy
let's
licensing
use
deal
fiber.
with
And
Stranger
let's
Than
do it
Things.
the cheapest, most efficiently we can, and I commit to working
So, yeah,
with you to make
toy
sure the states
licensing,
execute
Netflix.
and deliver on the promise that
And
Congress
then who was
made.
the other one we just
And
had?
will you also work to
Nike,
ensure that
China.
this BEAD funding is only used for actual broadband?
Don't forget about Estee
infrastructure
Lauder and any of the
builds?
other ones. Is NVO dropping?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Again, we had that hit piece
I
from her
also
a couple. Yeah.
mentioned in-
So remember, we were talking that
talked
hit
about it
piece.
already, alluded to
Take a
the
look. You're
artificial
down $1
intelligence,
from
but,
there.
I believe we
Like
need
I said, I saw
to
good
craft
and
a
I saw bad,
legislative
but they're
framework
both
that
just
provides
circulating.
basic accountability for high-risk AI models without onerous regulations. And as you and I know, the Biden administration only viewed AI as a threat that should be controlled. And I was encouraged to see President Trump's executive order reversing Biden's sweeping AI executive order and for his leadership in developing a comprehensive pro-innovation AI plan that strengthens the U.S. Global leadership in AI. So I want to just get you, if you can, to talk generally, if confirmed, how you would approach AI regulation and to seek the and to harness major advancements in artificial intelligence.
So the Department of Commerce has led the world in cyber, right? Our cyber technology and cyber rules are the gold standard of the world. Let's leverage that model into the standards for artificial intelligence. Let's use what we're great at and leverage that again and use it again. So rather than think about it, we want to make sure we protect and defend our country, but we want to make sure that we lead. It has to be an American-driven leadership in AI. It is fundamental. So leverage what we're great at and issue standards and practices like we did in cyber that will encourage private sector to be the dominant winner. As we are in America, we've got to do that and make sure we win in AI as well.
Right. And I just think it's really important as we think about
Zero
it that
day
we not
Q,
stifle
post the full
innovation.
play
We
or I'm
wanna
gonna ban
be the
you.
leader. A light touch approach to this is what makes sense to me.
Stop teasing me.
And I hope as we move forward, and Senator Klobuchar and I and others on this committee have a bill that we think gets at that, and I hope that we have an opportunity to work. And this is one of those issues that ought to be bipartisan up here, I certainly think. So I have a minute left, and I'm yielding it back, Mr. Chairman, because Senator Wicker reminded me that I used a minute prior to
And then oil coming back
my question
down.
time. So
No move on Medicare stocks yet.
he said 3 minutes. It
Nike's
wasn't
still
really 3
going.
minutes, but-
You guys said
Thank you,
Disney
Mr. Chairman.
too.
Thank you.
But Nike looks like it's
This
more
is
the
why
China
Senator Thune
reaction.
is the leader. We like that. Welcome, thank you. We talked in my office about how I truly believe
Meta's
that
coming
if
back
we're
up,
gonna
too. They
lead
got
the global
earnings.
economy, and I know you share this belief that we must make stuff, invent things, export to the world.
Okay, get ready.
And
This
we
could be
made
China
huge
question.
bipartisan progress on that front. Not everything has been done. We all know that, and we want to continue America's lead.
Yeah,
and
Apple Major
competitive
League
edge.
Soccer
One
news.
way we've done that, and Senator Cantwell asked you about this, is about groundbreaking investments in chips and semiconductors. Despite being the land of 10,000 lakes, I've actually never called about fish to the Commerce Department, but I have talked about these issues. And so I just want to follow up on her question and just that.
And SPY right
you know,
below
Secretary
VWAP right near the
Raimondo
low of the
has
day,
done
but
admirable
again, a
work,
couple
I
of
think,
tech
both
names
sides
picking
of
up
the
right
aisle on
now.
this, and if you are going to continue to operate the CHIPS program.
It is vital for America that we bring semiconductor manufacturing to the United States of America. We need domestic manufacturing. The CHIPS Act was an excellent down payment to begin that process. We need to study it,
There you
but we
go,
need to
French.
make
I love it.
sure that you
Good
get the
luck.
benefit of the bargain and domestic manufacturing of semiconductors happens in America.
Got it. But are you going to keep operating
yeah?
this? Because as the Senator mentioned, there are funds that have to be
yeah?
distributed. There's work that has
Come
to
on.
be done coming out of that law.
What'd you
Oh,
say?
I expect to do enormous work to make sure you get the benefit of the bargain. We get the money out.
I think he mispronounced
appropriately,
Intel.
correctly,
That's what I
and we
think.
build in America. That is vital. We've done it bipartisan,
you-
and I'm going to help execute that.
Good. So you're concerned about the freeze that happened, the proposed.
But not-
freeze
or
that
everybody
affected
else
that
just comes to
program. It's
America
now
and
on
builds a
hold, temporary
factory.
hold because of a judge. But are you concerned about that?
Don't
Well,
forget about that
I
option
get
too.
it. You lets me have the time to A, be confirmed, and B, dig in and study all of the documents that we've done, so I can help get it out the door and get it done. We need manufacturing. I agree. We need manufacturing semiconductors in America, and I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen.
Great. Your life story is incredible. Your motivation of your employees after this incredible tragedy. You and I talked about the Commerce Department, and some of the people that went to work there went for other reasons than your employees. They're not making as much money. And I personally have worked with the people who do trade enforcement for steel dumping. Both Vice President Vance and I share minds, and we care about this a lot.
Okay,
on
watch
our
out. You just got
minds.
another little
And it
red
made a
back
big
to the
difference
low.
over two
Again, a couple of
presidents'
names are
administrations
going up here.
when
Give me a
this
second.
Enforcement, President
I think
Obama,
we need a checkup.
Trump, Biden actually was continued. And I met with who will be your employees if confirmed about this, 100.
So right now the Dow has 21 names in the green, 9 names in the red. NASDAQ 100, 61 in the green, 40 in the red. And then SPY, 297 green, 205 in the red. So again, you're like barely red on the SPY right now. Only thing green now is the Dow. Russell flipped. But again, it's more names are leading to the green. So it's very, very interesting. But again, this is all pre-Powell, pre-earnings. Don't forget about that.
Heard, and we were going to be responsive, and we will create
Nike's still ripping.
a great Department of Commerce that the people feel respected, heard,
Baba coming
and
down.
their knowledge used to the betterment of America, which is why they're there, and they're going to know that I support them.
Thank you. We talked about tariffs briefly, targeted or across the
Welcome,
board. I gave you
Giovanni
my
and
preference
Earl.
toward targeted tariffs
up,
for
baby?
economy. Weigh in on that.
I prefer across the board. I think when you pick one product in Mexico, they'll pick one product. You know, we pick avocados, they pick white corn, we pick tomatoes, they pick yellow corn. All you're doing is picking on farmers. which is just not going to happen. My way of thinking, and I've discussed this with the president, is
thank you for
country by
Baba.
country, macro.
My pleasure, man.
Let
Thank you for
America
listening during that
make it
offensive
more
moment.
fair. We are treated
Thank you for
horribly
respecting my
by
beliefs.
the global trading environment. They all have higher tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, and subsidies. They treat us poorly. We need to be treated better. We need to be treated with respect, and we can use tariffs.
So again,
to
ever
create
since he's been talking
reciprocity,
tariffs and all this,
fairness,
Baba
and
chills
respect.
out.
I'm sure we'll
Then
be
Spy
discussing
hit a
this
new
more.
low.
The last thing,
KR.
just the broadband
Oh,
funding
this
in
is
the
your hype play of the
bipartisan
day. It's been
infrastructure
halted 3
law. All
times.
of us on this committee has worked on things like improving
Starbucks
mapping.
continuation.
Senator Wicker
I
and
wants to.
worked
If we
on
could break
that.
out here.
You're welcome. And the work that must be done on getting broadband to some of the farthest corners of our country. We have an investment, once-in-a-generation investment out of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And again, the freeze would have affected this work, temporarily on hold. Talk about your support for broadband.
Well, they haven't, you passed the bill, and they haven't put out any of the money, or nobody's gotten broadband. So it's time for a new Commerce Secretary to get broadband out to people and give you the benefit of the bargain. I want to give the Congress the benefit of the bargain, which is you appropriated money for broadband, let's get it in their hands and let's do it. The pause just gives me time to A, be confirmed, and B, to study it, get the team working on it, and then when that pause ends, to get it out the door and get it done.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Wicker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lutnick, I look forward to working with you. I think this is it's going to be fun and productive for the American people. The leader was correct. Some members of this committee voted for the Infrastructure Act, and some of us didn't, and it was bipartisan. But I think we all agree that broadband is one of the infrastructure issues of our time. It's really the rural electrification
When does Powell
issue
speak?
of this century.
I'll tell you if you like the video.
It is vital to America.
Absolutely
I'll tell
vital.
you telepathically.
And I would just point out that
Just go like the video, and the answer will be revealed. Amen.
Not one single
Seek and ye shall
household
find.
has been connected. And I'm told that there's
You
been
already did? I don't
endless
believe
round
you.
of back and forth negotiations.
honestly, I don't believe
about
you.
the application
I just
process. It seems to me that a man like you is going to be able to cut through that and at least tell the states, yes, your application, we know what that's about, and we're going to respond to your application.
I expect the states to provide the
You blocked
most
you. Don't take it
efficient
personally.
way,
I've done it thousands
the
of times.
most cost-efficient and
You know what I'm
effective
saying?
way to get
I hope
broadband
it
to every
eases
house.
it up.
I heard a story.
You know what I'm
where
saying?
they
Like
were
you're
planning
one
to
of
run
maybe
fiber
hundreds
for
of thousands.
$200,000
But
to
yeah,
a house
so don't
that
take it
was
too
worth
personally.
$125,000.
Follow the rules, make a new account.
waste
Thank you.
of America is over in the Commerce Department. We are going to get broadband to people, but we're going to do it cost effectively, but get it and get you the benefit of the bargain.
Two more
which is what you
things,
want.
if I can squeeze it in. I'm glad we mentioned NOAA. The NOAA National Data Buoy Center is at the John C. Stennis Space Center.
You have 10 accounts, that's
in
good. All you need
Mississippi.
is one long term.
It is
Amen.
the national
Have a good day, brother.
premier rocket propulsion net facility. In the next few months, will you come see us and let me show you the great potential we have there at the Stennis Space Center?
Sounds fun.
Good.
Glad to.
And okay,
Long term for the
very
sister. Good
So,
work, baby.
Let's say
Good work.
by April.
Did she want to get in because
Give
the
me
new
till
high?
May, shall you?
Okay.
That's how my sister got into
We've
it.
got a deal. Okay.
Oh, say,
Also,
let's go, baby. Get that long term too.
In addition to infrastructure, the CHIPS and Science Act has been mentioned.
Yeah,
favorably.
Jerome Powell is
Let
the
me
same
mention the
time
CHIPS and
every
Science
meeting.
Act as
So
if
if you're ever curious, it's always
this fiscal
2:30
year's
for the press
NDAA.
conference, 2 p.m. for any Fed
One of
meeting. It's
the
been like
things
that
we
for
did in the
decades.
CHIPS and Science Act was 220, actually $10 billion authorized for 20 regional tech hubs. The first round has largely been approved. In NDAA, we funded $220 million. It was authorized for $10 billion, $220 million for tech hubs, and the
Bank of
potential
Canada
for
has
another
something to do with this,
$280
yeah.
million.
I wouldn't say fully,
for
but
a
yeah.
second round. Now,
'Cause
at
I'm
this
still
point,
getting
I
Macklem
understand
comments
your
right now.
department has a choice. it can either double up on those that have already been awarded, or it can try to
Got a
drive
house?
regional growth.
Well, email
global
me. I mean, I could buy it, or if
by
again, you
looking
could sell it if
at
it's still
other
worth money and you can
applications.
maximize the profit
That's
for
what
you.
I hope you'll do.
I'm a buyer though, but
So
email me. I'll let you know.
I just want you to understand that there are a lot of us who want you to work
This
with
is Howard
Congress to
Lutnick. We're
maintain
watching
and
because he
grow
is the trade
tech
secretary.
hub
They're
programs,
confirming him. He has the
particularly
ability to talk
in,
tariffs,
in
move the dollar,
rural
and or
areas,
bonds.
And I would
So
suggest
it's a little more
that the
important than it lets
Southeast
on.
did not
I'm
do
surprised
so
more
well
people didn't
in
watch
the
it,
first
but
application.
we've already
So
got a
will you
couple
agree to
moves,
take a closer
even
look
yesterday.
at assets in the Southeast region, including biotech companies, logistical expertise, academic research,
I'm Baba
national
Conjure,
labs,
good luck. What
entrepreneurs,
date?
as well
How
as
many?
workforce
But way to post
in
most of it.
areas that are already collaborating to deliver biotechnologies that meet commercial needs faster.
You're
I'd be
bald
happy
and you
to.
own Baba. I'm half
Thank you very
bald
much.
and I
Look
own
forward to
Baba.
working with you.
So fun for everybody.
Thank you. Senator Schatz.
So we're
Trump's
here,
Middle East
everyone's done
envoy
before their
Witkoff
5
is
minutes
meeting
up.
Netanyahu.
Mr. Lutnick, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for your willingness to serve and for your family's willingness to support you in this endeavor. I want to start with the census. The work of the Census Bureau, as you know, is critical to the
You guys
functioning of
both
our
said that.
democracy. It's included in our Constitution, both Article 1, Section 2, and the 14th
Kennedy
Amendment
says he
require the federal
supports
government
Trump
to
on
conduct an
abortion,
accurate census.
states controlling
The 14th
abortion.
Amendment specifically requires a count of the whole number of persons in each state. So not a trick question, but just to get you on the record. If confirmed, will you ensure that the work of the Census Bureau is carried out in an apolitical manner?
I will hew to the 14th Amendment of the United States
That's funny.
Constitution rigorously.
I don't know if bonds
Thank
are
you.
moving
And will
off
you
of that.
Make sure that the Bureau prepares to implement a census that
That's hella
counts every
that's
person.
hella tinfoily, bro.
Since the first sentence of the 14th
Because remember,
Amendment,
all of the
that
data,
clause says we will
if the
count
census
each
is
whole
altered,
person.
think about
I
all of the
promise
data
we
that
will
you
count
poll.
Each
I don't know.
whole
Bonds moved
person.
on that,
That's
but
what
I
the
think
Constitution
it's
says,
probably
and
nothing.
we will
But
stick right to
I'm
it
listening.
rigorously.
Thank you. I know this has been a bit of a love fest, so
Oh, stick to it.
so
What?
well, depends how you answer, sir. So
All right, man, they're getting a little sus. They're flirting.
Last year,
They're flirting
there was
right
a
now.
sort of point of contention
That little
among people
depending
who
on
care
how you
deeply about
answer. That was flirting. I'm not. I'm just saying.
from
I'm
Project
clearly calling out
2025,
all of
and
the
I'll quote,
information, but that
"NOAA
was
should be
flirting.
dismantled
That's what it was.
and many of its functions eliminated, sent to other agencies, privatized, or placed under the control of states and territories." Do you agree with that?
No.
Thank you. See, we're still having our love fest.
Still a love fest.
Okay. On to fish. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about our about the Hawaii longline fishery.
The title is not clickbait. We were talking
we're one
about
of the
Powell in the
largest
morning, and I have a
food
full
producers in the
preview. We're
state,
getting ready
certainly
for
the
it all.
largest,
So don't
exporter
call me
of-
stuff
of
because you
any
guys
kind of
aren't
agricultural
prepared.
product in the state.
This
In
is,
fact, if you're
again,
eating
with
good
everything,
ahi on the
Bible,
East Coast, there's
this,
a very good chance
we
it
move
was
through a
on
lot.
FedEx
I'm going
plane
between
overnight.
live
If you're
feeds.
eating
I'm
bad
reading
ahi,
news
I don't
from
know
the
where it
war,
comes from, but not from
down to
us.
Powell, Bank of Canada. So
We also have
y'all
an
got to keep
unusual
up with it.
management situation
Otherwise,
because
I
of
mean,
the
we are
International
all
Fisheries,
anticipating
Commission.
Powell.
The Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission is
So if you
also
missed my
important to
first
NOAA.
preview, you have the watch list, and then I
wanna
will be
quote,
covering it again here
the
in a little bit.
Former senator from Maryland who took a very
Live for
keen
members?
interest
I
in
don't know.
NOAA,
There's only
Barbara
one way to
Mikulski.
find out. I
She
hope
used
you
to
have a
say, "Nothing
membership, though."
about me without me. And I think this
Thank you if you
probably
do.
goes for the Gulf Coast states and the Mid-Atlantic and everybody else.
Okay,
who
yeah,
has a
Bond's going. I
fisheries
don't think that
matter.
comment meant anything.
Do I have your assurance that before NOAA, National Marine Fisheries, or anyone makes a move regarding our fishery in the Pacific?
Starbury's still
that you
going
will
off that?
consult with our office
Again,
and our
Nike
congressional
too, but
delegation and the state of
more
Hawaii?
China plays chilled
Delighted
out.
to consult with your
The-
office. I don't know about before
Like
they even
domestic
make a
ones. Yeah,
move.
Starbucks
There's
hitting the
lots of
high
people
now. You're
doing
still
lots
about
of
1%
things,
above
but
priced in.
Of things that matter to you, I will happily commit to working with your office. That sounds like it'll make me better at my job. So I'd appreciate your input.
Thank you. You know, elections have consequences. A bunch of EOs.
There's still a
got,
lot of Bank of Canada comments.
And
And then Bond's flushing with this spy. They're kind of going hand in hand.
And a bunch of Biden EOs were repealed. That's what happens when you have a new administration. But in particular, President Trump rolled back the Biden EO.
Yeah, Lutnick's chill. Lutnick's
on,
Cantor
the
Fitzgerald
AI Safety
CEO. I mean,
Institute.
He's
And I
interesting.
think
He's a
there are lot
private
of people
figure.
in industry
He's not
and
really a
elsewhere
political dude, but
who,
yeah.
however anyone ended up voting, however anyone
I think Besant
ended up
was better,
litigating
but
AI
he's not bad.
policy under the previous administration, there was a sense that this was one place
Tesla
that we kind of
flushing
agreed that
again,
there ought
earnings
to
after
be
the
a
bell.
safety institute.
That's the thing.
And
Leading
so
into
I'm wondering
Powell,
what
you
your
have
thinking
Powell
is
and
on what do we
then
do in place
Mag
of
7
this,
earnings.
and how quickly can we get it done? Because that part of this was like one of the very few things we were not arguing about as it relates to AI policy.
Okay, so the Department of Commerce has the gold standard in cybersecurity standards. So I think AI standards along the lines of that gold standard, that same model, I think will be very effective. So I think if you think of it as standards, I think we can get bipartisan agreement.
No, that's who it
that
is,
we can
bro.
Find the right way to
You're
set
right.
those
He is the
standards in a
spokesman
way
for
that
Men's
makes,
Warehouse.
America.
Damn it, you
takes
ruined it
care
for
of,
me.
Senator Thune's comments.
I
of
look
the
at
light
him,
enough
he's like,
touch,
"You're gonna
but we
like
need
the
to
way you
protect
look."
America,
I
but
already
we
have,
also
I see
need
it.
to make sure
Damn.
that it's an American-driven
Damn,
AI
that's
model in
him.
the world. That's important to
This
us.
is you gonna like the
as
way you
Americans.
look,
So I think
like, for real.
standards would be a good
I want to dig further into this, and I'll submit this for the record, but that's
Pam on
fine,
the high,
and I'm
$1
not attached
rip.
necessarily to an institute. Sometimes
Kind of. It's
institutes do
energy,
excellent work,
foreign.
and sometimes they're
It looks
ignored.
hella liquid.
But I do think it's unclear
but it's
to me
moving.
what we're doing instead
I wouldn't
of the
go too
AI
crazy.
Safety Institute, and we've got to work
Nike
on a
still.
bipartisan basis to figure out what takes its place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Lechnick. It is very good to see you today. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate everyone who sits at that table and is willing to serve this nation. If confirmed, you will lead a massive federal agency across 13 bureaus. And to start with, I want to highlight
Yeah,
one
bro.
that you've already
If he
heard of,
aged
the
and bald, it's him.
NTIA. It has
George Zimmer.
critical influence over the U.S. economy and over
Yeah,
our
Brock, and
security
NVIDIA.
as
That's
well.
the pressure right now on the
Among its
NASDAQ. Again,
roles,
it's
as I know
50-50 on the
that
day.
you know, and as
You have
you've heard
just as many
today,
names green as you do
NTIA
red.
coordinates
But again, you have
spectrum
NVIDIA down
management,
5.
ensuring that federal
You'll like the
airwaves
long term.
are being
I
used most
guarantee it.
effectively. But as spectrum becomes more scarce, critical federal operations, especially those essential for our national security, have been seen as obstacles.
If I met you over your life, you'll show me
At
the long term.
onset,
I'll give you a
I
hug.
want to make it clear to you
Thank you, brother.
that DoD airwaves are not lying dormant, and that proposals to clear them
Again, SPY's
would
still weak, Bonds
jeopardize
weak as
our
well. Now you got
national security.
MSTR, and then
We have
VFC was an earnings winner. That's selling
constellations
off
of
now
DoD
too.
satellites that rely on spectrum. Our nuclear command and control relies on spectrum. Advanced fighter aircraft like F-35s rely on spectrum. And we are investing tens of billions of dollars in developing sixth-generation aircraft that will rely on spectrum. We have radar systems on our Navy ships tracking incoming missiles around the world. These allowed us to help defend Israel from over
YPF,
300
that's Argentina.
missile and drone
We've seen a couple of
attacks
foreign
last
names
year.
move up. So again,
They
China's up,
rely
foreign
on
names.
spectrum.
You got trade guy
I
talking.
can go on and on, as my colleagues know.
And then SPY going a
But
little
this
lower,
is
NVIDIA
all
and
to
into
say
the low,
that I
Tesla
hope
breaking
that
a new one.
We can work together so that we can come up with a really strong strategy for federal spectrum management in the future.
10 Intel Weekly, good call.
I'm from Nebraska.
Thank you for posting the
And
play.
Nebraska's agricultural and manufacturing industries rely on our strong export markets for our products. You and I talked about trade and about the need under this administration for trade to be front and center. We know that we didn't see
Dude, the
much of that
RFK one
happen
is
in the
dramatic.
previous
Everyone's tripping on that one.
We also know
This is
though,
where the
sir, that
money's
other
at. This is
countries
where the
may try to
drama's at.
retaliate against our agricultural and
I
our
keep seeing people talk about
manufacturing
it.
industries. So if confirmed, will you work with your colleagues at other agencies to understand the impact of retaliatory tariffs on agriculture and manufacturing?
I will.
Thank you. Can you also talk a little
Gold
bit
put how many?
about what
Weekly live
opportunities
put how many? But
you
good calls. Let's go,
view
baby.
that are out there
I'm fucking
so that
talking
we can
about.
expand certain export
Amen.
markets
Ain't fucking
over the
man.
next 4 years?
Look at
under
that.
this
Look at these plays.
administration?
That's a real.
I
Look
think
at
our
this.
farmers,
Fuck yeah.
our ranchers, and our fishermen are treated with
Always the
disrespect.
fish, always the fish.
Always.
LMT
you have to include
Flushing.
them. You know, how often do we eat seafood? Come on.
Again, they
So-
had some of the earnings stuff the other day.
They are treated with disrespect around the world. They are. Our farmers, our ranchers, and our fishermen are treated with disrespect. The countries take advantage of
VFC
American
again,
kindness,
earnings green to red.
American gratitude.
Yeah,
that
this
we
thing was up
use
like 5.
to rebuild the world after the world wars and after the Korean War and after the Vietnam War.
F-35 news was yesterday.
We need that
Believe it or not, I
disrespect
commented
to
on my
end.
Twitter.
And I think tariffs are a way to create reciprocity, to be treated fairly, to be treated appropriately. And I think it will help our farmers, our ranchers, and our fishermen to flourish. And that's what I expect this administration is going to drive. And that's why I'm honored to serve
No, you're
President
good. Don't
Trump
worry.
in his
I'm
pursuit
informing. I'm not
of that
throwing shade on that.
reciprocity and that fairness.
But it's not like market
and
moving,
the
you know?
end of the disrespect. These countries have the reliance on the American economy, and they need to start to respect us and respect us now.
Thank you. You heard about the beef
And the
front
video
funding
calls?
from
It's good. Some of you are
Senator
taking
Thune,
advantage of the dip.
other
Remember,
members
you
of
do
this
have
committee
Powell
as
in
well.
earnings.
And I hope
So,
you
I don't know. I
will,
like some of these
take
plays I'm
that to
seeing.
heart and help our states get through some of those regulations that are out there. It has been
Quantum, we haven't
an
heard a good
impediment to
headline in
us.
Quantum. I don't know. I would.
I'd like to talk
Sadly,
a
I
little bit here
prefer
in
the
last
deep
few
seek
seconds
plays.
about technology.
I think that'll get you a
and
little more hype in the
competitiveness.
short term.
I think I have Senator Wicker's time. In previous hearings, this committee's talked about the United States AI capabilities.
Powell's not doing
and
an
that we're
emergency
in a dead
cut.
heat with China. This week, we heard about DeepSeek, and that I think it's having us
DeepSeek.
examine.
I think we've
kinda
heard
where
this
we
4
are right
times
now with
already.
that. If confirmed, given the Commerce Department's breadth of influence on that issue, how will you address
spy puts?
different
Oh,
threats
he said
that
double
we see
down.
coming
I
from
like
the
it.
CCP within these information and technology
Look at you
markets?
guys.
I
What the
take
fuck
a very
just happened?
jaundiced view of China. I
Did you
think
guys
they
just all have an
only
awakening?
care about themselves.
And then you guys are like, I'm gonna
seek to
post my
harm us.
plays.
And so we
All
need
of
to
'em.
protect ourselves.
Post
We need to drive our innovation, right? And we need to stop.
Thank you. This is
helping
what I
them,
envisioned. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
open
this is
platforms. let us
amen,
open
amen.
platform,
Very motivating.
Let DeepSeek rely on it.
That's how it
NVIDIA's
should be,
chips,
y'all.
which they
Keep it
bought
up.
tons of, and they found their ways around it, drive their DeepSeek model. It's got to end.
Well, you're not
if
supposed to
they're
play
going
all of
compete
these.
with
At
us,
least you
let
can see
them
what people are
compete,
thinking.
but
And
stop
if
using
they're talking
our
about
tools
stuff,
to
you know, like,
compete with
again,
us.
it's info. Use
So I'm
the
going to be
info.
very strong
The
on
money
that.
is in the info.
I'm
I can get you
thrilled to
info.
oversee
You
BIS,
guys,
and I'm
all of us,
thrilled to
thousands
coordinate
together.
and
That's where we
empower
could come
BIS
together.
with tariffs
That's
that
what I'm
will
saying. I don't
improve
know.
the strength.
I
When
like
we
it.
say no, the answer's got to be no.
I look forward to working with you,
Yeah,
sir.
he said
Thank you.
China.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Small move,
Senator
though.
Mar-
Again, he has
no,
been easy.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Lutnick, for your willingness to serve. I'm going to ask first a sort of more general question, and then I want to dig into some details that you've heard a little bit about from my colleagues. But, you know, the Department of Commerce does significant work to ensure that U.S. companies are able to compete with China and drive. It also does a lot of work to drive innovation in America. And so I want to ask very broadly, how will you utilize the programs within the Commerce Department?
Yeah, it is.
including
Honestly,
those
so based on the
authorized
chads
by
I'm
the
reading,
Bipartisan
there's like a
Chips
few
and
of you
Science
guys
Act
going for
to promote
individuals,
American
and it
innovation.
seems like you got either people buying the
So,
NVIDIA
for the
bounce or they're
example,
shorting
we
the
wanna
fuck out the
bring
SPY right now.
Semiconductors back to
Or
America.
playing
we
that
wanna
bounce.
Look at the supply
So think about
chain
that
and
with the
bring that
context
back
of
to
today,
America. We
earnings
wanna
and Powell.
create those great
It is. You
jobs
can't get
in
sentiment
America
here,
so that
so
way we can go back
I love
to
it.
innovating, which is where we began, right? Intel began the chips, right? And then the world sort of leveraged our chips. TSMC leveraged us and sort of took it from us. And who drove them?
Again, this is
Apple. Who's
chip-
Apple? It's
chip
America.
tariff talk
So we
again.
want to bring that innovation back and make sure our great companies, and let's be clear, we have them all. There's no other country that has the incredible technology
Chat can be
companies,
biased. That's
pharma
why when you see
companies
all
that
the
we
plays
have.
looking
Let's
the same,
bring those companies
there's your indicator.
manufacturing and innovation and
Well,
have
that's
them
what I'm
do
saying.
that
For now, I'm
manufacturing
seeing a little
in
bit of
America
push and
with
pull.
American workers. Let's drive that.
Thank you. One of the key parts of the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act, as you've heard from me when we met privately, as well as
I mean,
from
he's talking
others,
intel, but like I said earlier,
is the
the
Tech
sad
Hub
reality
program.
is that they're offering no
I'll bet
tariffs on
when you were having
anybody
your
who makes it
one-on-one
here,
meetings with
and a
others
tax
on this
break.
committee,
So
you
other
heard about their
companies
tech hubs
can
as
take
you
Intel's
heard about
spot,
ours.
unfortunately.
Wisconsin's
So it is good for
biohealth
Intel,
tech
but do you
hub
see what I'm saying?
positions the
There's
state
still like
as
a negative
global leader in
competition read on
personalized
it
medicine.
if you really want to look into it.
It tailors healthcare treatment to a patient's unique history and genetic code. Last week, I spoke with many in the consortium that presented the Wisconsin application, and their number one question was, can we count on future funding? The first tranche of funding has indeed been disbursed, but there are millions more
TSM
that have
flushing
been
on that.
committed to the tech
Yeah, I
hub
mean,
over the
chips
next
are already
5
weak,
years.
but he was
This
just speaking
week,
that, and now
the
they're going lower.
administration announced a freeze on all federal financial assistance passed by Congress, including
sir. 2
on a
minutes, 1 minute
bipartisan
till you're all
basis,
close.
as most bills out of this committee and out of the Senate are. So, Mr. Lutnick, I'm looking for a yes or no. Should Wisconsin's biotech hub be concerned that they may not receive future tranches of funding that were pledged?
I think the best answer I can give you is I have to look at it and understand it better. I can't really give you an answer.
This
as
has
I
to
sit
be an
here right
Intel
now because
lobbyist.
I don't know the details. I try to answer everything as best I possibly can, but if I don't know the details, the only thing I can say is I don't.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll
I
be
think
right
you'll
back.
hear
And
from
then,
a lot
yeah,
on
we'll
this
see. Watch if we
panel,
hit that low.
Particularly, this is a key part of how we lead innovation in the United States, and support for our bipartisan work on this will be very important. You and I spoke also about the impact a trade war will have on Wisconsin's farmers and manufacturers. I know Senator Fisher just asked you about this also. But I want to say that their experience under the first Trump administration makes them really nervous this time around. According to the Department of Agriculture, America's farmers lost $27 billion in export sales in 2018 and 2019, in large part because of the China tariffs. A generous share of Wisconsin's milk production ends up in dairy products exported to places outside of the U.S. And proposed tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, 3 of the main export destinations for U.S. dairy products, are likely to reduce dairy exports to a degree that would harm farm milk prices and processor profitability significantly. And I've been hearing from Wisconsin manufacturers who are very concerned about supply chains and their own facilities that are in other countries. So Wisconsinites are concerned that prices are going to go up. What would you say to Wisconsin farmers, Wisconsin manufacturers who are concerned about their exports,
Hey, watch
their
ag.
supply chains, and retaliatory
Corn,
tariffs?
all that.
Our farmers, our ranchers,
I am
and our
retweeting on the
fishermen are the
toilet.
best in the world.
I'm everywhere,
and they
brother.
are treated poorly.
Everywhere.
Canada, as we spoke about,
Yeah,
treats
Lutnick, the
our dairy
headline hit.
farmers
Well, I
horribly.
don't know if you guys
That's
saw it.
got to end.
Lutnick
That's got
vows
end.
to be very
And
strong
if
on
they
chip
are going
controls.
if Canada is going to rely on America for its economic growth, how about you treat our farmers, our ranchers, and our fishermen with respect? And so I think the president and our Trump
Tesla, new
administration
low.
is going to improve the lives and is focused on improving the lives of our producers, our farmers, our ranchers, and our fishermen. These are vital. So I'm going to work hard to make sure, as an example, for your dairy farmers, they do much, much better in Canada than they've ever done before. And that is a key focus of this administration.
And can you commit to the American people that
You need a
prices will
dovish
not
Jerome
go up?
for bonds to
I
rip.
can
If he's
commit
neutral
that
or the same,
economy of the
it'll
United
be a
States of
sell the
America
rip.
will be much,
and it'll
much
chill.
better. A particular
my
product's
take.
price may go up, but all of them, this is not inflationary.
Yeah, headline
The
on
two
Canada
top countries
farmers
with
hitting.
tariffs, India and China, have the most tariffs and no inflation. It is just a nonsense that tariffs cause inflation.
Oh.
It is nonsense.
Tell him.
Thank you for your testimony.
See, that's good and bad,
Thank
though.
you. Senator Moran.
Mr. Lutnick, thank you.
Because again,
The
it's
reason
good
we're-
to hear and it's good to have that, but you have to really think what that implies. That means that you have another person on Trump's team in a high-power trade role that doesn't believe, they're not afraid of any tariff. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's good that he's, they're not worried, and that's one side of it. But the other side is that once again now you got another person on this like little trio who is involved in trade, and they are all very like, yeah, we're like tariffs. They're not afraid as the bond market or other people might be about it.
But let me
That's
also
just still
tell
the
you
rhetoric
that
as
the
of now.
BEAD grant dollars are subject to
I take them more
taxes.
seriously.
So the
I do
company
agree that
receives the-
I think you could
the
have
grant
tariffs
to put
without
broadband
inflation. I
into
think it's
rural and underserved
possible,
areas
but it's a fine
has to
line.
pay taxes
So I
on
think
the
they could
money
mess it
received.
up
This
or
is
they could
not
accomplish
something
it.
you can
I
directly
think
do
it's
something
possible.
about,
I don't know the
but we have
probability, though.
legislation to eliminate the tax. And it
Renault
seems to me that
urges
if you want the
Nissan to
BEAD
secure
grant
higher
program to
premium
work
for
and actually
Honda.
get the dollars to the people across the country, including Kansas, who need
Remember that old
broadband
buyout
services.
stuff from a couple weeks ago?
Reducing the amount of money that's available by taxing the grant makes no sense. Am I missing something here?
What you just said sounds entirely sensible.
That's not my first question.
Oh,
That one was too easy, and we're working to solve that problem, but your input and support
Why is he
at a point
being
in
so
time may be
cute?
helpful to us. A lot of talk about trade policy.
He got
I was going to
ad-libs.
ask you about your
He
vision
got
for
hand
agriculture.
reactions.
I only would highlight again, Kansas is one of those states. This committee here is a very rural committee, or the members who make up this committee often come from rural parts of the country, but there are significant challenges.
Yeah, he's having fun.
to farmers and ranchers. Also, I would
That
add to that
KRKR
list,
small cap
we have
keeps
a lot
running.
of small manufacturers who make farm equipment. And the consequence of a lousy farm economy has a consequence there, but so do tariffs upon
Yeah,
steel
stand
and
up and do a
metals,
push-up,
aluminum,
baby.
in the manufacturing process of products that farmers buy. In the first Trump administration, President Trump included a robust 301 tariff exclusion process for American business.
Tesla again, that's
How
in the
will you
top
approach
right.
an exclusion
SPY
process?
bounced a
That
little off the
exclusion
low.
process was a part of the
But
Department
again,
of
most
Commerce.
names are green. You're
Companies
just
can
getting
make an
that
application,
push and
for
pull
an exclusion
pre-Powell,
from a tariff.
pre-earnings.
Do you have thoughts about that?
I think the president signed an EO directing Commerce and the USTR to study tariffs and do a rigorous study. So I'm going to let the experts drive that study. But I'm a more simple view of tariff sort of guy, and I think the president is of like minds, which is the steel and aluminum had 560,000 applications for exclusions. It just seems that's too many. I think we need to simplify it and make it more effective.
I agree.
Let me
See,
ask
that's
a question
reasonable, but
about
you don't want him to.
tourism.
That's better than saying we should fucking
and
tariff them
You
all.
within the Department of Commerce have a National Travel and Tourism Office. There's a creation of a large-scale sporting event task force that we would encourage you to implement. This arises because of the major events that are soon to occur in the United States, FIFA and the soccer tournaments across the country, the U.S. Olympics coming to Los Angeles. These are huge events that develop lots of economic activity in the country and need the attention of the Department of Commerce. Does that make sense to you?
That's a really good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, Kansas, about 250 million years ago, was covered by an ocean. Therefore, I have a fish question.
Nice. You took the deep sea profits to make a long term.
Previous administration
You got a bright future
proposed a
ahead of you,
rule
brother.
that sought
Amen.
to amend
And
vessel
welcome, and
speed
thank you.
regulations
Let's
in
go.
an effort to further
Y'all doing
protect
great
the
today.
endangered
I love it.
North Atlantic
I'm seeing
right
played. I'm seeing
whale.
everything. Let's go. Long term
The
too.
intent behind this rule, I suppose, is commendable, though the industry was not consulted in its promulgation. Can I have your commitment that as Secretary, the Department will work with the U.S. marine industry, including boating, marine and maritime technology providers? There's science and technology that can help address this issue that is being left
Dude, bonds
behind.
again.
And I wanna
That
make
ain't
sure
even
that
a
it's
headline. I think
considered
that's just the pressure.
in the effort to protect marine life.
It could
while
be the Bank
also
of Canada
leveraging
stuff, but then
technology-
again, like we
technology
said, a little bit of sell the
Absolutely.
rip.
Thank you.
But
Thank you,
again,
sir.
pre-Powell too. But Bond's already given it up. And now
Thank
Spy's
you.
kind of doing its own
Senator
thing.
Markey. Thank you,
Again,
Mr.
Russell
Chairman.
about to go green.
Mr. Lucknick, welcome. On Monday night, President Trump's budget office issued a memo that directed agencies to cut off all federal spending, outside of payments.
This is a drama question.
The Trump administration issued this order even though this spending was
halted it last
authorized
night.
and appropriated by Congress and intended to benefit the
I'm going to video calls. Good luck. Way to post the
Bargain was
play.
struck here.
Gennaro.
Power of the purse.
Hooking up the
The
chat.
benefit is supposed to flow to the American people. The freeze could affect semiconductor grants, broadband grants, fisheries disaster relief, habitat conservation, all programs in the Department of Commerce. Mr. Lutnick, do you believe that this action by President Trump was lawful?
I rely on the president. If his advisors say it was, then I will rely on him and his advisors.
This is how y'all want me to
Well,
ask.
that's an unacceptable
when you
response,
like, you know, when your
because
girl
this action
and
has
y'all try to be like,
caused
oh,
mass
Josh told me
confusion,
this. And you see, that's how you want me to
disrupted critical
respond.
payments systems, and
Well, whatever
violated
he said.
directly federal spending statutes passed out of this committee and the Congress.
Well, whatever the president believes in.
How can we be sure?
Yeah, I mean, TLT,
that
look
if
at Spies catching up. I thought they were
passes
detaching, but they weren't.
for the Department
So it's
of
the same
Commerce,
thing
that
all day. Bonds down,
you
stocks
are going to
down.
feel fully
50-50, though. It's
obligated
more money's moving around. You're not
execute
getting
that law
full sell-off,
and spend
even
the
though the
funding
Dow is now
as
red.
it
This is the first
written.
day that you've had
Will
everything
you
down.
spend it as we wrote it?
It is my
You just got the
promise
refund on
that
the
I
gold
will
stuff.
try
Good. Again, it's going to be
my
coming
best
in like
to give
waves
this
because of how like the
committee and
Shopify.
Congress
So I'm
the
glad though.
benefit
Some of
of
you
the
still haven't
bargain
got it yet,
that
but
you have
you
passed.
should all be getting
You
that.
want
Don't worry though. There'll be
broadband,
something good.
If you want chips in America, my job is to execute on that plan. This pause will allow my time to be confirmed and us to study and attack it rigorously. But I promise
here
you,
buying
I will
more
give
puts?
you,
Come on,
as
post
best
the play,
as I
brother.
can, the benefit of the bargain that you have appropriated for. That is my objective.
Right, and that's
Absolutely.
exactly right. We do it. We do the negotiation, and then Article 2 of the Constitution.
Yeah,
is
bro.
the president
Yesterday's
is supposed to
Baba, we were
execute
middle
justice.
of reading.
You work for him. So if
Even after I
President
made the
Trump
play, we went back
directed
to
you
reading.
unlawfully
It was
withhold
beautiful,
federal
man.
spending that was authorized by Congress, would you comply with that order?
I guess I'd be spending a lot of time with lawyers, but I do not think that's the way it will work.
Well,
Okay, new low.
It's already worked that way. You know, we know that the president.
So like I told you, 60. You could go to like 60-20 on
violation of the
SPX,
statute,
and then 6,000. You still got a
fired
lot of room before this
inspectors
even
general.
gets weird.
That was
Even
not
though
in compliance
Nasdaq's
with the
almost
law.
down 1 right now.
What happened 2 nights ago in the freezing of all federal funds, that's in violation of the law, the benefit of the bargain.
He sounds like Bernie Sanders.
So, again, my question to you is, given the unprecedented times that we're in, and the Commerce Committee going back to being the first committee in Congress, we're wondering, obviously, whether or not you are going to ensure that the law that we pass, the funding that's going out to all of these companies, all of these individuals, there's a cloud over their head. Will you ensure that an unlawful act is not followed at the Department of Commerce?
Well, interestingly, the BEADS program hasn't connected anyone yet, and the CHIPS has not really distributed much money, so the timing is not really impacted. We will work hard, and I commit to you to work hard to deliver to this committee the benefit of the bargain. If you appropriate it, you should expect
You took
from
the
me
400 good, man.
to
I'm glad you
deliver
made a decision.
efficiently and
For real.
effectively the outcomes
That's what it's about.
that you
You won,
anticipated,
no matter what.
or better.
Walk away a winner.
And that is my objective.
Win-win,
and that is
Habibi,
my
win-win.
promise to you.
And again, you understand that the president's already violated the 30-day notice on inspectors general that was supposed to be complied with. They're already in violation of the Article 1's power of the purse. And we believe
NVIDIA is
obviously,
it was
this is
tanking
just gonna
earlier. I
be
mean, that's
a pattern of conduct.
that's the
and we need to
pressure
know
of
that the
today. It's
cabinet
down
secretaries
5,
that
6,
we are,
yeah, 4.9.
Voting on,
and now new low,
going
but
to
this one's without
comply
NVIDIA.
with
This
the
is
law.
everything
That
else.
is the bargain
TSM,
that was struck
I think
with the American
Amazon.
to make
Yeah,
sure they get
Amazon's
the
about to
funding,
go too.
They get the programs, which are going to
And then I think really Tesla
as well. So
Tesla and a
I'm
couple of
not
other
hearing
chips.
a clear
It's odd, but
answer
again,
on
earnings,
that.
literally,
I will
today is the
comply
day
with
of
the law.
earnings
That's
and
a clear
Powell.
answer, for sure.
So after the bell,
But
we
the
get
law
big
is not
mega
the
cap,
president.
and
The
we're
law
getting Powell
is
in a
what
couple
we
of
have
hours.
passed, Mr. Leitner. That's the law, okay? And what's happening right now is the president is seeking to arrogate all of that constitutional power into his hands, and that is not the law. That's an abuse of the law. That's a violation of constitutional separation of powers.
Earnings, I think
and
Meta,
an aggregation of
Microsoft,
power
and
into
Amazon
one office. I
are
understand
for the big ones.
the unitary government theory that is out there, but it is not constitutional. We do not have that as our system of government in our nation. So we're going to be very, very
Tesla, Meta, Microsoft,
attentive to how,
IBM.
in fact, you will be conducting business at the Department.
What I think Amazon.
of
I think Amazon's
Commerce,
today.
because the people
It's not
deserve
showing up
the
here.
benefit of the bargain that was
Yeah, Apple's on
faithfully
Thursday,
executed
excuse me.
and constructed by this.
I'm pretty sure
committee
Amazon's
in
today.
terms of the benefits that flow to the American people. Thank you, Mr.
It's not on the list, but it should be.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lutnick, congratulations to you and your family. Thank you for that very powerful opening statement, and appreciated our meeting.
Amazon's February 4th.
I'm really enjoying this hearing.
And I read
All the
something
focus
wrong
on
this
fish.
morning.
It's great. In all seriousness, certain secretaries, most secretaries, in my view, have not
Are you
embraced
sure? I
their
still
role.
see something saying
that
Amazon
they
today.
are really important to our fishing community. As you and I talked about, this is really important to my state.
I see
Alaska is
February
the
6th,
superpower of
but I see
seafood.
another one that says today.
Over 2/3
It's
of
probably
all
Tesla
seafood
or
harvested
Meta
in America,
instead of Amazon.
commercial, subsistence, sport, is harvested in Alaska's waters, over 2/3. So we're it. We're the 800-pound gorilla. And tens of thousands of Alaskans are connected
4
to
on the
this
low, FOR.
industry, and we are a huge powerhouse in terms of American exports. So, Mr. Lutnick, the Vice President, in his opening statement called you a product guy, a sales guy, a good dude. That's a quote from the Vice President, good dude. I want to also maybe give you the title of Godfather of American Fishermen, or the patron saint of American fishermen.
This is working for me. This is really working for me.
Keep a focus on these communities, on these great Americans. Just look at Deadliest Catch and things like that. And to be a leader on focusing them. That is not
Twitch
always
dude, I
happened.
told you
As a matter
post
of
the
fact, it
play.
usually
Don't keep
hasn't
talking
happened
about
with
it without the play,
Secretaries
man.
of Commerce.
Everybody's
Can you
on one
commit
today.
to me
Everybody posting
on
it.
doing that?
High
Well, I love
standard
to
today,
fish,
brother.
and I'm happy to commit to you. The fishermen, the United States of America, are one of our great assets, and it's easy for me to promise to take care of them.
Right, and since you love to fish, this next question might be the easiest one you get all day. I need a
All right,
commitment
Spy
from
Pop.
you to come to Alaska. You can bring the family.
As long as I can bring my family, we're
You-
coming.
You can go fishing, but to meet these great American fishermen who are my constituents, and it'd be great for you to get up there soon to meet them. Can I get your commitment to do that as well?
It's my pleasure.
Great. Let me mention, we already talked about it, the last 4 years have been tough on my state. This is a chart I've shown all over the place, the last frontier lockup, we called it. 70 executive orders and actions from the Biden administration singularly focused on shutting down Alaska. 70.
I know.
This is now
Dude, they
a thing
just
of the
are asking
past.
him on dates.
We want to get rid of that.
Wow.
On day one,
Don't
the
clap, bro.
president
It's partisan.
issued this
Don't
executive
clap.
order. President Trump, it's called Unleashing Alaska's Extraordinary Resource Potential.
CME
One
to
of the
launch
li- and it's
options
long,
on
right?
Bitcoin
Very
Friday
detailed. And
futures.
The Secretary of Commerce
Jeez.
is mentioned in it.
More
One of the
0
lines
days.
in there is the policy of the United States, this is from President Trump on day one, to fully avail itself of Alaska's vast lands and resources for the benefit of the nation and the American citizens who call Alaska home. You're mentioning this, the Secretary of Commerce. Can I get your commitment to work with me on implementing every aspect of this really great Trump Day One executive order?
Yes.
Great, thank you. You mentioned disrespect.
Bro, literally, ever
for
since they started talking
our
tariff type
fishermen.
beat,
You and I
Baba did
talked
fade.
about
Still up a
what
lot.
we've been enduring for the last 10 years. Russia instituted a ban on any exports of American seafood in 2014, and yet we had open borders essentially for them.
You have a
for the
gift
last
for me?
10
Well,
years,
God willing, baby.
taking
Either
market
way.
share.
Keep it up,
Literally
man.
the most
And the long term.
disrespectful, unfair trading situation I could see anywhere in the world. They were coming after our market share. Our fishermen in America could not export one fish to Russia. And then I worked really hard to get that changed. We got a ban, and then the Russians started sending their fish to China to get to essentially create a loophole, then to come in to the U.S. We shut that down finally. Can you work with me to make sure we don't have that incredibly unfair, Russia bans everything and they can import everything here? Ridiculous. Same with China. You're a sales guy, products guy. I want you to commit to me to promote American freedom fish, Alaska freedom fish, and don't allow communist fish from Russia and China coming into our markets. Can you?
We got to get rid of those communist fish.
Yeah, good. So I get a commitment on that?
I do.
Excellent. No communist fish, freedom fish is what we want.
Is that real?
Finally,
is that a real type of fish?
The chairman is going to.
Is that like a real fish? They're talking
energy,
commie fish and freedom
which
fish.
I think is great. I know you care about unleashing our extraordinary energy potential. One of the big areas of focus of the Trump Day One EO on unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential is moving forward and finally getting done this massive Alaska LNG project that we've been working on for a number of years. We got all the permits during the Trump administration. Of course, Biden blocked those. This would create thousands of jobs, would revitalize the American steel industry, estimates are would reduce our trade deficit by about $10 billion a year. Can you commit to work with me, the President, who's very focused on that in his EO, the Secretaries of Interior and Energy, and other cabinet officials, including our Asian allies, to make this project a reality, which will be great for the country, great for our workers, great for our trade deficit, and really boost America's national security?
I can.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thanks very much.
Well, and as a Texan, I do want to clarify for the record that red snapper are not communist fish. And in a nod to my Alaskan friend, neither are pink salmon.
Okay.
Senator Peters.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ludnick, welcome. Congratulations on your nomination. Certainly appreciated our kind of wide-ranging discussion we had in my office recently. You know, I know that tariffs are certainly a powerful and a positive tool that can be used, but they need to be used strategically. They need to be used thoughtfully. And that's why I called for 100% tariffs on Chinese vehicles last year, and why I'm going to continue to fight for aggressive trade policy when it comes to our relations with China. As a senator from Michigan, I'm particularly focused on manufacturing. We know how to make things in Michigan. And I don't think you can be a great country if you don't actually make things, and that's what we do in my state. And I want to work with the administration to make sure we're growing that sector as well as creating good-paying jobs that result from manufacturing.
And it's good, though. You're
However,
getting
I am
TLT,
concerned
but
that
China.
President Trump's plan to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico.
Okay, get ready for
the
this.
rest of the world.
It's already, Bob is already reacting.
In fact, it could be in a matter of days, is what we are hearing. Could hurt our manufacturers who do considerable trade back and forth, as we discussed in the office. You know, Michigan is the home of the top three border crossings in North America. We're two of them. And a lot of that are auto parts that go back and forth. It's a highly integrated industry, and our auto companies are very concerned about what those tariffs might mean.
Yeah, JD, more China names slipping.
Of vehicles. Already, something we discussed, I'm concerned about the high cost of vehicles. Many families can't afford them now. And if tariffs are put in place that deal with that seamless trade that goes on with Canada, that in the short run could definitely have an impact on prices and make cars even more unaffordable. And I don't think that's something the American people want to see, and I'm afraid it would hurt consumers as well as also hurt those workers. So my question for you, sir, is talk me through how those tariffs would be implemented, what you're thinking will happen there, and how it's going to have an impact on prices, particularly in the short term. I know where you're going to go on the long term, but all this stuff takes time, and especially when it comes to manufacturing, it's not an industry that can turn on a dime. It's much more complicated, as I know you know.
So the big tariff view is going to be studied, and the president launched that in an executive order where he asked the Commerce Department and the USTR to study the tariff model long term. The short term issue is illegal migration, and worse even still, fentanyl coming into this country and killing over 100,000 Americans. There's no war we could have that would kill 100,000 Americans. The president is focused on ending fentanyl coming into the country. You know that the labs in Canada are run by Mexican cartels. So this tariff model is simply to shut their borders with respect America. If we are your biggest trading partner, show us the respect, shut your border, and end fentanyl coming into this country. So it is not a tariff per se, it is an action of domestic policy. Shut your border and stop allowing fentanyl into our country, killing our people. So this is a separate tariff to create action from Mexico and action from Canada. And
again, right when they started talking any tariffs, and then again, they're not addressing China, but
if they don't,
you just don't like hearing him talk about it more and more.
Action-oriented model. That's not it.
And then bonds lower.
Tariff. The ordinary tariffs need to be studied and examined, and that will start, as the EO said, in April.
So that's a separate tariff.
Correct.
After that study, what would be the timeline of that?
I think that's sort of in April. Those studies will come out in the end of March and April, and then you'll hear about those at that time. So big macro issues with tariff are being studied, but the micro issue is Canada and Mexico and the precursors from China. They need to end, and we need to protect our Americans from
See,
fentanyl.
now he has China as
trading
mentioned.
partners in Canada and Mexico.
So again, we
they
got
should
bullish
end
on
it
Baba
and stop
because he didn't
disrespecting
say
us and
China.
allowing this come through our
But
borders.
right when it's in the
I think we all agree we
conversation
want
now.
secure borders. I'm with you all
Ta-da.
the way. Being a northern border state, the ranking member on Homeland Security, we want to do that. My concern, though, is what's going to happen in the April timeframe as to what could that mean in terms of increased costs to Americans, if not properly implemented or properly thought through. What sort of assurances can you give us that we will not see that when that second set of tariffs get implemented, or if they get implemented, but it sounds as if that's your plan?
Well, we are going to study the actions and the economy of America and how it works. But if you think about it, we need to grow domestic manufacturing. As you said, Michigan is one of the great places where we build things.
This thing's kind of
And
flushing.
the car
F-Tie
manufacturing
Aviation,
went to
Big
Canada,
Red.
it went to Mexico.
Yo, down 5.
It is important that
I don't have a
come back
headline
to
on that,
Michigan.
but you're getting the
Come back
early
to
move.
Ohio and come back to the
No
great
idea what's
states
going on with
of
it.
America that can build.
FTAI.
And so I think a thoughtful tariff policy that drives
chain is already
domestic
tweaking out.
manufacturing, I think is fundamental
Very
to the
expensive.
American workers,
All 480.
especially
Something's
the workers
happening.
in
I don't know what it is, though.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
FTAI.
Thank you. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. We're delighted that your friends and family
And TSM.
are all here to support you, and we look forward
Yeah,
to
it's
you
a short
serving
report.
the nation
Snowcap
well
research.
as our commerce
So again, be careful
We've
though.
heard a good bit
Yeah,
about
it's a short
Spectrum
report.
today and the
So then
NTIA,
sometimes they either die
FCC,
or it's just
the
like
work that
one
they're
couple
doing there.
minutes
I will
down
just
and then it
highlight
pops.
with you how critical
And then bonds
getting
again
that
and SPY.
spectrum out. We need a lot of that mid-band spectrum going to auction, and we have auction
He just said
authority
no
that
tariffs on
has
Canada if they address
lapsed.
the fence.
Chairman Cruz is working to move us forward to
Yeah, TSM is
re-implement
adding
that, and
pressure.
we would like your support
I mean, with
there,
NVIDIA down 4.
as we realize how important it is to have connectivity all across the country. And we want to do this without preference for whether it's wireline, wireless, fixed wireless,
Yeah, NVIDIA about to hit a new low.
Exactly.
The point is to get people connected. So your attention on that issue will be welcomed, and we thank you for that. I do want to talk with you a little bit about China. And this is something in Tennessee that many of our innovators and
Again, the more he talks about
manufacturers
China,
talk
if it's
about.
bad, the market
China
won't like it for the
is now
China
the
names.
leader in 57 critical and emerging technologies when it comes to holding trademarks and patents. And
Again, 2 big candles on the SPY, back to low. New low on
they
bonds.
were the leader
and a
in
couple chip
3
names breaking lows right
in
now.
the mid to
NASDAQ down
early
0.8.
2000s, 2010. And now they are leading in 57. We're very concerned about
Just remember,
this.
a lot of the
Senator
China
Welch
rhetoric
and I
has
have
been
worked
easy
on
so far.
This issue
That's why if
of
we start
looking at
hearing
these
bad things,
critical
people are
and
going to adjust a
emerging
little.
technologies. And what we have found is one of the issues is the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, which is one of those agencies that you will oversee. And many of the innovators in Tennessee talk to me about the frustration that they have with trying to get a patent pending, the amount of time it takes. I don't know if you've looked at the USPTO, the backlog of applications there is 820,000. It takes 21 months to get a patent pending. And as you know, some of our auto engineers, some of our healthcare engineers that are working on algorithms and new delivery systems, they don't have that long to get that kind of assurance. So will you work with us? We need to do a pilot project so that we can push forward AI and quantum and some of these patents that are requested in these areas if we're going to go back to beating China in these.
The backlog is unacceptable, and my pursuit will be the rigorous reduction of that to get it down. It used to historically be 500,000, and I thought that was unacceptable. I am a patent holder. I've used the patent office over many years. It can be much more productive, but the Chinese are abusing us. They don't give us protection in China, and they come in and use our patent office against us. This is going to end. We are going to study that.
That's good.
And we are going to work on ending that and making sure our American inventors
so
get
now
taken
we
care
know
of
Mexico,
quickly
Canada
and
tariffs.
effectively.
Thank
They
you,
may press
because
China
when
on
I saw
IP.
you held over 400 patents,
See what I'm saying?
I thought this is
I mean,
someone
it's
that
good
can
in that
help
sense,
straighten
but
out
it's
the
better than saying we're
USPTO,
going to tariff the
which
fuck out of
needs
them.
to be done. The other
At
thing
least
I
you
want
know
to talk
what
with
they
you about
want.
is supply chains.
Now IP
This
China,
comes
that's
under
being
your
introduced
purview
to the talk
at
now of
Commerce.
objectives.
Gary Peters and I have done a good bit of work on auto manufacturing, as Tennessee has become such a manufacturing center. And you are going to be key.
I don't think market's
in
scared of
securing
Powell.
these
There's just a
supply
lot of
chains
events.
for
Powell
the
earnings,
American auto
and then you're still
manufacturing
digesting the
sector.
DeepSeek AI
And
deflation.
we want to make certain that whether it's autos, whether it's appliances,
IP is intellectual
and then
property.
equipment for data centers and
AMD is going
computers
up
and
a little bit.
facilities like XAI that is going into Memphis in my state. The supply chain issues have been noticed, they've been harmful, and they have been expensive, and many times really a loss for our manufacturing entities. And whether it's the raw materials or the components that are needed for high-tech assembly, we need to make certain that we straighten out the supply chain system so that we are able to repatriate U.S. manufacturing.
Exactly. We need to bring manufacturing and supply chain
Jack Dorsey
domestic,
tweets
so that
XYZ.
production is domestic and flows through and employs great Americans to do so. I completely agree.
And then you got a
Thank you.
Fubo
Feel
headline for those of you who like that.
Thank you. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lutnick, welcome.
Yeah, Jack Dorsey tweets
Yesterday,
XYZ.
President Trump paused disbursement of federal grants
Yeah,
and
that's the
loans,
new ticker
including
for
grants that have
Block.
already been obligated.
that was very
Some of my
odd.
colleagues have touched on this already. These include grants from the Department of Commerce. For the second week in a row, President Trump's actions are sowing confusion, uncertainty, and anxiety. When Congress directs federal agencies how to spend taxpayer funds, especially once those funds have been obligated, that funding must be disbursed. That is federal
Yeah.
law. This kind of chaos will
You
make
just said
America
XYZ.
less globally competitive, not more. Other nations are watching and figuring out how to give themselves an advantage while we are dealing with the chaos of poorly executed EOs. The Department of Commerce
I don't know
grants
what
have
all that
real
is. Jack
impact.
Dorsey
For
just tweeted
example,
Square.
the
That's
Economic
it.
Development
He just tweeted
Administration
the
recently
ticker.
awarded
Right now.
$51 million to the Illinois Fermentation and Agriculture Biomanufacturing IFAB Tech Hub. We've already discussed tech hubs and how important they are. They are important across the country. This is cutting-edge work that is going
Is
to keep
there a
America
meme
an
coin
innovator
called
and global leader in
XYZ?
agricultural business and grow good-paying jobs across the Midwest. Mr. Lutnick, if confirmed, will you commit to disbursing all
No pop on
obligated
Intel.
grant
Calm
funding from the
yourself,
Department
brother.
of Commerce on time and without delay?
If you add rigorously and making it as efficient as possible, I can say yes.
Okay, thank you. If President Trump directed you to do something illegal or unconstitutional, would you refuse to obey?
He won't.
He
That's not what
won't.
Would you obey? Would you refuse
He
an
won't.
unconstitutional or illegal order from President Trump?
I will. The legal department of the Department of Commerce is excellent. I would go and get their advice and guidance, but this won't happen. It just won't happen.
Good.
So your answer is,
He doesn't want
Not
to
going to
validate her
hypothetical. That won't
ridiculous
happen.
question.
So I don't.
he's given illegal orders before. He asked the Department of Defense to shoot protesters in the leg.
Didn't?
Well, I don't know that. I don't know that.
We can send you that information. All right. As we discussed when we met last month, good commercial policy is critical for our national security. Supporting small and medium-sized manufacturing, ensuring farmers have access to international markets, developing strong relationships with friendly partners, strengthening supply chains, and fortifying export controls to keep critical materials out of the hands of bad actors. This all helps keep our country safe and our economy strong. I especially enjoyed our conversation about the fact that our economy and that the Department of Commerce is also incredibly important to America's national security on a global scale. And I think we agreed on that, and I enjoyed our conversation on that. Agriculture and manufacturing are critical for Illinois and for the nation as a whole as part of that national strength. They not only generate good-paying jobs for hardworking Americans, but they also advance U.S. innovation in a highly competitive global economy. You've touched on that today, and I've enjoyed your remarks. If confirmed, how will you work to advance America's agricultural and manufacturing industries, both at home and abroad?
I think our farmers and our ranchers and our fishermen are treated with disrespect overseas. Europe, for example, comes up with all these sort of policies that our ranchers can't sell steak. If you saw a European steer and an American steer, it's laughable. The American steers are 3 times the size.
Sir,
The
I
steaks
said you
are
could
so
make
much
fun
more
of the guy's
beautiful,
voice if
but
you could bench
they
more than
make
her.
up this
I didn't say
nonsensical
you
set
could be
of rules
racist.
so that our
I think you
ranchers can't
misinterpreted
sell there. Our farmers
all
can't
of
sell there.
that.
It's nonsense. They don't like
Sorry,
our
bud.
fertilizer a little bit.
Not cool.
We need to change
What
those
she said
rules.
was
We need to
ridiculous,
end
but
the
I would not
disrespect
bring
that
her
our farmers,
ethnicity
ranchers,
into
and
it.
fishermen have to suffer with. And that's one of the things that I am just really
It's like I could
excited
bench more
about.
than
I
her.
am going to help our farmers,
Okay.
ranchers, and fishermen be successful around the world.
SNAP is
We are
going, the
best.
FTAI is still going
Our
lower.
farmers
That's short
are the
report.
best. It is clear. And they need to be able to sell their wares around the world, and I need to help end the disrespect that they get elsewhere.
I agree with you that our farmers are a national treasure, and we should give them all the support that they need in order to be successful. When done well, joint ventures with partner nations can boost our economic growth, as well as enhance our national security. If confirmed, what will you do to foster an environment which can encourage joint ventures, especially with partner
Square
nations,
symbol is
especially
XYZ.
those with
That's
whom
what
we
Jack
have
Dorsey
national
just
security
tweeted.
agreements like Japan
That's
or
it's in
Korea
the top right
that will
now.
enhance both our economy and our security.
Our great allies have taken
Watch
advantage
Uber and
of our good
Tesla. You
nature.
got Waymo news.
And they, like
yeah, they're getting
steel,
clapped off
in
of that.
Japan and appliances.
So
in
Tesla's doing
Korea.
good,
I mean, they've
but
just taken
Waymo
advantage of
expanding
us.
to
It's
Vegas
time
and
for them
San
to
Diego.
partner with us and bring that production back home. So I think we're going to work closely with our allies to increase
Lyft
their
is dropping on that
manufacturing
too.
productivity at home. And I think your way of thinking about it, saying let's work together to do that and bring it
Spy
home,
at VWAP.
I think is really important for us and really important for
And
our
then
workforce.
Ted Cruz leads
you.
charge
More time, Mr. Chairman.
to defund Consumer Protection
Thank you.
Agency.
Senator Young.
Good to see you, Mr. Lutnick. I enjoyed our visit in the office. And,
It sounds bad, but I'm down.
One of the things you demonstrated to me during that roughly hour of visiting is that you really understand that science and technology is going to play a very important role going forward in our economic growth and our national security. You also demonstrated an understanding that China has prioritized through a
What do I
number of
mean
recent
by I'm down?
initiatives boosting
I'm down to rebuild.
science and tech funding.
But it sounds
and,
bad because something
progress
like,
on a number
let
of
me put it
different,
this way.
technology fronts.
The
How do
Inflation
you
Reduction
envision,
Act
Mr.
didn't
Lutnick,
reduce
should you be
inflation
confirmed,
at the time.
increasing support and funding for basic
so I don't. The
research
Consumer
so that the
Protection
United States
Agency,
remains
although
at
it's
the
named
forefront
that,
of global
I don't
innovation
know
and
if it.
job
I mean, let me
creation.
put it this way:
We have the
airlines are
greatest,
still charging you more
university
based
system
on
in the
Android
world.
or iPhone.
And we need to
So, yeah.
encourage that productivity from our universities, from our great scientists. We need to enhance their ability to get patents, to protect them. We need to drive that model of AI innovation and make sure the baseline innovation is American. I mean, these things are vital for us, and we need to drive it. We need to have standards of cybersecurity and standards for AI innovation that keep things American exactly the way you think about it. It is vital for us to do it here and to do it now.
And have you
Okay,
given any
spy,
thought
VWAP,
to the
shoot, and then back
leakage
down. I
of
mean,
our
Fed Day, man.
investments and
We got what?
the breakthroughs that are made, the
2
intellectual
hours until
property
Powell?
leakage
We'll
to
get into the preview when
adversary
this is done.
countries and parties and how we might continue to be vigilant against that.
How could it be more clear than this week when DeepSeek, a Chinese AI, says they were able to create things dirt cheap? How? By leveraging what they've taken from us, stolen from us, or leveraged from us. It's outrageous, and it needs to be addressed.
Indeed. Thank you. Mr. Lutnick, it's of paramount importance that the United States continue to lead in
Yeah, again, Lyft and
international
Uber on the Waymo news.
collaboration and engagement on AI, which you just alluded
Stolen
to.
goods have no cost, Habibi.
And I would say the voluntary standards
What are you
that
saying, huh?
has been done at NIST and that needs to continue to be done in some capacity somewhere. But if confirmed, NIST will be under your purview, and it's been a vitally important non-regulatory
Waymo is expanding
non-regulatory
10 new
agency
cities,
when it
Vegas
comes
and
to U.S. leadership
San Diego.
on AI and
So Uber and Lyft
focusing
went down on
voluntary
that. Just a quick little candle.
standards rather
But
than
that just came out a couple
regulations.
minutes ago.
So what are your thoughts on artificial intelligence and the role that the Department of Commerce should play in supporting continued innovation? And will you commit to continuing to support the great standards work being done at NIST?
I'm happy to support. I think NIST has some of the greatest scientists in the world, and they understand AI technology, quantum technology.
Yeah,
I mean,
Ronnie.
This is a central hub of knowledge.
I think this is why
of the
Jack
American
tweeted
government,
it.
which
One
I'm
of you guys
really
tagged me in
excited
this.
to
Good
oversee.
find.
I think standards is the right
They've
model.
released some like
As I've
open
said,
open source
the way we've done
framework for
cybersecurity,
AI
which is
agents.
the gold standard of
Low
the world,
key,
and
Square
everyone
is
in the
trying to
world
get into
follows
open
our
source
model.
AI.
I think we should
That's
try
you.
to have
Good
a
find,
light
baby.
touch model
I think
like
that's it.
that in
I think
AI.
that's why he tweeted
Set
it.
those standards so the world
That makes sense.
heeds our standards and goes with our standards would be very important for America and something I'm going to try to drive.
Yeah, you can imagine a future in which, through your leadership and those of others in the administration, we're able to tease out our own standards, harmonize those standards with other countries.
Baba going down. I see it. Baba gave
non-China
up.
countries.
As long as he didn't talk about it, it
and
ran.
then
Right when they
for
start
those
talking, it
countries
came back down.
to produce products and export
The plays
them
are
into
still
the rest
up,
of the
but
world,
your
they'd have to
intraday
abide
gain
by
is
our
gone.
standards of transparency and openness and
Nib
consumer
the bounce.
protection,
Again,
all the rest of it.
Uber,
So,
Lyft. Uber's
I
flushing
think,
now.
I think
NVIDIA
you're headed
off the
down
bottom.
right track there, and I hope we'll have an
Yeah, look at that.
opportunity to
Uber
work
flushing
that
on the
should
low
you be,
ticker.
confirmed. Let me turn, sir, to digital trade. Despite the strength of U.S. digital services, the previous administration abandoned U.S. leadership on digital trade. They reversed decades of bipartisan policy that promoted our digital exports. This includes withdrawing
Uber
support
again.
for key digital trade provisions at the WTO, ignoring bipartisan congressional directives, and leaving American companies vulnerable to discriminatory trade barriers and digital
You closed the play good,
protectionism
dude.
abroad.
Wait, you posted it
Mr.
too, man. I'm
Lutnick,
loving it.
if
You guys did
confirmed,
fucking
will
amazing
you commit
today.
to restoring U.S.
Feel free,
leadership
bro.
in
You
digital
posted your
trade
play. I would love
by
for you to
advancing
flex
strong
it.
digital trade
I love it,
rules
man.
and
I love it.
prioritizing support for U.S. digital exports?
Yes.
No, XYZ, I think
I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman.
they
Thank
launched
you.
some like
Thank
open
you.
source
Senator
AI
Rose.
thing.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Chair.
that's, and I think he's
Thank
just
you,
trying to hype it up.
Chair. Mr. Lutnick, thank you for being here. A pleasure to meet your family. I appreciated the conversation that we had ahead of this hearing, and I look forward to your
Powell's
responses
gonna be in a
how
few
to carry out
hours.
the department's mission to support
We have
Americans'
a preview. We already
innovation.
covered it in the morning.
And
We're going to do
however,
it
with the
again later.
administration's
But then this came up,
unconstitutional
and
move
it
to
this could
freeze
kind of
federal
move the
funding,
market ahead of
including
Powell.
critical investments in American innovation, like the Tech Hubs program, part of that in Nevada, building out our rural broadband infrastructure, really important again in Nevada. I'm skeptical on the ability of this administration to deliver on that mission. And I also remain concerned that the policies outlined by this administration will raise prices on everyday goods and have the potential to make housing and energy
Uber, I don't know
more
earnings, but
expensive.
today you're going to get
with
Meta,
that, I'm going to turn to
Microsoft,
a few really critical,
and Tesla.
critically important things
I
to
think
Nevada's
I
economy
misspoke
that
last
we've
time.
touched on a bit. One, of course, everybody knows about, of course, Southern Nevada and Las Vegas are travel and tourism. Key to Nevada's economy, top
The open
economic
sources
driver
block.
of every
Yeah,
single
I think
state
that's why
in
I'm
this
saying. Why
nation.
is he tweeting it now,
And
though?
so
I think he's just
backbone
trying
of
to
Nevada's economy. That's why
get some
several years
attention.
ago, When I was chair of the subcommittee on tourism, trade, and export
There is.
promotion,
I'll play the clip
I
you
worked
sent me.
across the aisle. We passed bipartisan
We've been doing a
legislation.
lot of serious money here. Again, ever since, I hope you guys see it in real time. So I know sometimes I could be annoying talking over it, but I really hope you were guided through that to see, again, the market, the policy. We're still in the first 100 days. You know what I'm saying? So it's good. China's still going, but that's why we're listening to this. Again, Howard Lutnick, responsible for trade here. So there's something there. But let's see this drama El Coyote sent me. Elizabeth Warren versus RFK.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturers.
I'll comply.
I kind of want to watch the rest of it. Damn. Juicy.
Priorities has been to protect the solar industry and the really great jobs it creates in Nevada. In fact, we have the most solar jobs per capita, more than any other state in the nation. And so, like
Uber's
you,
still
I
going.
wanna keep
Again, Waymo
these
headline.
Jobs here
Uber's
in
getting
America.
beat
I
more
wanna
than
reduce
Lyft
our
right now.
reliance on China, especially
Uber's
in
taking that one on the
purchasing
chin,
solar
3%.
energy industry.
That's big.
We can talk more about solar manufacturing, but with that in mind, will you work with me to ensure that any new tariffs by the administration do not hurt American solar jobs by making components of the solar supply chain prohibitively expensive? Because I believe failure to do so will hurt our many small businesses in Nevada, small and large, not just in Nevada, but all across this country, as this is a booming industry.
Uber
I'll be
again,
glad to
dude.
commit to study that.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to something I know everybody's been talking about, is the broadband BEAD funding. Earlier this month, NTIA approved Nevada's BEAD application. It unlocked $416 million. It's going to connect all Nevadans to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet. We're in the top 10 most largest states. We are a deep frontier state. We're one of the most mountainous states in the lower 48. We have a significant
Uber News is
challenges.
Waymo.
And even
Remember,
before
we
the
saw one
OMB guidance
earlier a
was
couple
issued
months
earlier
ago.
this week and halted
Uber used
federal
to never
funding.
react. And then all of a
Some
sudden,
of the
people got worried about the
administration have,
self-driving stuff, even with
advocated for
Tesla.
drastically
So
altering this
Waymo just
program,
announced a
clawing
couple
back
minutes
funds
ago
already
they're expanding the
allocated to
self-driving, and
states
then Uber took it on the chin.
because of
Same with
our
Lyft.
Geography.
Yeah, Starbucks
geology.
continuing the earnings.
We are years into the
Humble
process in
business,
Nevada,
Habibi.
as well as a few other states are. We're on the
Let's
edge
go.
of build-out.
Waymo is Google's
And before you
self-driving
answer these
unit
questions,
that they've
may
been
I remind
developing
you at
for
the
years.
outset that
It's already active in a
laws are
couple
not
places.
simply
San Fran,
suggestions from
especially, like people literally
So,
already drive
can
them.
you commit that Nevada will not have to restart, but it's been a years-long process and will receive its full allocated amount that Congress has allocated to it under the BEAD program, given our plan has already been approved?
I can commit to you that if it has been rigorously done and deeply efficient, and it is the most efficient use to get broadband to your constituents, then it's easy for me to commit to it. But if there's been
project has
errors
already
and
been
mistakes, you wouldn't mind if we made it better. You wouldn't mind.
The project has already been approved. We are complying
wouldn't
with all
mind
the
if we made it
requirements and the
better.
guidelines. We are about to build out laws and allocations, appropriations from Congress. They are not simply suggestions. It is the law. Now, just asking, like others, if you will allocate what has already
XYZ meme
been
coin has been
complied
created.
with and what is ready to be built.
I will read through I can commit, I will read through the document, understand it with precision, and make sure that the outcome that you appropriated for,
following?
which is broadband to your citizens, I am totally committed to that, but I want to make sure it's done efficiently and effectively.
That's not the question. The question was, will you comply with the appropriators of the United States Congress?
Excuse me?
Again, I would say it just the same way again. Rigorous
That laws are
review.
suggestions, Mr. Lutnick?
Absolutely not.
Jesus.
Thank you.
Do you think that laws are suggestions?
Thank you. Senator Budd.
Mr. Lutnick, welcome, and welcome your family as well. Thanks for your willingness to do this, to step away from quite a role, and also your family as well, who supports you. I want to talk for a minute about something we've mentioned several times, and that's DeepSeek. In the release of the Chinese AI model, which was allegedly
trained on a batch of export-compliant, older generation semiconductors for just a fraction of the cost of our models. It shows that China, however they got there, they might not be
No,
as far
XYZ
behind
is
as
not
we
legit.
assume.
It's a rug pull.
So if confirmed,
if you're looking at it.
how would you approach this
No,
issue
that's
and ensure
not.
that the United
It's
States
just
wins
again,
the
'cause
AI
that was what you
race
guys
against
first
China?
said.
And I'd also say,
You're like, is it a meme
as you
coin?
enter this role,
We
keep
found
on
the
your hat
answer,
as
what we
an
think it is,
entrepreneur,
and then I'm just,
and
it's
don't
funny
lose
that 14 minutes
I'm
later,
reflecting on
you
Y
now have an
Combinator,
XYZ Solana
Gary
meme
Tan,
coin.
who said, as a result of this DeepSeek disruption a few days ago, he said 1,000 flowers.
Oh, wait,
will
it isn't
bloom,
a pump
and that's
fund. You're
specifically
right.
As a result of DeepSeek. So how do you see this as an opportunity, and how do we win here?
What this showed
Very
is
interesting.
that our export controls, not backed by tariffs, are like a whack-a-mole model.
You're right.
where
The one that,
they
yeah,
get
no,
prevented
no, it's
over
not a
here
pump
and
fund.
China figures out a way around it over there.
The website
We've
links
got
to
to
it.
find a way to back
It does
our
link to
export
pump fund.
controls
Very
with tariff
odd.
model so that we tell
But the contract
China,
doesn't end
you
with
are-
pump.
You think we are your most important trading partner. When we say no,
but
the answer
in my
is
experience,
no.
a lot of the
It's a
pump fund
respect
ones
thing.
are
They've
are much
disrespected
more
us.
prone to
They've
getting
figured
rug
out
pulled.
their ways around it.
Again,
I
I've
do
only
not
really traded the
believe
Trump
that
one, so
DeepSeek
I don't
was
know if I'm
done
the guy to
all
ask.
above board. That's
Like I said,
nonsense.
100 or below,
They
but I
stole
wouldn't touch
things,
that
they
one.
broke in, they've taken our IP. It's got to end, and I'm going to be rigorous in our pursuit of restrictions and enforcing those restrictions to keep us in the lead because we must stay in the lead.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, that lift put, that one
The next
$3
question I want to
one
ask you
should
about
be
the risk
working.
of our
Uber bounced a
models
little.
being hosted on Chinese servers for American users and the risk of reverse engineering models. The broader question really is about IP. So would you dig into a little bit about how you want to enforce intellectual property, American intellectual property?
I think the Chinese use our patent office against us. They use our laws. They have huge applications.
Says
And those
export
applications
controls
are
must be
growing
backed
like
by
fire.
tariff model.
They're trademarks. You know, what they would do
That
is
doesn't
they would
sound
say
good for
Senator
China.
Bud, and then they'd say S.
I'm surprised
Bud and
China's
S.
still
Bud
holding.
S. You know what I mean? They just go right around your trademark and abuse it. So I think we need to stop that. We need to address it. We need to stop it. We need to end it. And we need to have countries understand if you do not respect our company's IP there.
Yeah, man.
you
I
should
mean,
not
some of you
respect
guys, you have
the same
crypto experience. Share it with the Chads.
treatment here.
The one thing, though, is like,
Reciprocity
we got to
is
keep it
a
safe.
word that really
That's what I'm
is
saying. I think a
effective.
lot of
We
people,
are treated
the
horribly.
Solana,
We want
it
that to
reminds me of
change,
weed stocks
but
in
you should expect the
2014.
same treatment.
Just, that's why you guys got to go small, bro.
Thank you.
And like, if you are going to touch this shit,
I want to
just
ask this with
$100
your
or less
financial background
on
about your
anything, because
DeepSeek's
dude,
founding,
if you don't know this
company,
world,
I think it also
there's
owns a
just a
hedge fund.
lot
I'm
of
still getting
things
information
trying to
on
take
this.
your money.
Do you
So
think
I
there's
appreciate you
perhaps a
guys helping
financial
out,
play,
giving some info.
from
But
China
again,
because of the
everybody,
loss
you
in
should
market
be
cap?
prioritizing
Was it perhaps
safety.
even a short
It's
sale
just
play
not like, I'm telling you,
on our
95%, 99% is literally
worth looking
just
at.
scams.
Of
So
course.
don't be the bigger fool.
Are you
know?
concerned that
But help each
in
other
the
out
US
if you
we're
know about it.
focused,
But
and
again,
perhaps even here in
do
Congress,
not have
we're
a odd
focused on
sense of
regulating our
naivety
own AI
going
activities
into
at
any
the
of them.
expense of China taking a lead and unlocking
So it was
AGI
deployed
or
through Pump
artificial
Fund, and
general
then they
intelligence
changed it.
before we
See,
do.
Yes.
that's some technique. So again, it's
What do you
sketchy.
think we need to do
All
here
of them are
to prevent
But
us
yeah.
falling in that trap?
Thank you guys for that.
We were successful on the internet and created the greatest technology companies in the world because we had an American touch of it, right? We did the internet the American way, and that's why the tech
Bonds are
companies in
leveling
the
out
world
for
are
the last
ours,
like 30 minutes.
right? We need to do the same
So
thing
again,
with
we
AI.
are getting
need
closer to
make
Powell.
sure we
Hour
set
and a half,
standards that the
2
world
hours.
meets, so they're American standards that the world meets. And I think that's the way we'll keep our lead. Do it the American way, which we know is the winning way. Our allies know is the winning way. And we need to set those standards.
Thank you. I do want to follow up on something we talked about in my office on a completely different topic, and yes, it does involve fish. So the previous administration, they withdrew their NOAA whale strike reduction rule,
They
which
made
would
that
have had
coin so they
disastrous
could get rich,
consequences
not
for
you.
those
Hey,
in
that's a great way to
North
put it.
Carolina, especially in the coastal communities.
That's it,
So
but
will you
sometimes
and
just
your
keep it
team
small,
in your
you'll have your
office
opportunity,
continue
but
working with the fishing
just
and
don't
boating
chase the
industry
dragon.
to develop policies and procedures that protects
You know that,
marine
can
life?
do you guys mind? mind if I give you a little philo right now? Because I see a lot of opportunity everywhere in the market right now. Even you guys, I think, are seeing it with the news and everything. But just that's it. Just do not chase the dragon. Do you get what I'm saying? Even the plays we're making, keep it small. Make it free. The only thing that's going to fuck you up when you are on a nice path here, we have a lot of opportunity. Do you get what I'm saying? It's when you chase the effing dragon. That's why. That's why when $100 goes into 10,000. Do you see what I'm saying? When it's now like, oh shit, I'm going to be the one to do all of this. It's same thing with options. Exactly. Any speculative behavior, there is real opportunity right now, and you see it. You see people doing stuff. You get what I'm saying? But that's why, yeah, you will catch the dragon eventually, but not if that is your main vision, main goal. You see what I'm saying? I want you guys to be in the right area, be open to opportunity, but don't be a dummy acting like a drug addict going after a high, because it will backfire. That's just the sad reality of it. So do you see what I'm saying? Use your info, use your mind, use your skill, but they want your money, bro. They are trying to fuck you. And just don't go out of this mentality that you are chasing a dragon. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You could be wise about it, protect yourself, but again, you're going to get burned if you start getting crazy ideas. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's all, bro. It's just you start you're not thinking right when you see a couple of things. Like, you just got to stay grounded. Small money, no money. Be okay with missing out. You got it. Like, you get what I'm saying? But don't chase the dragon, my friends. Options, any of these plays, any sort of fucking meme coin, anything. Just no dragon chasing. That's it. Yeah, and the time I told you that, it already got rug pulled. So welcome.
Gave the Department of Commerce the tools to bring domestic semiconductor manufacturing home. So I think it needed that jump start, and you, in a bipartisan way, created that jump start.
Yeah, AMD, you got it in the top right now.
Necessary and important. And you're going to see this Department of Commerce.
Let me see if I can find a follow. I don't see anything yet.
Of semiconductors. And then we're going to drive after that the supply chain to the United States of America.
But it was running about 3 minutes before that.
We are too reliant on Taiwan. We need to have, for national security and for our business, we need to have that production in America.
I agree with that. I mean, I certainly want to see that manufacturing back. And
price cut.
Senator
No,
Budd
I'm not
and
seeing
others,
anything yet.
We're talking about DeepSeek, other types of concerns that we face beyond just when it comes to semiconductor manufacturing.
Yeah, just he was saying keep
AI
restrictions on
chips. So I guess what I'm trying to think through, being a member of this
tariffs are
committee and elsewhere,
whack-a-mole.
is, is there a 2.0? Is there a
and then a
165
million order, so just a block trade?
Science, have that kind of coalition stay together. And maybe not necessarily specific on chips anymore, but on a different element of critical manufacturing or critical technology innovation. Do you have would that be something you'd be supportive of? Taking that kind of model of chips and science and applying it in a different sector?
I do. I think my job is to give you the benefit of the bargain. You pass chips and science. My job is to bring domestic production of semiconductors home to America. And then we are going to attack the supply chain. So we have the full supply chain so we can be independent from a national security perspective. So if I need help, I'll come and talk to you about that. But first, I need to execute what you have given me, which is chips and science. Let's go get you the benefit of the bargain. I'm not the kind of person to come and ask for more appropriations if we haven't delivered the first time.
Amen.
Well, I hope this is something that we can work on together.
I love you,
confirmed,
NFT,
because
man.
I think it's important. On top of that, I mean, look, I will say, you have a job not just selling things to the American people.
I want to put
hope
my
as you engage
NFT
with
as my Twitter profile.
I'm not positive where he
but at
stands
that point,
on
I
chips
think
and
there's
science.
there's a point of no return.
He calls it a
Like,
bad
you know what
deal.
I'm saying?
Called it a
Like, I don't think
ridiculous
I could do that.
program.
I'm not
I'm
that
hoping
deep.
that you and others can
but then
try
I'm
to,
like, oh, I see it. But
help
no,
engage there and see what it
I
is
don't
we
think I
can
got
do
it
to
like
try
that.
to move this in a different direction. Just one last thing before I conclude here. When you talked about tariffs, you talked about across the board, country by country, but I guess I want to ask you, especially when it comes to country by country, is there a prioritization list? Are you distinguishing between allies and adversaries?
I know, I love my
Because
profile. I love MAGA.
China being
I
an
love
overarching
MAGA Trump
concern
or
that
MAGA Powell.
all of us have. Why aren't we
XYZ still up. I
prioritizing
mean, not the
predominantly,
meme coin,
on
but
China, especially
the
when we have to
stock
consider
after
whether
the
or not we're
Dorsey
going to
tweet.
use multilateral tools when it comes to tariffs that will allow us to magnify our own effectiveness going up against such a large economy like China. Which we're going to need our allies and our partners there, but are we burning those bridges if we're putting our tariffs targeting to our allies and our partners at this stage? So I just wanted your thoughts on that.
I think Chinese tariffs should be the highest. Our adversaries should be the highest. But the fact that we Americans cannot sell an American car in Europe is just wrong, and it needs to be fixed. So while
Watch
they're
auto
our
producers.
ally, they are taking advantage of us, and they are
Ford's
disrespecting
already
us,
up.
and I would like to see that end.
I have no problems with that sense of fairness, but I do ask, as we go through this, that we keep in mind just the tremendous threat that we're under right now in terms of
Yeah, XYZ
our
got a big order on the stock.
national security. And with that, I'll yield back to the chairman.
Thank you. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lutnick, it's great to see you. It's great to see your beautiful wife and your lovely family join you here today. Be very proud, and we're very fortunate as a country to have you step up
Damn.
in your willingness
Watch
to do
China.
this.
He
Obviously,
said
your
China
career
tariffs should be
has
the
been,
highest.
laid out, and
Meta's
your-
ripping.
Your work.
I'm surprised Baba did not
in
move on
building a
that.
company that you should be very, very proud of.
Literally,
And of course,
Lutnick
after
says
events of 9/11,
Chinese tariffs should be the highest.
Truly admirable.
That's the first real bear
have
comment
seen your,
in relation. But says U.S. may need to
you've been very
impose new
successful.
tariffs on allies.
So it's not lost on me your willingness to serve in this capacity, and I think is a testament to how much you love this country. As we've had these conversations, I think that is your motivation
all
here,
made
which
in
we
China.
appreciate. I know that people back home do. I do
Yeah,
have to
oil
say
is
something
dumping.
though. My
Good call.
Democrat friends on the other side of the aisle have suddenly found religion on following the law. Like, it is remarkable to me. The reason why we have the freeze on grant applications right now is because the Department of Commerce, outside of the
funny.
law, interpreted it to say that you need to hire enough ex-convicts to build a chips factory.
SHCO,
The DEI required,
CNBC
that's why it
talking
was
about
slowed
an
down.
offer of
The
$9.
reason, one of the reasons why we don't have broadband laid in this country is because you require small contractors to have climate action plans.
Oh, no, SHCO.
So, spare
isn't
me the
this Soho
outrage,
House? Yeah, this is.
about suddenly
remember,
now
there
being
was
concerned about
we had this a
following the
couple
law.
weeks ago.
The Biden administration was
So this is what brought it
flawless.
up here. So I don't know if there's that much room.
Through every tentacle, through every artery.
But they're trying to
they
say it's worth a
infuse
lot
this
more.
DEI stuff. They infuse this climate activism stuff. And
Be
I agree
careful
you,
with
the
that
Article
one.
branch
We don't
reigns
know the
supreme.
details, but yeah.
We never voted on
So
any
they're
of that
saying
stuff.
more than 9. It turns into
We never
like an
voted on
offer,
any of
but
that stuff. So
it will be
I look
flying
forward to you
dark.
following the law as you've
But
indicated.
that's good. That's a
that you
great
will.
post. Thank you.
I do want to touch on a couple of topics. Sorry, I wasn't going to do that, but I'm just sitting here listening to this. Space. So I came into this chamber, in this body 2 years ago. I never would have imagined that I would have been the ranking member of the Space and Science Committee and dealing with these commercial space issues, which are fascinating. America really is the innovator here, and you and I have talked about this is a real race. I mean, we're talking about AI, but this is a real race with China. They're serious about this. They're playing meaningfully.
National Legal
in
Policy
space.
Center
We are
urges
the leader
Apple
right now, but
shareholders
we wouldn't if we didn't have
to vote for proposal
the
requesting board report
competition
on
we have
AI
in the
data
private sector.
sourcing
We wouldn't be
accountability.
talking about going to Mars in 5 years. And just talk. I know that we've talked about this, but in this public forum, that falls under your purview. How important that is to you, and also there is a small. There's a small agency within the department that I think we probably need to give it a little bit more prominence that deals with these issues.
This is Howard Lutnick, Trade
I think
Secretary confirmation.
Space
or Commerce
and the
Secretary.
data we can collect
related
from
to tariffs,
space
dollar, and
is
bonds.
fundamental to America.
And China.
It's American innovation, but they've got to be American companies, right? It's vital that these are American companies controlled by America. Part of our oversight is vital. I think we've got the lead. We've got to focus on it. We've got to encourage it. And I think it will be a great national asset of ours going forward.
I think many people have touched on AI, and
I mean,
I'm
there's
on
bad
Armed
oil
Services
data
and
in the
Commerce.
morning,
You
but I
see
don't know
kind
what
of the
caused this one right
military
here.
Application, the
Could be some of the
commercial
China
application,
stuff in tariffs, but I don't have a clear read.
I think a lot of people view it in separate buckets, but the truth is, for
And
the
NVIDIA pop.
Chinese Communist Party, everything's dual use. Everything is dual
Again,
use.
AMD was
And
starting going.
civilizations
He
have
had
come and gone
comments
because
about
they lose the
protecting AI, but
technology
that's
race in a military application. And I think that
NVIDIA's
it's
still down 4.
what we're talking about with the AI, the energy that's required to go do this, and the innovation. We're better innovators than them. They copy pretty well, but what we can't allow them to do is be better innovators than us. And I think that this DeepSeek's been mentioned. It's possible that they've used something called distillation, which is they use what we do really well. They ask a
CMG
million,
ripping.
they have an algorithm that asks what we
A little,
have,
not ripping, but it's
a
popping
million
right now, waking up.
questions, and essentially copy what
No
we've
rate
done
cuts
to
today. No,
gain
I think
the
it's a
advantage
2%
that
probability.
It's possible. That's one explanation for what we saw. But my hope is that it's sort of a Sputnik moment for us, that our focus is less about controlling this, which some of the proposals we've seen the last couple of years were about controlling or locking in incumbents. I don't think we need to do that. That's the European model. But to really have real innovation here and not be
another
distracted,
candle on Chipotle.
with sort of
Check
this
news on that.
woke AI. We saw
I'm
this,
looking.
you know, the Black George Washington
small for
stuff.
now,
I
but
mean, we cannot be
the volume looks
distracted
good.
with this. Like, this is the real deal. AI is the real race, and I know that you're very focused on this, and you've talked about this, so I don't want to ask you the
Chipotle
same
giving away
question, but
50,000
just
free
as it relates
entrees
to
during
locking in
Super Bowl.
incumbents, making
That
sure
was an
we
hour
have
ago.
really robust competition in this space. Can you talk a little bit about that with the time that I have left, which is none?
We need to have the lead. We need to stay
Earnings
focused
coming
on
up
it.
on
We need
Chipotle.
to get the nonsense off
Met
the
on the
chart
high.
and
Is that
just
MetLife?
focus on raw artificial intelligence,
Yeah.
making us the leader and have the standards that we are the leader. It is vital for us. And I think your points are very well made.
Look forward to working
Yeah,
with
and
you. Mr.
Spotify
Wyden.
too.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Following up with Senator Schmidt, I don't know if this is
Tesla's still a little
Sputnik
lower.
moment, but
NVIDIA
here's a
wanted to
minimum
bounce,
11.
but they're still hanging out. SPY above VWAP bonds at
Senator
the low.
Blunt-Rochester.
Dollar still green, but it's
Thank
coming
you,
down.
Chair Cruz and Ranking Member
So regardless of
Cantwell.
any
I also
headlines,
wanna
the
thank you,
dollar has
Mr.
not
Lutnick,
moved on
for
it,
taking
really.
the time to meet with me in my office last week. And
then Bitcoin
I
trying to come
especially
back up.
appreciated talking to you about the critical role that this department plays in unleashing and promoting economic opportunity in our country and across and around the world. And as I shared with you, securing our supply chains and making them resilient is one of my top priorities. And I'm proud to co-lead bipartisan legislation with Ranking Member Cantwell and Senator Blackburn. We introduced this week the Promoting
Yeah,
Resilient
Bitcoin ripping
Supply
now
Chains Act
through the high.
Senate S-257
There it is.
earlier this
Yeah,
week.
MSTR. I was
And
just saying it was starting to
know
approach
that,
the high
in
again.
our conversation,
and now you got the other
expressed
crypto
a
names following.
very high level
yeah,
of
MSTR
confidence
just decent
in
pop.
the effectiveness of the president's tariff agenda.
Yeah, get some
But in
push-ups
what
in,
ways
baby.
do
Amen.
you
Let's stand
think
up.
imposing
Skechers.
macro tariffs
SKX.
will impact our supply chains?
I think it will assist us in bringing supply chains home. We need those supply chains here. It is vital to our national interests for semiconductors. It's vital for us for pharmaceuticals. We've allowed our adversaries to take advantage of us and even our allies to take advantage of us. It is time for us to take care of ourselves, and I think tariffs will encourage companies to come back and build in
Chipotle
America.
starts
which is
serving
something
freedom
I think
fish.
our workers need, and I think you and I agree with.
This was one of the major things that we focused on.
I mean, we've had a lot of
onshoring,
Raouls today. You're just
nearshoring,
honestly
when I
holding
led this in
VWAP.
the House.
We're getting
But we
closer to
also
Powell.
talked about,
I mean, you're just
this
dancing around
department
really. Half up,
leading
half down.
on
Russell
mapping
Dow
and
doing good.
monitoring
Like I said,
threats
no
to our
dollar.
supply
Bonds are a little
chains
shaky,
and making
but
them more resilient.
if you look at the scoreboard, it's
Can
not
I
really that
hear a
much.
commitment from you that you will, as the head of this department, should you get it, lead and focus on mapping and monitoring
How can you
those
serve the
threats?
community today?
Easy to
I think posting your
Senator
play. I think a lot of people have
Moran
done that
asked
today.
about
And I think some of
exclusions,
you
and
got
said
to
that there were too
visually
many
see the
exclusions the
benefit
first time that the
of why
administration
I'm such a
imposed
hard
tariffs.
ass about that.
And
but
you were just talking
I think that's a
about,
great way to help out today.
drugs
Post your
in-
plays.
in particular.
Let's have some good info.
Are
and,
there
and
exceptions
get ready
that you
for
would
Powell.
make? You said there were way too many, like producing life-saving drugs or drug components. Is this an area where you would make exceptions?
I think it needs to be studied. I think the right answer is the president launched in his EO substantial studies. Let's let those studies play out, and then I'll come back and gladly talk
ACMR, I
to
don't
you
know
about
what it is.
What we do know is that generic drugs are increasingly being produced overseas. And as a country, we're facing drug shortages.
Yeah, I don't know much about
active
it. I have
drugs
to
of
look
like
into it.
271 of them.
Sounds familiar.
So do you think that tariffs will increase the cost of drugs for Americans?
I think one of the problems we see in drugs is that we are the innovator of drugs of the world. And all these other countries just disrespect us and
my take on
basically
Powell, you haven't heard it
force
because you didn't
our
watch the watch
companies to
list.
sell dirt
So if
cheap
you don't
to
want to
them.
wait until
I
the
think if
preview,
we address that
we did
model,
cover it in the morning.
drug prices in
You
America
can
will
go
come
watch the watch
down.
list in the meantime.
One
Second
of my
link.
big concerns is the impact of the
Yeah,
cost
RFK,
on the
go watch
American
the
people.
RFK one if you
the
want
Peterson
drama.
Institute for International
It's
Economics
juicy.
estimates that the president's proposal could result in $2,600
Yeah,
annual
AMD's
loss
still
for
going. That's
middle-class
kind of
families.
started before
I'm not
anything.
gonna
They're
ask
one of the
you any
only
more
ones green
questions
right now
about
on the
tariffs,
chips.
but I want to put a pin in that because that is really one of the main priorities for us, is making sure that people are safe and well, but that they can also afford to live. I am glad you support NOAA. You said it in our meeting. You also said it here. Just yes or no, will you maintain the programs at the Economic Development Administration, EDA?
I didn't see that play you posted,
Yes or
but
no?
you got
Do
it
you
now,
support
so let's go.
dismantling the Minority Business Development Agency?
I do not.
Do you believe that the MBDA receives enough funding to carry out its mission successfully?
AMD tweeted about
I think it's small.
some
so
deep seek
it's
stuff.
hard for it to be
And then it started with
successful.
that,
It
but then
can
it like
be
kind of chilled, and then it
effective,
just started going crazy.
but
There was a big order.
To be important to America,
and then positive
it's
comments on
small.
protecting
And
AI
so
from
you have to
Lutnick.
put things in sort of their size containment, and it's a small agency, as you know.
Thank you for sharing that, and would love to work with you on that. As former Secretary of Labor in Delaware, I think I shared with you, jobs
3-4
is like
weeks
one of the
ago.
most
Yeah, I didn't
important
look
things
that
to me.
far.
I said if I had another middle
hell
name,
yeah.
it'd be Lisa Blunt Jobs Rochester. It is
Everybody's
that
been
important to
posting
me.
plays today. It's been beautiful.
And this department plays a critical role. It was mentioned that tech hubs are important to us in a bipartisan way, so your commitment to continue that bipartisan support for tech hubs, yes or no?
Seems sensible, yes.
Seems sensible. And then also another example of this kind of innovation is Nimble, which is a Manufacturing USA institute based at the University of Delaware, focused on biopharmaceutical manufacturing. Do you commit to supporting Nimble as it grows our biopharmaceutical manufacturing strength?
I can commit to studying it. I don't know enough about it.
Maybe you
tell
could commit
so
to coming to Delaware and visiting.
I'm happy to come to Delaware and visit.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, and I want to thank Senator Curtis and Senator Moreno. They very kindly agreed to let Senator Sheehy skip the line because he's got to preside over the Senate in 20 minutes. So, Senator Sheehy.
I think so.
I think that was wise discretion.
Especially Colombian drug dealers. So. Thanks for stepping away from your business empire, Howard, to come do this job. We need guys like you getting this country back on track. I don't like fish, so I'm not going to talk about it. I'm a beef guy. But AI is getting tons of press, getting lots of investment. That's great. But there's also industries we need that have made this country great, and we need them in the future.
I'm glad the spy
How do we
dropped
bring
on
back
that,
industries,
man.
resource industries like mining, timber? How do we get them back
Colombian
on their
drug
feet?
dealers,
How do we
I ain't
attract
gonna talk
capital in
about
those
freedom
industries?
fish.
How do we make America a leader in those industries again?
We have chased those industries away with a regulatory environment that makes no sense to me, right? Why would we mine? We don't mine lithium in America. We want to have electric cars. Granted, we all want clean air and clean water. But
I'm not
why do we
any like
mine-
Trump
why
coin,
do we
meme
have
coin. I'm just
Australia
gonna.
mine
I don't post my
lithium
plays
with
on those.
coal?
I think you guys
Put
should
it
not
on
even
a
play them.
supertanker,
And
which
if you
pollutes
have the
the heck
technical
out of
skill,
it,
you
drive
keep
it
it
all the
very,
way
very
here, put it
small.
in
But
trucks,
I'm not going to
and drive
influence
it
you on
across the
any
United States of
any
America
of that dumb
instead
crypto
of
moves.
mining it in the United States of America. Makes no sense at all. We need to change the regulatory environment and unleash America for the benefit of America.
There used to be 36 timber mills in Montana, and now there's barely 4.5. One's about to go under.
Ridiculous.
So,
It's
yes.
ridiculous.
And there wouldn't be any AI if we didn't have the components to build the chips and the processors we need, and we should be getting those
Yeah,
here
either way,
in
I'm
this
not
country.
going to disclose
So I
those
think,
moves.
you know,
I'll
as
give you
probably
the
most
info,
powerful person regarding
and I'll
our
get
economy,
info on it. But
glad
I'm not.
you're
I don't
ready
want
to
to
attack those
influence anybody on that.
The
I
greatest
hope you
national
can understand.
security
I think you should get a
advantage we've
long-term,
had is
save
not our
10%,
military,
grow
or
your
our
savings,
government
and
or our
attach
Congress,
those
it's our
savings to
economy.
blue
One
chip
will or two
stocks
because of the economy.
for a minimum of 10
Right
years.
now, we have a very consolidated and brittle
Yeah,
defense
watch
industrial
American
complex.
Lithium plays low key.
Russia makes artillery shells
What's the
like
lithium
10 times faster than we do for 8%
ETF?
the cost.
Isn't it lit?
China builds ships 30 times
Yeah,
faster.
it didn't move at all.
How can you, in your new role, not just bring back manufacturing, but bring back defense manufacturing so we
PLL
can
on
be
that?
the arsenal of democracy?
Yeah,
in
the
next
ETF
great
didn't
world?
move much.
The drive to do manufacturing and
Piedmont lit it up. They
competitively
barely
in
moved.
America.
UNH
the-
Flushing, one of you
the
called that
American
out
military
earlier. It's on the
industrial
low ticker
complex
now.
has been monopolies only to bring competition out, to bring drone manufacturing here. These are fundamentals that what happens is I'm just in the room and I can push for it. It's a commerce view of things. Let's get competition. Let's get American ingenuity out there. Let's get new people producing national security. Let's just unleash America for the benefit of America. I think we've been too constrained for too long. That's over. It needs to be all about American ingenuity. And I think if you unleash American ingenuity, you know, the scale by which we will outrun, outpace, outperform the rest of the world will be incredible.
And finally, back to the fish that I don't like, but so NOAA, 70+% of the Earth's surface is ocean. The bottom of the ocean has
Marvel
untold
ripping.
deposits of minerals.
This one's
oil and
interesting.
gas.
Marvel breaking out for a
resources
chip.
that we barely touched.
Kind of getting a little bit more steam.
I don't know how much you've thought about it, but I'd be interested in just your thoughts on how you can leverage your position at Commerce and, of course, NOAA itself to expand undersea mining and resource extraction for the benefit of our economy.
It is important for American national security that the key rare earths and minerals we create ourselves. Fortunately, we have the greatest land in the world, and under our seas is the rest of whatever we don't have on land. We need to harvest it, we need to understand it, and we need to take care of America. We can. And that by the end of the Trump administration, we need to understand and protect ourselves and take care of ourselves. It is vital.
Great. You're going to do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
This has to be ending soon.
Thank you. Senator
Again,
Luma.
we're going to 15 minutes. We'll have an hour until Powell. Again, Marvel taking off again, at least in volume. I don't have a headline on that.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Appreciated
But
the
that one,
conversation
again,
in our
a
office
couple
as
of chip
well.
names are starting to outperform.
I'm going to start on
Most
the
of them are
subject.
kind of
It sounds
down,
like
at least the big ones. But
there's been a lot of conversation in
AMD
this
started
space. I
it, and now you
apologize
got
for not being here for
Marvel.
your
But I don't
entire
have
hearing.
headlines.
I was
So this
over
could
in the
just be
finance,
some pre-fed,
The
pre-earnings
key is
shit.
you're supposed to invite me to New Mexico, okay? This is the key.
I appreciate that. Now, Mr. Lednick,
I don't think
yes
he
or
likes
no,
you
do
as much,
believe that
Lednick. I don't-
reaching
he ain't
truly
inviting you.
universal access to high-speed internet across the country
It's running on
is an
American top,
important
maybe.
and possible goal to
It's just
achieve?
one after the next.
like a great goal.
Random chips up, a couple of the big ones
Yes or no,
down.
do you believe
so
it's
just
important
keep
that
eye on that
high-speed
dynamic,
internet
but
is
I don't know if
available
it's
at
news-driven.
every school in America?
Sounds very important to do.
Can we check RFK? Pfizer
Do you
dying?
believe that it can be done?
I do. We're the
Maybe.
greatest country on earth. How could we not be able to do it?
Will you commit to investing?
That guy's just going to grill him. Let's see.
Grandparents across the country grab me and say, look, why do 20% of our children
This is
now,
RFK
why are they
now.
on a prescription drug? So, Mr. Kennedy,
And then
what
U.S.
is your
government
prescription
union
to help make America
sues to
healthy
block
again?
Trump
What's
from
your vision? What does that
reclassifying
look
and
like to
firing
you?
thousands of employees.
Thank you, Senator Marshall.
Yeah, Humana, he might have said something.
We're having epidemics.
Yeah,
of
they all
these
just look at
chronic
XLV.
illnesses, autoimmune diseases, neurological diseases, allergic diseases, obesity. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. Today, 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. No other country has anything
Literally,
like
all the
this.
headlines shifted
In
to
Japan,
Lutnick. I don't see what he
obesity
said.
rate is still 3%. And epidemics are not caused by genes. Genes may provide the vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. Something is poisoning the American people.
Spy
And
coming
we
down
know
now
that the
again.
primary
You got a
culprits
couple of the value names like
are-
Nike's
are
still
food- are
going. If it
changing
kept
food
strength,
supply.
it's still
The
up.
switch to
But then you got a couple of industries
highly
on the fence.
chemical-intensive processed foods. We have 10,000 ingredients in our country, in our foods. The Europeans have only 400. If you buy McDonald's French fries in our country, there's 11 ingredients, my understanding. In Europe, there's only 3. If you buy Fruit Loops in our country, they're loaded with food dyes, with yellow dye, red dye, blue dye, and many other ingredients. The same company makes the same product with different ingredients for Canada and Europe. And at age, we don't have good science on all these things. And that is deliberate. That's a deliberate choice not to study the things that are truly making us sick, that are not only contributing to chronic disease, but to mortalities from infectious disease. We need to get a handle on this because if we don't, it's an existential threat. Our country is not going to be destroyed because we get the marginal tax rate wrong. or because we get one of these culture war issues that we've been talking about today wrong. It's going to be destroyed if we continue down this trajectory of chronic disease. We need to fix our food supply, and that's the number one.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Certainly, I share your concern with ultra-processed foods. On the other end of this food chain are my farmers and ranchers back home. Would you just take a second and share your compassion, how you feel about farmers and ranchers, that they respond to the market. They don't dictate the market. They grow what the market is wanting them to grow.
And Senator Hawley told me the other day that his brother-in-law
Damn, you lost 30 pounds, Tim?
Farmers. And he
Good
said
work.
4 out of every 5 of his brothers-in-laws
OpenAI says DeepSeek may have improperly harvested data.
And that kind of cluster
It's the headline you had in the morning, but it's getting a reiterated little press blast from New York Times right now. That's coming in. All right, there's no drama. He said something, though. XLV and biotech started moving off of it, but I don't know what happened there. I was trying. That's why we were listening.
One
We're
of
going
the
back to
areas that
Lutnick.
we agree is that we should work on a bipartisan basis to get these things done. I have a reputation of being a bipartisan
Still, dude,
member
30
in
pounds
this
is a
office
lot,
of
man.
working
Good
with my
work.
colleagues. I've supported several of these nominees. I came into this hearing with an open mind. Maybe I'm the only Democrat that's going to say no right now. This is ridiculous. We have a responsibility to communicate to each other for the people that we work for. It's not just that you work for
Good
Donald
work, bro.
Trump,
You
sir.
posted that play,
you work
man.
for
I'm
the
very proud
American
of you.
people if you get this position.
Thank you, bro. Good fucking
You told
work.
me
I'm
that in
very.
my office. It's for the American people.
I'm telling y'all been
Bring the
posting these
genius
plays
that
in
you have brought
advance,
to your
and y'all hitting them.
success. To deliver the grand bargain, to get things done. That's the conversation we had. I'm beside myself with this little exchange. I truly am. I'm just your pride. Mr. Chairman, I've gone over my time. I yield back. Disappointing.
Thank you,
Damn.
Senator Lujan. I would note for the record, having participated
That was the
in
first person who
dozens and
didn't like
dozens
him.
of confirmation hearings, I do not recall a single cabinet nominee for Barack Obama testifying that he would defy an order for Barack Obama. I do not recall a single cabinet nominee for Joe Biden testifying that he would defy a cabinet order from President Joe Biden, and it's unsurprising
Why'd I ban
that
your other
President
account?
Trump's
I don't know.
cabinet
Don't snitch on
nominees
yourself, though.
are not interested in
I gotta
testifying
ban
that
this
they
one.
intend to defy orders from President Trump.
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with that, but if
Read
the
the
answer
rules,
is no,
please.
then
Thank
the
you.
answer is no. I apologize for interrupting the ranking member.
No, I think the chairman's moving on. I'll wait till the second round to ask this larger illumination of this problem. Yeah.
Senator Curtis.
Well, that took a different turn. I was just about to brag that they saved their best for last here in the committee. And now we're down to 3. And the vice president rarely speaks in innuendos, but I think if you go back to his introduction when he pointed out this side of the room was where he sat, he was trying to imply the best minds in the committee are over here on this side. So I'm just going to touch on this previous question for half a second. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but you and I talked about this in my office because of the geography in Utah.
Yeah, Powell's warming up.
So let me try
Don't
to
worry,
reframe
though.
a little
I got a
bit
good
what I think I
preview
heard
for
from
you.
in the office.
I have a lot
Is
to
it
go
fair to
over.
assume
I don't
you would
have
like
it in
every
writing,
student in America
but
to have
there's
the
a lot.
resources they
There's a
need to be
lot.
successful in school?
Of course.
Is it at all possible that
So
Congress
this should be
didn't
ending
get it
soon, and then we're going to
perfectly
go
right
over. This is
in-
Howard
when we
Lutnick, Trade
set
or Commerce
standards for
Secretary
how we
appointment.
were going to get to those students?
Very important for trade,
And,
dollar,
is it
bonds,
fair to say
China,
what
all of
you're
that
really
stuff.
after is the best way to get that to them?
Yeah, they hate RFK, but this,
regardless if
unfortunately,
Congress got it right
this
or
will
not.
move the market more.
Correct.
But it did get a little
All right,
weird
let me
here.
move on for just
The
a
market's
minute.
kind of doing
We
its
talked
own
about
thing,
tech
and then you get a
hubs,
little
and
RFK
I'm
effect
sure all
over
members
here.
would feel this way, but they're not here to defend themselves. We have the best tech hub in Utah, Silicon Slopes. It's this crazy bed of
KLG?
innovation, of
At Kellogg?
entrepreneurship, and
I mean, remember, there are some
risk-taking
ad
and
comments they
bright,
could benefit
sharp
off of.
minds. And we've talked a little bit about these tech hubs and the support that they receive from the federal government. And I've heard you a couple times say you agree that we need to figure out how to support those from the government. So I want to double down that that's important to Utah. But I would tell you if they were here today, they would say, you know, it's killing us. It's regulation and it's taxation. Can you talk for just a minute about how we not only support them with government
There's
problems,
no Fed
but we
minutes. Fed
kinda
minutes will
stay
be
out
a
of the
month
way
later.
and let them be
But
successful?
you can use the last Fed minutes to get prepared for today. I have a couple of comments on that, but it's not that crazy.
America.
I have a
need to
statement for you
unleash
guys.
American ingenuity.
So I got one thing
Get
good
out
for
of
you.
the way and let Americans be the most
So
extraordinary.
again, I mean, there's still earnings after the bell, and then there's going to be Jerome Powell. Again, this This is surprisingly important. That's why we're listening to it. But we're going to go over this. I have a statement, a projected statement. I got a couple of expectations for you that I think will prepare you for Powell today. Unfortunately, though, like I told you, the odds of a big move are pretty low right now. And then Starbucks on the high again.
Utah in there. You and I will go to Silicon Slopes and have this conversation.
Sounds fun to me.
I've got a whole lot I want to cover.
invite?
I'm just going to kind of go quickly. We talked a lot about this Chinese model that's been developed for artificial intelligence, and supposedly it's been done cheaper and better than the United States. Color me skeptical.
Well, it's easy to be cheaper if you steal it.
Right. And so my question is, like, how do we finally get to accountability for this? Because I want a really productive relationship with China, but as long as there's no accountability, we can't have that. How do you, in your role, how do we get to accountability on this?
More China?
And then second, can we acknowledge this is TikTok on steroids, right? If we're worried about the influence of the CCP on America with TikTok, this is on steroids. Can you just address both of those quickly?
I think the first answer is reciprocity with China. How you treat us is how you should expect to be treated by
he's talked
us.
aggressive
I
on
think we
China,
have
but
let them
that's what
off the
they
hook
want.
for far too long.
They want
treat
IP
us
from China,
horrifically
and they just want
in
China to fucking bend
and
the
yet
knee.
we let them ride.
But then
they're
they're gonna start talking aggressive.
That needs
But
to end.
again,
I
they've
think
still
the
been
term
easy on
reciprocity,
China.
which sounds fair.
He turned up a little
would
bit
show
like an hour
that they
ago.
are treating us horribly. So that's the first step, I think, a good word for this administration to repeat endlessly. Reciprocity. Treat others the way they treat us.
It was earlier that, mentioned the Artificial Intelligence Safety Institute that's underneath you, and if that needs a new life or new legs, I'd love to work with the Senate and yourself to give you the tools that you need to do exactly that. Finally, when you were in my office, we talked about tariffs, and just want to double down on a couple of points we talked about that day. They are disproportionately hard on small business, and we talked about perhaps longer runways for small business and things like that, and just want to see if you have any thoughts that have matured on that, and how do we do the goals the president have with tariffs, but also kind of watch out for our small businesses.
Remember now. Well, thank you,
Well,
Mr.
you laid
DeMario.
that out when we
Welcome.
talked in your office, and I'll make sure that
Kennedy
that is
agrees
a key part of our
CDC's
studies,
to is
that we
critical
think
for
about small
America
businesses and
health
the
of the world.
importers of those small businesses and how best to find our way to be acceptable to them in the model.
Good, and just for those that weren't in that meeting,
Amba?
part of the conversation
This
was,
used
can
to
we
be
have
an
a
OG,
longer
like,
runway
Apple move.
for small business to meet those obligations, because it's harder
Ambarella.
for them to pivot.
They look hella
And,
liquid,
look forward
but
to your
small prints
discussions
on the high.
that. And finally, just on tariffs, before I run out of time, I'll just comment, and we won't have time for your response, but this concept
I mean,
of
spy
they
puts
will
aren't the
make
consensus
prices
right
go
now
up,
for Powell.
But we have to think
If
about
anything, if
Americans.
Powell
we are
surprises,
demanding of
any
our
sort of
businesses
spy
that
put
they
will hit
meet
big,
emission
but
regulations,
people
and
are
we're
not
demanding that they
expecting a
meet
large
OSHA
move or
regulations
much
and
change.
human rights regulations, and we're not demanding it of somebody else. We either need to stop demanding it here or demand it of them. And with that, I'm unfortunately out of time and need to yield my time back.
Thank you. Senator Hickenlooper.
Great, and I appreciate Senator
need
Curtis.
that, fellow. I
referring to
appreciate
the
it
last
too, man.
three
Thank
as
you for
being the
showing love
best,
and
saving
maybe
the
not
best
getting
for last.
banned.
Although
That
I
means a
bumped you
lot.
out of that bottom three.
It means more than the membership. Believe it or not.
apologize for that.
You see how this community is when
Mr.
we
Lucky,
well
thank you
oiled.
for
Y'all
your
doing
time.
great today.
Thanks for all that you've done. I think some of the stories of how you responded to not just the crisis of 9/11, but many crises in your life is
Kennedy says he
illuminates
supports
the kind of person
CDC.
you are, and I respect that.
Again, SPY been going down though.
I've got a couple questions.
This one kind of
around tether. I
diverged.
was here
It's-
earlier
this
when we
trailed
talked
the
about
healthcare.
allowing- When we get AI in government, we can follow it pretty quickly. But we know that Russia's used it to buy drone parts and to avoid sanctions. That one of the main financiers for Iran had $100 million moving it around using Tether. It's used in a lot of scams with Americans. What is the best way?
Did they use
in
Tether
your
for the
sense?
50
if
million
we're
in
gonna try and
condoms?
limit and be
Oh.
efficient.
Oh,
with
yeah.
government regulation.
Yeah,
How
that's
do
a
we
real headline.
Try to crack
It's a
down
real
on
headline.
on these illicit uses of something like Tether. I mean, what's your perspective? I'm not trying to say that you should be held accountable. I'm just trying to figure out how would you suggest, whether it's commerce or commerce?
How would you
do we
send
approach
50
that?
million in condoms?
So we only know that illicit activity is done on the blockchain because it's done on the blockchain, meaning when these same illicit characters use dollars or euros,
That's a good point.
we don't know about it. You remember when we went into Iraq, we found, pallets
That's actually really
of
funny.
$100 bills. So the way to do it is to require that anyone who is a U.S.-backed stablecoin must onboard U.S. law enforcement and must allow
Yeah,
U.S.
bro.
law enforcement.
They're gonna
and
put
our
fucking police
AI
officers on chain.
into their models so that
I'm
we
telling
can
you, he
go
said this earlier
find
for all the
and
crypto
catch.
dudes. They're going to upload some fucking AI onto all of the blockchain. Yeah, it's going to be crypto cops. Yes, literally. So some of you thinking crime is legal, no. I mean, maybe for a little period, but once, this is your trade secretary. Again, he's in that little trifecta, him, Bessent, and Trump, I was telling you guys this months ago, not the crypto stuff, but it just, this is his second mention of this, bro. Yeah, they'll have body cams. It's called the blockchain. I mean, they're the damn ledger, bro. It's all there. So, but yeah, it is going to be, that's what it sounds like they're doing. It sounds like they have a plan for on-chain automated enforcement, seeking out crime. Again, it's a very odd mention, but I mean, we've heard it a couple times today. I think very fascinating.
Context at the beginning. Eventually,
Well, Tether only, the stablecoin issuers only issue to KYC approved people. But what happens is it's like dollars. I can withdraw it out of the bank, but when I buy something, it goes on and on and on and on. So it's really the secondary market that is, people are just using an electronic dollar in the same way they use a real dollar. And it's
No,
much
I think it's
easier
gonna
to
be
catch an
something we've
electronic
never
dollar
seen before.
than it ever would be to catch a physical
Right?
dollar.
Everybody knows how to
Much
follow the blockchain. I mean, shout out Tyree.
I know
Some
won't
of you
go
know,
through the
you guys
tech
are
hubs
very
things,
good at
exactly.
your
I know that
forensic
Senator Curtis was
blockchain. You have proven a lot to me,
they had
but
perhaps the best
at the end of the day, too, though, I think they're
Just wanna
talking
point out
something
that,
new.
Elevate
I don't know.
Quantum,
It might be
which is
something
includes
kind of like a
several Rocky
bot,
Mountain states,
is what I'm
a tech hub
thinking.
that we want to make sure that you come out. Don't just visit Utah. It's a lovely place. Skiing is not quite the same as Colorado's, but we're going to make sure we get you, when you're coming out west, we want you to make multiple stops. I spent a lot of work on critical minerals. Obviously, they are a fundamental building block for aerospace and clean energy, semiconductors, AI, go down the list. And whether you're talking about the extraction of minerals or the processing of those minerals, we're falling way behind. And the department's International Trade Administration has a responsibility for kind of growing our exports, overseeing trade, and really, I think, helping to secure supply chains, essential supply chains for these critical minerals. How would you work to ensure that we have sufficient sourcing and processing capabilities in this country?
Okay, are you ready?
We've got to reduce the regulatory burdens
Some of you are about to
on
get
your
so
miners
pissed at this,
so that
but I think
they
it's going to be
can
funny.
mine those
Unless you
critical
want me to hold
materials for
off. Do you
America.
want me to
We need
hold
to
off?
bring domestic mining
Do
back.
you guys
We
want?
can't
I don't want.
stop
Half of you are
mining
going to
in
get
America
go ape
and
shit.
buying it overseas. It's not healthy for us.
How funny?
From a
I think it's
national
hilarious.
security perspective, and
I'm
it's
a
not
funny
healthy
guy.
for your domestic economy.
But-
So I think we are supposed to be mining in Colorado. It's an amazing place that's got incredible resources, and we need to bring those resources.
You want me to piss you
for the
off? I'm
use
gonna
of
remember
America
that, okay?
and improve the economy
Chad
of
Facts will,
Colorado, but
too.
also improve the national security of America.
Great. If I could just have 20 seconds.
Okay,
in terms
good.
of that critical, and I agree with you completely. It's not, and it's also the environmental in other countries when they're extracting.
Okay,
and
I just
processing these
posted
minerals,
a
their
Solana
environmental
wallet.
Standards are a fraction.
Send
of what
me
we,
Solana, please.
Require in this country.
If you send me any
Zach,
other coin
are
trying
you
to
in
take
favor?
my
Do you see a
ideas, I'm going to
possibility for
rug
some
pull the
sort
shit
of
out of it.
Of a tariff system that, like what
There
Senator
you go.
Curtis was referring to in terms
So
based
please
on
send me Solana.
the-
I need money to
the
buy all the
environmental
pumps that you
depredations
guys
that
keep
come
telling me to
from
buy.
Processing and extracting minerals
Spy
in foreign
flushing
countries
off
that
of
have no
Josh's
standards,
Solana
and
wallet.
What that does to the
Hot dog.
atmosphere that we all
Hold on.
utilize.
I think that's a key, should be a part of the study for sure, is that someone else is mining with coal and spewing it into the air, and we're worried about the fact that we would do it 100 times better for the atmosphere, but instead we don't do it. We buy it from
perfect,
them,
dude. There
they
you go.
spew it in the air, and then they put it on a
White House
tanker
budget has
and
officially rescinded
drive it
order
to us
of
and
federal
move all the way
grants.
across. It
It's
seems
NVIDIA,
if
bro.
you take it as
NVIDIA
a
right
whole,
now. I don't know,
illogical.
something with
We
it.
should be
Trump
doing it in
officials
Colorado.
discussing
We should be mining
tightening
in
curb
Nevada.
on
We should be
NVIDIA
mining-
sales.
all right, we had a great
That's the
lithium
headline.
find in Arkansas.
Trump
We have
talking
the
about
Iron
tightening
Range.
curbs on NVIDIA.
America is amazing.
That's not good for
but we are
NVIDIA
not
because it's
using
Trump
our
now as your
assets
enemy.
to the best that we possibly
That's why
can, and
NVIDIA,
it is time.
it
that
may
we
not, it may be short-lived. Don't get too
Support
jumpy,
that sort of a
but
tariff to
that's what
actually
you got going.
Accelerate that process.
Sounds smart.
And then, yeah, everything's going down.
Yield the floor.
Yeah, what
Thank
the fuck,
you,
man?
and
Where's
Senator
Intel?
Moreno has kindly agreed to let
Nah, hold
Senator
on.
Lummis go.
Yeah,
go
Intel's
ahead.
dropping
Senator
too. They're all
Lummis.
going.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Somebody's going to
Chairman.
emerge the
Welcome,
winner
Mr.
once the
Letnick.
flush is
First of
over,
all,
you know? But
I
yeah.
want to thank you for your generosity to Haverford College. As you know, my daughter is a graduate.
So that's your big
of
red. It's
Haverford
NVIDIA
College.
Trump
You
news
were
coming
the
out right now.
Chairman of the board while she was a student there.
Damn,
and
two
your
fat candles.
generosity
Marky doesn't like
to
that
school,
because everything's going with it.
is
All right, Letnick.
exceptional. I've never seen
So
it.
let me give you guys. So listen, just like last time, somebody is going to emerge the winner. Because remember, Intel and Apple sold off, and then Intel and Apple started climbing, and then the other ones. But for now, why is this SPY going down 2 points? This is pulling down everything. And you're finally getting that whole risk off I told you about on the watch list 2 days ago. So just wait till that settles out, but that's why you're getting a big red right now. Trump, NVIDIA comment talking about tightening curbs. Starbucks, I mean, if it's already winning, if it already had earnings, it's not going to get affected, but anybody with chips, tech right now, they're probably taking it on the head. Yeah, even Meta, there's no winner in this right now. Give it a couple minutes, the winners will emerge, but for now, this is kind of, this is just shaking up everybody. There it is, though. You got it. I mean, hey, you got it within seconds, man. Thank you. That was a good find, El Coyote. It was from CNBC, and then Bloomberg's reporting it as well, too, now. Everybody has this news, but we caught it in the first jump. But there it is. Yeah, bro, you're down 3 points. That's a big red. I already stream alerted it. Again, it's just NVIDIA, but if you're hearing me now, like I'm saying, there's going to be a time where it balances out. So pick your winner or pick your puts. You know what I'm saying? And then, again, you still have Jerome Powell in an hour. So don't no matter what is happening, I hate to break it to you, you're going to get another pump fake. Just remember, Jerome Powell, that's what everyone cares about. The puts are still clapped on NVIDIA, so you got to either refresh puts or wait till a bigger drop. So again, the barbell is still struggling because of the time, but that's it, bro. You could have even gone SPY puts. Shout out all those SPY puts you guys posted. I know some of you got those puts. Let's go, baby. Holy shit, I've already gotten Solana. Holy crap, thank you. This is working. That's another one, too. Market didn't like that, though. So, okay, look, here's your first bounce. See who emerges as a winner. You know, I think I'm going to make a play. The news is Trump is talking about tightening curbs on NVIDIA chip restrictions. You thought that was only a Biden thing, and that's what led to the advancements in DeepSeek, right? So now Trump, I mean, literally, it looks like your boy is on the chopping block. You want NVIDIA to be friends with Trump. You get what I'm saying? But now if they're going to tighten those, again, I think they want more of America here, America this, America that. You're grabbing NVIDIA puts. Way to post the play. Post them again. Think barbell too, but also timing. Remember, during mass volatility, those contracts are going to start getting juiced. Yeah, fucking scammers. Because I had to play earlier. My plays are going up, and they were on the call side, not on NVIDIA. I had another chip maker. So literally, calls are going up on certain plays, even though you just sold off 2 points in a minute. So again, be mindful of the pricing. Be mindful of the spreads, or you could kind of wait a little bit, let this level out, and then hopefully there's not a big one. The news right now is Trump is discussing tightening curbs on NVIDIA sales or China. So again, it's not new news, but it's Donald Trump. So most people were under the impression that, you know, you were going to do the opposite of Joe Biden, right? And Joe Biden is the one who did that, but in a way, this is Donald Trump kind of doubling down on that policy. So it's and I don't know, Jensen, was he at the inauguration? So there's two ways to look at it. It's one about how is like NVIDIA and Trump, are they friends? But then the other take is just looking in general, it's the same continuation of the policy that kind of led to the competition. So, yeah, it's still early. And, again, we have Powell, you guys. So, although that was a fat red, welcome to Trump land, that was a fat red, but, like, we have Jerome Powell and big earnings. I mean, we haven't even done the preview or the second preview. So, keep that in mind. But that's your news. You're already gone halfway. It's either going to recover or you're going to go leg two. So, like I said, though, keep in mind, let's see what winners emerge, and then be mindful of your plays and post them if you're going to make them, if you want any credit for it.
Still want the job.
I do.
I can tell you do, actually. I think you're in a position where you could literally do anything you want in your life. I think if the 23-year-old Howard Lutnick was sitting here today, I don't think he could have ever imagined it.
Couldn't possibly.
And yet you're choosing to serve this country. And you're making a great sacrifice to do that. For some of us, myself, I ran for office. I also divested of all my holdings. Not quite as many as yours or as complex as yours, to point that out. But to do that is a great sacrifice, and it shows how much you really care about this country. So thank you for that.
It's hitting again now. Most places are picking it up. Trump official discussed tightening curbs on Nvidia China sales.
Of how many deals you've made?
Oh, thousands.
And you've maybe a couple bad ones that you learned from, right? You just don't do the bad ones twice.
Sadly true.
Right? As long as you don't repeat the same mistake, it's all good, right? Imagine a scenario in which you're a European car manufacturer and you ship that car into America, completely tariff-free. It's a car that's extremely expensive, targeted at very wealthy people, but it happens to be an electric vehicle. I'll give the example.
Half of that route is already there. So like I said, we either go back up or it's going to dump again.
It's fully electric Rolls-Royce vehicle.
Bro, the Intels be very careful on the Intels.
The United States government
You guys have the likes?
subsidizes that
I'll
car
just fucking tell
on
you, bro.
leases to the tune of $7,500.
I made an Intel play in the morning. That was my first one, but I bought them here, and after that drop, the calls went up on the bid. So literally, if you were trying to buy this dip, some of those calls will be more expensive than before that news hit. You see what I'm saying? So again, we learned a lot with the NVIDIAs the other day. Remember, we had one up 60, the other two got washed. But yeah, just be careful on that. That's why I'm saying we still have earnings. You still have Powell, but that was a big-ass move. I think it kind of tweak the algos out a little bit and you got some news, but be very mindful. Make sure you are getting a deal if you are trying to react to the deal. You get what I'm saying? If stocks go down $2, give me a discount, but go check the prior price. If there's no discount, they're trying to fuck you. So be careful.
Of the United States of America. It's a failed industrial policy that needs to be changed and needs to be changed now.
Yeah, now it's hitting Bloomberg. They're reiterating that again.
That's what America First means. Exactly what you're pointing out. Help us here. Stop.
And then USDA Inspector General
the car industry is
has been
near and dear to my heart.
escorted out of office after refusing to comply with Trump.
You have to visit Ohio. National champion football team, right?
And then I got another one. U.S. officials are focused on potentially expanding restrictions to cover NVIDIA H20. So that's more details on the first headline. So again, you're going to get more information on that little shocking headline, and then everyone's going to start parsing it through. But that's a little bit of a follow-up info on that.
Having you there to help us get
and then again,
that
somebody just got escorted out of the government for not listening to Trump.
So we'd love to have you come to Ohio.
Ohio is
NVIDIA
great. Has a great
H2O.
history of manufacturing.
Hot quality water.
And we've got to bring that manufacturing back to Ohio and to the United States of America.
It's right when I asked you guys for Solana, the market dump.
And one last line of questioning.
Thank you to those who
There's
sent me
been a lot
Solana.
of comments about tariffs raising prices and causing
I got
inflation.
USDC coin too.
Before doing this, you obviously were deep into the financial markets.
It's on my
during
Twitter
a period
if
of
you
time
want to
of
give me your Solana.
2017
Thank you.
through the end of President Trump's term, how would you describe inflation?
It was virtually nil.
So virtually none, historically low. And from the moment Joe Biden came in office and started fiscal stimulus unlike anything I've ever seen in my lifetime, how would you describe inflation?
Massively high.
Now, those weren't done unilaterally by Joe Biden,
gosh,
right?
I just did.
Those bills
Oh,
weren't
fuck.
just magically created by Joe Biden.
good
They
point.
originated here in Congress.
They did.
But they
So
did
maybe
send
I would
me
ask that my
Solana.
Democrat
I mean, I am
colleagues
shocked.
sit this one out when they're talking about what's going to happen with inflation over the next 4 years. And with that, I'll yield my time back.
Thank you, Senator Moreno, and I will say
I think it's
appreciate
way better
Senator
than a
Moreno's
pump
very
fund and
kind
then like
offer to
scamming you.
provide
I'll
those
just,
Rolls Royces to all the
cut the
members of this
bullshit,
committee.
save us both time, and just beg.
And we'll
You
happily
don't think
go to
that's
Ohio
better?
to pick them up.
I think that works a lot easier.
All right, we're going to do another round. I think there's
Safer
just a
for
couple of
everybody.
us that are going to have some more
You
questions.
know what I'm saying?
So hopefully you will be
That's
out of
it.
here
Give me,
very
yeah,
soon.
just give me the money.
But let me start with this. In August of last year, I wrote to NOAA asking for information about its promotion of faux educational materials designed to fuel climate alarmism and manufacture support for left-wing goals.
Okay, you're
For instance,
halfway at this
NOAA
spot again.
pushed
NVIDIA,
a, quote,
Trump
climate
stuff.
emotions wheel activity based on the work of a Finnish eco-theologian, whatever the hell that is, which encouraged students to, quote, navigate their emotions before
We'll get to
and
the
after
Jerome prep in a
engaging
little bit. We got
climate
45 minutes. I'll end this in like
As
10.
the curriculum funded by
At
NOAA
1:30.
openly states, quote,
1:30
the
Eastern,
goal
we'll
is
go over
not
the
to
preview.
eliminate negative emotions because, quote, those who experience negative emotions about climate change are more likely to engage in climate action. Seems that one goal of the NOAA curriculum is to generate feelings of
I know,
fear
but then
and
I'm doing it
anxiety
too.
rather
Watch
than
how
to
many
educate.
people copy the wallet.
I asked for the
It's a real
documents behind
crypto
this,
thing, though. Everybody
and
does
the
it,
NOAA
but still,
refused to
you'll
provide
see.
them.
I like
Mr.
to
Lutnick,
start
if
trends.
you're confirmed, will you commit to providing the documents that I requested from NOAA?
I was going to make a play on Intel until I realized they
All right,
were more
let's
expensive.
turn to artificial intelligence.
They were supposed to be way cheaper, but they
NIST
weren't.
is the
They're little
non-regulatory
scammers.
federal agency and the lead national laboratory for providing the measurements and standards that underpin U.S. commerce. Success in the increasingly fierce competition for global leadership in critical emerging technology like AI relies in part on how well each country's respective firms and experts influence the development of technical standards. Unfortunately, under the Biden administration, NIST's mission was undermined by the creation of the AI Safety Institute, which politicized AI standards.
5 more, you'll buy
the
me a
AI
house?
Safety Institute
Either
took
way,
the
bro,
worst
good work.
lessons
I love to
from
hear
the
that.
EU tech
Amen.
regulation, like requiring climate change
BPMC,
assessments
Robin
and,
Hood
quote,
ripping too.
misinformation as part of, quote, measuring AI and its risks. When you are confirmed, will you return NIST
Yeah,
focus
BPMC
to the scientific
1.6.
mission of
Robin Hood moving
measurement
to
science
Intel off the bottom,
and
but
ensure that
the plays
NIST
are a
AI
scam.
standard guidance is based on scientific technical standards and not simply a Trojan horse for social policy or importing the EU's tech agenda?
Yes.
All right, let's turn to BEAD. You've had a lot of questions about BEAD. After nearly 4 years, the Biden administration did not connect a single American through the $42 billion BEAD program. Instead, it hoarded nearly $1 billion in administrative funding to impose unnecessary burdens on states and to push extreme left-wing social policies like climate change and rate regulation, and fund otter ponds at the D.C. Zoo.
Right.
Again, otter ponds.
Otter ponds.
Is
I
what
love
their
these.
broadband funding went to.
Condoms
When
are
I
still
flagged
crazy,
these
though.
failures over a year ago, the department ignored solutions to expedite
Yeah, Robin Hood knew
access
high. I
and
don't know what's
end
going on, BPMC.
BEAD's extreme bias against wireless and satellite technology. This red tape has not only stalled development of the program, it has inflated the cost of expanding internet access. Will you commit to working with my office to conduct a thorough review of this program and to refocus it on Congress's core objective of deploying high-speed internet to unserved area in a tech-neutral manner and not to pursuing extraneous or partisan social goals?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
Yeah, on the wire, you got the
And finally,
rescinding.
Congress created the Tech Hubs program under the CHIPS and Sciences Act to target areas that will advance technological innovation that allow us to compete globally.
So then again, and now some of you guys are already sending me random shit coins. Here's the beauty. All of you new crypto chads, start looking at that wallet, and then you could go see who's sketchy or not. And then go and see which ones are the pump and dumpers in the Chad. And there you go. Got him.
Structure.
Let's go. That's how you
And
could
quote,
follow that
clean
wallet.
energy
I'm
supply
not going to touch
chain
anything in
tech
it
hubs.
unless it's a rug pull.
6 days before leaving office, The Biden administration
Welcome to the blockchain.
pulled out an industrial-sized shovel and was shoveling as much money out the door as they could, including announcing nearly $210 million
No, but seriously,
in
in
additional
building,
awards,
because
6
I already
days
have one.
before
I'm
they
working
left.
on a database of rug pullers.
Once again,
so there you go.
Texas received zero.
And I made $50
Nada.
off that.
Even though it has a designated
So
semiconductor
then that way you'll
hub
see
and
the
a
coins in
booming
there that
tech
the Chads
industry.
send, and then
Will you
monitor that
commit
wallet. You'll know
to
who the
reviewing
scammers
Tech
are.
Hub's program and restoring
It's very simple.
competitive, merit-based review processes across the department rather than political cronyism.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Catwell. While we were sitting here, actually, it appears that
It's on my Twitter.
Mr. Vaith, the unknown bureaucrat to me in the Office of Management and
please, I
Budget,
need
has
money if you guys
withdrawn
wanna
the
send me.
memo, the two-page memo for the freeze. So
Yeah, send me
we'll
my
hopefully
Solana,
open
bro.
up,
Well, yeah, you can
ability
start
for,
watching this wallet now
you,
for some
if you
info.
are confirmed to distribute this funding. I do want to just follow up in a different way on the questions that Senator Lujan was asking. If a court
But you go, I know,
finds
but
that
all I
the
need is
president
one
or
forensic
someone does
blockchain
something
person.
illegal, do you
Once you send
really
one thing, it's
respect
so easy to
that
track,
court's
bro.
order?
Of course.
So,
Thank you.
though, it could work.
So when
Tyree,
we were in
get to work,
office,
baby.
I had deferred to Senator Cantwell on some of the conflicts issues, and I appreciated some of them that she raised. But since that
Well, because
time,
that's what some of you sent me Solana, like
I'm
being
particularly
legitimate,
interested in
but then the
Scandinavia because
scammers,
of my,
they'll start to
state.
send
We
you
have a
random
lot of,
coins,
connections
right?
there,
And they so that it looks like
and,
you're promoting them, right?
Going
but
way
then
back to Walter
they're leaving a
Mondale,
paper
and
trail.
we've had
And
ambassadors
then
to
some of them will be
Scandinavia,
a
and I've
dead
actually
end, but
personally been to
that way
Greenland.
too you could be
So
able to
maybe more
spot some
than,
red flags.
some of the other centers, I've been very much interested for a number of years in former and now current President Trump's focus on Greenland.
They can drain my
And
wallet, yeah, but
I
this
know that
isn't. This
Kenneth
is just a random.
Fitzgerald had
This is my
an
Chad
interest,
wallet.
Major interest. Would that be a fair
But thank
way
you
to
for
say
the
it in
Solana.
Coleman? No.
No, I mean,
I'm just
They
reading this in
reinstated
New York,
Simons?
so
Sorry,
maybe they're wrong. I know you have divested. okay?
NSCC.
But so
Whoa,
explain
fat
to me
rip,
the-
5%.
The Cantor Fitzgerald
NSCC.
Greenland connection.
Well, I think Cantor Fitzgerald
NAPCO
took a mining
SCC. What is this? This could be
and in lieu of
this could be a
its
rumor. I
fees,
don't
it
see
took some
anything yet.
shares, but
Some cheap
minor,
options if you want it, but keep watch.
teeny
5%.
from the view
It's already
of
kind of
Fitzgerald
fading.
Writ large would be the way to think about it. I think I was informed that. Meanwhile, I didn't know we had.
They could drain your wallet if you interact with something
so
you don't know.
I didn't know.
So you
but,
got to be
I was
careful.
informed that it was just in
A
lieu
bunch of
fees,
scammers got
they took
scammed
some
the other day.
And it's going to, and now you've divested yourself, but your family has an interest in it, which I assume is okay under the ethics laws, not in the assets. Like what's happened? What's that transfer?
Well, the right answer is I plan to divest upon my confirmation, and I will have sold everything, and I will have no business assets and no business interest, and I will have no conflict as agreed with the Office of Government Ethics.
Okay, so, but one thing, so that's that scene. But then we have the fact that the president has been pressuring Denmark to sell Greenland to the U.S. That's correct, right?
Yeah, what is this?
I think he has had such conversations. I think that's right.
And the prime minister, I just see them as such a key ally, the Scandinavian countries, but for many reasons. But the prime minister
They have
said,
earnings.
no,
I don't see
Greenland's
anything
not
on
for sale.
NAPCO. That one's odd. 3% though.
I didn't speak to the prime minister.
Okay, and have you discussed mining in Greenland with the president?
Absolutely not.
Okay, and would you see that the
Holders, be
interest
careful,
of,
Randy. I know you
for
like the AMC and
whatever
shit. You've talked a
interest
lot
Cantor
about
Fitzgerald has in
XYZ
mining or
meme.
other
I need
companies
long
have,
term.
that if America
Be careful, bro. Be
bought
careful.
Greenland or somehow obtained Greenland, that would be more favorable to those terms of the mining.
I doubt it, but I wouldn't have the foggiest idea. It would be irrelevant.
well,
It has to be irrelevant.
Okay, well, I think it is relevant when
No,
you're
no, meaning-
president trying to expand
Sorry.
into another country.
That's not
like
what I
that,
said.
Of our allies and trying to pressure them. I think it is relevant to
No.
our
Yeah, but I didn't even know
commerce,
this Super Bowl was
to
this
our
Tuesday.
national security. and
That's
the
crazy.
Well, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I meant the economics of it are irrelevant to Cantor. I wasn't talking at all about this. Sorry.
NAPCO
I
security
didn't
for
mean that
residential
even
government
the
apps in the
slightest.
U.S.
I'll follow up on some of this in
Interesting.
writing.
Yeah, they have earnings, but I don't know why it popped like that. Was 3%.
Questions, Senator
Nike's
Moran,
still going.
Raised travel and tourism.
RH
He and I
pop
lead
and
that
drop?
caucus together. And Senator Blunt and I
We're
work
talking
to
about Robin Hood,
create
yeah.
this brand USA, which allows our American companies. It's paid for not by government money. It's paid for by private money, leveraged hotels and the like, leveraged with visa fees that foreign visitors pay when they come, and we've used that to promote our nation as a whole for tourism. We've seen some really positive results because before that maybe Vegas or New York City would do it, but not the rest of the country. And I just hope that you will work to strengthen programs like Brand USA and other tourism work that we do, as Jerry mentioned,
Trump
Senator
shut
Moran
up about
mentioned, with the
NVIDIA?
Olympics coming and the like.
Yeah, man, sorry.
Okay,
Boil on the
thank
high.
you. Last thing,
All right,
human
what time is it?
trafficking.
10:30?
All
All right, let me go to the bathroom, and then we might have to end this. We got to get into Powell, baby.
The last administration,
KMB, that's
the Department of
post-earnings.
Commerce collaborated with other federal agencies, community partners, advocates, and individuals to raise awareness. If confirmed, what will you do to fight human trafficking in our supply chains and economy?
Everything I possibly can.
Okay, thank you. I said one last thing. National Weather Service, part of NOAA. Will you work to maintain the National Weather Service? Very key in my state.
I will. I think we can deliver the product more efficiently and less expensively, dramatically less expensively, but the outcome of delivering those services should not be changed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going fast now because I think we have a vote. Mr. Lutnick, I just want to clarify a couple of things that have come through the dais here as members have asked questions. And as Senator Klobuchar just said, the OMB memo that has raised such hackles and is confronting you and many of the other nominees has now been withdrawn. So that's good news. But in these conversations, one thing you said, and this is making a point, it's not about the specificity, because I'm not sure when you're in these situations, you never know what the heck you say. In the context, you said you wanted to bring drone manufacturing back to the United States. Now, in this particular case, the state of Washington has had a lot of startups in the drone area, and they've grown into bigger companies, and they've been acquired by Boeing. And so it's a really great example of exactly what we're trying to do. It's a really great example of your quote, unleash American ingenuity, which I wholeheartedly agree with. So when you come to this probably lesser known aspect or lesser understood aspect of chips and science, really it started as the third bill that this committee has passed over decades under the auspices of a moniker, America Competes. And so the concept is, what do we need to do? And as a technology age and an R&D age where universities were publishing and everybody was reading our publishings, we weren't patenting enough and we weren't translating science fast enough for America competitiveness. And so the other aspect of chips and science is tech hubs, as my colleagues have brought up. So several people have brought these up. And so we just want to get clarity on your opinion about that kind of activity. Forget for a second the individual ones. I can make a very big case for why in aerospace, one of our largest exports, if we don't climb the next hill on materials science and win that race, it's going to be very bad for the United States. So you do want to test bed large-scale R&D that doesn't get done by, the private sector, because it can't. It just can't. It can't scale at that level. So when you talked about the efforts of semiconductors, you said, yes, I support getting the money out the door. And so now on the tech hubs, we're trying to understand, do you believe in this translational science effort that is about trying to, in fact, I'll never forget Raimondo coming to Seattle, and they said, tell us where you're going and we'll follow. And we looked at each other like, what are they talking about? Tell us where you're going. And the people in Seattle said, it's too expensive to do all the innovation that we need to do in America, in Seattle, in Silicon Valley, in other places. So the point is, we got to spread it out. We have to go get places to do this kind of work. So I just want to understand, do you believe in that? Do you believe in us funding that kind of R&D test bed scaling of important manufacturing competitiveness issues?
I think American ingenuity exists strongly across the country, and we should find it, and we should harness it, and we should unleash it. And that means working in each state and really trying to find the best and the brightest. And I think if the tech hubs can bring that out and they can come together and show the government, the federal government, that they can do it, then I think it's a very worthwhile
And
program.
so you will be an advocate for those things, and you won't try to withhold the funds that have already been allocated?
I would not.
Okay. My colleague asked about the AI Safety Institute. Will you work with myself and Senator Young and Senator Cruz on an AI Safety Institute that we can get over the goal line that people...
Whoa,
feel good
FI. FI, that's
about
huge.
AI standards, which are
Fizzer.
fundamental, and I'd be delighted to work with your office.
It's only
to try to
one, but
come
that
up
looked
with
like a
model
lot
and
of
method
prints.
For the foundation of
Oh,
American
there's
AI
not. They're
standards
changed. They've
that
changed
drive
all
it
the
out.
options, bro.
And I think that's why I think it's standards, not safety. They may end up with the exact same concept, but I'm a proponent of standards.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know
you'll
what
have
that
a
is.
standards
2%
job
FI,
in
Fizzer.
the fact that you have NIST. The notion here is that you're trying to get commonality.
That one just all. There's no headline yet. Let me look.
America shouldn't be
The
pegging
options
its
are very
horse to
difficult.
what happens in
Yeah, you
Europe.
can't
In
get
fact,
fair. They're all
I think a
75
better
cents or 30. They're
approach is
moving.
for us to have our. That's why I want a privacy law.
I'm gonna check news on that. I don't think
wanna
I could get
create
a quick play.
bureaucracy. I want a strong, bright line on the books. So in this case, what we need for the industry to grow
No,
is
nothing
for
yet.
NIST and
And then
Commerce
Nvidia
to
made a
do its
comment.
job.
That one's up 2.5 though. Keep that on watch.
I'm glad that you will work with all of us to do that, because that's
Woo! Those already
critically
doubled,
important. Okay,
tripled?
The hearing
Yeah, the
was
options are moving now.
a few minutes old, and a headline popped up.
Yeah, I don't have a headline. That's
Eager
big
to
though.
tap Pentagon
For now,
spectrum for
but be very
commercial
careful. Once it
use.
hits 5, then you know there's a
Is
rumor.
that good with you?
But
Or
for now, you're
do you
halfway
want to
there.
refine that? Do you want to refine
Was
that?
I
a little
here?
bit? That was it. Yeah. it was-
That's what I said?
Yeah, apparently. Yep.
Okay.
So is that accurate? Is that accurate? I guess let's just say that. Is that accurate?
I think what would be the
Yeah, that's a
best way to
payment
say it
processor.
would
I
be
think they got
working
some AI
closely
shit.
with the Department of Defense to make sure we protect our national security. If we can
All the
find
options. You had a
spectrum
second there,
we can
but I just
use
started going to
to
find the info.
Enhance.
There's
United
one
States of
option out of the
America,
money that's cheap. I found it. I don't know if I'm gonna
Generational
take it
spectrum
though.
is important.
Somebody grab
Let's
the
work
other ones.
together. Let's unleash the spectrum if we can. We've got to protect the defense industry, but we can't just sleep through it. We've got to make sure we use that spectrum to the best it can be for America.
And I think what happened.
All right, I grab one. It's
is that
expensive though.
department in TIA under the
decent.
Secretary of Commerce led a big DoD
It's
discussion.
yeah. You
and
found. I
tried
think you
to
got
get
the same one.
people
No, I got one more month
commonality
on that.
around dynamic spectrum sharing. And I think it holds a lot of promise, but yes,
You
we
took
all
it
have
up
to
12. If
walk.
you got it early,
And
it was
I think
there for
are
a second.
some,
There
you
was
know,
an
who just
opportunity.
say, just turn it
I just
all
wanted to
over.
confirm
And-
it, but I'm
and
glad some of you hit it. I just
think
hit
our
one
colleagues
30
are
bucks
split
though.
on this. And
I'm
so I want a
small.
resolution. I think, I didn't coin this, but collaboration is the next phase of innovation, okay? It's a TED Talk done by somebody that I respected. And the point is, not this TED, another TED, but you could give your own TED Talk. The TED Talk, the point, and this is years ago.
Finally bought a house? Let's
In an
go,
information
Mr.
age, you have a
Howell.
lot of information.
Fuck yeah.
But if you don't get around a table
Way to post
and
your plays
agree,
too, you guys.
You can't
A
get
lot
it
of people are
implemented.
already up on him, so
And
I wouldn't
that is
chase.
where
I'll
the
tell you my
United
play
States
now,
needs to
but
go. We need to
I still think this
collaborate
plays shit,
on
honestly.
what we agree
We just
should
don't know,
move
but
forward
it's on the
on
cusp.
innovation. So I hope
I
that
grabbed
on
not a
this
recommendation,
point,
you'll
where
lose
so much
money.
is at
I did
stake
a
with
March
5 and 6G
260
deployment. Look,
for
if we-
$30.
manufacturing
That's the
is
only
growing
one
in my
that's still in the red, really.
And I'm
But I
telling
still
you,
think
chips
it's a
and
low
science is part
quality
of it, and
play,
we didn't
honestly.
get billions like some other
Yeah, if you were
states.
early though, you
But
had a shot in
manufacturing,
that
why?
first
Because
minute.
AI is meeting manufacturing and in my state, cheap electricity. So we
I don't
want
think
this
anybody got a
renaissance
headline
of
yet.
manufacturing in the United States.
That's what I
America.
said, but
disagree
if
with
it
my
fades
colleague
and doesn't
from
hit
Ohio
5,
because
it's a
we
dud.
work on this.
So
and
that's
I
your
can tell
risk.
you
That's
that
what I'm
that
saying. I
investment
don't know if I like
is
that
what
play.
is helping us.
If you
Chips
got
and
it
science
early,
is what
you
is
just
helping
hit
us
it.
grow the
That was
manufacturing
it. You
base.
profited
anyway,
just off
I
the
hope
early.
that you will work with us
FI
to
talk
create
Trump
that
withdraws
level of
nomination.
collaboration around
Oh
facts
yeah,
and
Ignas did
information
have
so
that
we
early.
can keep moving forward
Ignas,
on
you've been
this.
killing it, bro. Go shit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Markey.
Yeah, that's the headline. So remember,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think this
wanna
thing
come
sold
back to
off when
broadband.
the guy came in.
In the bipartisan infrastructure law, Congress invested $40 billion
That might be a dud, though.
to ensure all Americans benefit from the digital revolution. And the vast majority of that money will go towards ensuring that all Americans, inner city and rural, have access to high-speed
40 billion.
But will you faithfully execute the
Yeah,
dispensing
low
of that
key, you
$40
could
billion,
get out.
Mr. Lutnick?
I've said the goals are right. I will try to get you the benefit of the bargain. Yes, I will do it as efficiently and as effectively as we can.
I appreciate it, and I'm going to repeat again. The bargain was one between Democrats and Republicans on this committee. Republicans largely wanted it to go to rural America. We largely wanted to go to urban America.
He
That's
really
a bargain.
sounds like Bernie.
Yeah,
NVIDIA
it's
said they're
not
ready to work with the
separate.
admin on as it pursues
It's a
approach
law.
to AI.
Oh, I agree.
Okay, well.
I said yes. I'm just going to try to do it.
That was a nice
efficiently
flip
and
if you got it,
effectively.
yeah.
Just need it to
That's what I'm
be
saying, but
faithfully
we don't.
executed.
The news is a man.
Given the
If you were early though, if you were paying
OMB
attention, we got you a jump on that.
he
You
wants
just had to
protect
move.
against Marxism in our country, in the budget.
But yeah, I think the hype's gonna
And,
is gonna
and
do
I
its
know
thing.
he's
So
dead
if you already
serious,
got
and
money,
we're
make
dead
it free,
serious
ride
about
it
our
out. You're
bargains
good.
as well. But that $40 billion is important to ensure access for everyone.
Yeah, Bitcoin going
but
up now
such
too.
access has limited value if Americans don't have the skills or the knowledge to participate in that online world. So fortunately, Congress thought ahead and also provided $3 billion across 3 programs for precisely that type of education for all Americans to take advantage of broadband. Will you faithfully execute and implement those programs, Mr. Lutnick?
What you have appropriated efficiently and effectively, I will.
Yeah, it's the bargain. It's the bargain between the haves
Is there
and
doing
those
round
who
two?
want to get a piece of the action too, but you got to educate. So that's your job to execute that.
Execute that.
On the CHIPS Act, over
then
the past several
Besant
years,
in
the
Japan,
Commerce Department
financial
has worked
minister
quickly to
discussed
issue
importance of
grants
Japan
under this
collaboration
program.
and call.
Mr. Lutnick, will you commit
And then
to
Meta
honor the
testing
CHIPS
Chinese
grant
AI
contracts
models.
that have been finalized?
I would have to read them and analyze them and understand them to commit to that.
Well, if they're finalized, the bargain was here, I was providing the money, and then the bargain was the contract that got signed.
Well, how do you know the
And those
contract
people.
that was signed was the bargain? I don't know that. So I just
I'm
can't
only talking about
testify
the
to what I
contracts
don't
that have been finalized.
He is a
That's
businessman,
the only
bro.
contracts I'm talking about.
All right,
You honor
baby.
them.
I'm ready for
I
Powell. I
can't
hope you are.
say that I can honor something I haven't read. I will read it, and I can.
All right. Well, Lutnick's doing good for now. But Chattadonia, I hope you got that good play. I mean, it's good. I mean, this is usually I'd be reading my Bible around now, but we do have a lot of big events. But for those of you paying attention and using the info to your own personal advantage, I'm very proud of you. And honestly, you guys did very wonderful today. I hope you for real, like, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but, you guys posted plays. I'm not having to ban people for dumb shit, so I applaud you. And like I'm saying, man, if you are locked in and paying attention, I mean, I really do think we could get you guys access to info, just like the Baba one. Nobody talked about Baba till this morning. We were up 500%. So, yeah, you guys are getting a lot better, and I appreciate it. I really hope you realize, I mean, this is what I was saying, bro, like, let's go, baby. If you with me, let's run it, man. So, that being said, here's the deal. We have Jerome Powell. And then Microsoft 365 investigating issues of users not being able to access Admin Center. Hot dog. Locked in like Stockton. Well, now we got to talk about Powell, right? So, Jerome Powell is going to actually come on in about just under an hour. That is when you will hear him at the press conference. Now, in about 25 minutes, we are going to be getting Jerome Powell, or at least the FOMC statement. Now, here is the deal. The number one thing I don't have anything in writing for you, so I'm going to force you to listen. You have to listen. And again, and I'm sure You guys are asking, so here's the deal. Listen very closely. Am I going to go members only during Powell? You guys did excellent today. I don't think I will. I don't think that's necessary. However, you need to pay attention. I am not going to babysit you. I need you to take info and act. Don't celebrate just yet, because when Powell comes on, I'm going to put the chat into members only. So now all of those thank yous, half of you are going to get pissed. So you could listen today, but I want you to pay attention. And if you have questions, you ask me them now. You let me know that you're listening, and you ask me now. I would love to go over it for you. Okay? Solid compromise. The better you do, the less paywall we need. So y'all did good. I will do good. We'll work with it. Show me you're listening. Show me you're locked in. That's it. I want people who want to run, baby. I'm tired of not running. You know what I'm saying? I hope they feel me. So, number one, the number one thing you need to realize for Jerome Powell right now today, the Fed futures, they are pricing in 2 rate cuts. I said this on the watch list yesterday. I talked about it a little bit this morning, but I cannot stress to you guys enough. Wall Street does not believe that today is going to be a big event. So, and there's an opportunity that we're going to talk about with that. But at the end of the day, if you really want to know how the market feels, if you really want an idea, this is the most critical thing. Because why do people think today is not going to move because of Powell? Because they are not expecting that Powell is going to change what he did last time. And last time he cut rates, but then he got very hawkish. And that's why after the last Fed meeting, we went from 4-5 rate cuts to 2 on 2025. So for real, if you want the market, you don't have to listen to anything today. I know that may sound wild, but I'm telling you, the answer is in the Fed futures. If we price in more than 2 rate cuts, people will get bullish. If Powell is a dove, if Powell comes in with his tail between his legs and is like, you know what, maybe it's not that bad. The Fed futures, what's going to happen, you're going to start pricing in more rate cuts. You see? If he's dovish, people would get worried about inflation, but for now, that'll be down the line, right? But for today, people are going to want to see, again, does he hold the same attitude that he had last time? And that is what is kind of odd, because a lot of people are forgetting that Jerome Powell was really aggressive last time. He gave you a Fed rate cut, but he also lowered the odds of 2025. That was extremely hawkish. I think a lot of people got a little drunk off the Trump because look at where you are right now. So today's Fed meeting, you are at the same price as the last Fed meeting. You don't think that's weird? Like, you don't think that's odd at all? I think that's perfect. And that just goes to show you, dude, we're really at the same spot, man. That's why today you want him to either be the same or you want him better or worse. But again, I'll be listening with you guys. I'll be calling it out. But at the end of the day, just look at the Fed futures. That's all that matters. If we start pricing in more than 2. And now here's the weird part. Like I said earlier, because if Powell becomes hawkish, if he doubles down on the attitude that he had last time, you got to watch out, because if it's really aggressive, people are going to go, and instead of saying, oh, Powell's not cutting anymore, if he's going to pause today. So what are they going to say? They're going to start talking about raising rates. That would be bearish, but you will need a high barrier of Powell being bearish. So that's something you guys got to think about with all of it. The currencies will be there, but again, it's so easy today, but it's not. Because all you really need is to see if this dude, does he double down on what he did last time? You know what I'm saying? You got to really keep that in mind, because Powell did that. And then here's the other point that I think a lot of people forgot. Last Fed meeting, that was a hawkish cut. Have you guys ever heard that term? If you've watched the watch list, you have. Hawkish cut. You guys have heard that, right? Don't forget, the last action was a cut. Do you get what I'm saying? So I know it may have felt like a couple of months, but literally the last move was a rate cut. So that's why today the action is going to be a pause. Are you hearing me? So why we're going to be looking at the Fed futures, we want to know if it's a dovish pause or a hawkish pause. So he's pausing today, but is he going to signal more or less rate cuts in the future? That is going to give you the answer. And now, but again, this is the shitty part, is that people don't think he's going to say much about March. This is what I was talking about on the watch list yesterday. Powell has already taken the over on Donald Trump. Powell and the Fed jacked up their Fed expectations. They worried about the economy. They lowered the amount of rate cuts. They're taking the over. So if Trump messes up, they're prepared. If not, they have enough room to reposition. So with that being said, my idea is that Powell doesn't really need to tell you much today. And a lot of people agree with this because he's really probably going to shy away from communicating anything about March if he doesn't have to. But then again, I said that last time, and then he's surprised. So let me see my Solana wallet real quick. I want to see, how many crackheads? Oh, wow, we got crackheads. Okay, so this one's for the crackheads out there. I'm making a joke. Don't get too offended by the Solana joke. It's okay. You'll get over it. But here's the deal. What I mean for the crackheads, do you want to talk about plays today? So please let me share with you because I love sharing stuff with you. And even if I'm wrong, because we could learn from it. Like I'm telling you, last Fed meeting, I had the same idea. I had the same idea that Jerome Powell wasn't going to do shit. I really believe that he did not need to. It didn't really make any sense. You know what I'm saying? But guess what happened? He did. And it ended up being that hawkish cut. And it surprised everybody. So what ended up happening, you literally went from small average move, one of the lowest price inflation, Fed meetings, to one of the biggest Fed meetings all year. Are you following? You just saw the market tweak on a fucking headline on Trump and NVIDIA, for crying out loud. So this is your opportunity. You guys need to listen, and I've learned a lot even through crypto and not even the pre-order shirts. Y'all don't fucking listen when I say stuff explicitly sometimes, okay? I'm not telling you to make this play. I am not. I have zero exposure to it. I am not doing this. So all I am saying is just like last time, the opportunity for a play on today is simply the fact that Wall Street is heavily positioned to the idea that nothing is going to happen. Are you all following with me? Go look at the SPY options for today. It's only 0.75%. This is a very low average meeting that is priced in. There is 98% odds of a cut. Most people, I could name you 10 analysts right now that don't think Powell is going to do anything. Everybody on Wall Street is on the left side of the boat today, just like last time. They are thinking that nothing will happen. So your opportunity is if something happens. And I'm not saying that that's going to occur or not. I'm just saying from a pure opportunity standpoint, one side of the market is very cheap compared to the other because most people are very confident in what is going to occur today. And that is reflected through the prices. So if Powell ends up being really hawkish or really dovish and you position for that, you're going to make money. But then if you go and buy a play ahead of it and all that happens is what everybody was expecting, even if it moves within 1%, you're still going to lose money on an option. So that's what I want you to understand. Consensus. There is an idea of consensus right now. People feel confident that one thing is going to happen. You could align with consensus, or the opportunity is that it's cheaper on the other end. So it's very good. If you get it, you shut your fucking mouth. That's what most people do if they get it. So if you don't get it, feel free to ask a question. But like I'm saying, that's a big part of today, and you have to understand that we are only pricing in 0.75% of a move, okay? So that's what we have for now. That is the first main topic, okay? Amount of rate cuts, how the market is preparing with Powell, what's expected, and now we have even talked about the play opportunity. I haven't done it. I'm leaving that to you, but this information should be valuable depending on what happens. So that is part number 1, okay? So part number 2 now. This is kind of odd. I mean, maybe, I don't know if this isn't going to matter to you as much. Let me give you something more important. So we have 13 minutes. Are you ready for this one? Hold on, it's not loading. Because I wanted to talk to you about who's voting and not. That's the other thing. Remember, PCE expectations, the people will be there, but there's something more important. Yeah, I want to give you the document instead. Because what I tell you, if you don't have the document, I don't think you'll understand it as much. So, at 13 minutes from now, this document will be released. This is a projection. This is from Morgan Stanley. This does not mean that this is going to occur. But if you are going to get a change in the statement, this could be projected. So what we are looking for, there's 2 parts of this that I want you to see. The main content, the phrase, since earlier in the year, labor market is generally eased. Some people are expecting today that phrase will change to the labor market remains strong. Remember, strong. Gains have been solid in recent months and unemployment remains low. So they're expecting, if they don't use this exact terminology, they're expecting them to replace labor conditions generally easing with a strong statement saying that wages, jobs, employment is strong. Why? Because that's what some of the data has shown, and that can justify not moving and what you've already seen. Other than that, the only thing is going to be maintain target range. So instead of lower, we get maintain and pause. But now we're going to expect a couple of, what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? Dissents. So that was the thing I was going to say, because this is very important, as weird as it may sound. Let me see if I could get you it. I don't think we have time to go over it. Damn it. That's Chad, baby. Shout out, Dago. So in a weird way, this isn't the most important stuff, though, too. You guys got to realize, I want you to know what's happening right when it comes out. Jerome Powell will be the key to all of this, unless there is a major statement change, but I doubt it. But the other thing you got to realize, that's why I keep bringing up the dissents, and I wanted you to see this. We are possibly expecting that. We don't have time to go over all of them. Here are all of the main statements from every Fed person since December. And why is this important? Because some of them have different political leanings, and the Fed has been very political with inflation expectations. You see what I'm saying? So anybody who's taken no inflation Republican stance, they're probably going to dissent, and then vice versa. So that's something to look for unless we see a dramatic shift, but it's not a SEP, so we won't be getting that much. Yes, they are expected to pause. You are correct. That is the main... Oh, Fizzer have already dumped. All right, we got 10 minutes. I already told you, don't forget last meeting what happened. And then remember, the last Fed meeting, the Fed minutes was talking about it being appropriate to lower. They said a majority of participants favored a 25-point reduction. And then remember, they brought up the politics stuff and all of that. So let's see if any of that develops. And then now here's the final part about all of it. I don't think it will make it into the statement. I told you, get ready. Someone's going to ask a cute little deep seat question, and Powell's probably going to respond along the lines of the market will work its way out. But tariffs, that's the only part that is still based on a lot of uncertainty. We all have our ideas. There's a lot of political leaning, But what I am trying to tell you to look for, try to see if Powell answers certainty towards tariffs or not, okay? Because if he doesn't, and if he hints at more uncertainty, that will be bad for bonds and rates. And then vice versa. If we notice any shift in tariff certainty, then you'll be there. Otherwise, that's like literally the only thing. And then all we're waiting for is literally the path forward. Again, when it's all said and done, take a step back and remember, why do you care about Powell today? All of you. There's a lot of you in here right now. Why do you care? Why do the crackheads care about Powell? You want to know the path of rates, my brother. So no matter what, we're going to juggle tariffs, dissents, and words and all. But the money is the path of rates. Because then we're talking bonds and real estate. And then, you know what I'm saying? But you need that rate path. And the next meeting is going to be around March with the SEP. So that's where we want the future guidance on rates. That's why, let's go back to the beginning. My beginning is the conclusion. You need to follow the Fed rate cut odds today, because no matter what is said, whatever the market algos do, I do believe if there really is information on that path, those Fed futures have to move. And if we don't get that, unfortunately, this is why the odds are so low today. If you don't get anything for March, dude, we're not going to do anything. So that's going to kind of be the dilemma. So let me see. Who do I have? I got a couple of analyst comments. Let me see what I could pull up. I have old ones. Let me see if I could get new ones. But yeah, we have 7 minutes. So I think that's a good head start for a lot of you. But I want to get you some analyst comments that could be refreshing. Well, some people are expecting he'll be dovish. There is a lot of people leaning towards dovish today, but not too dovish. Again, that's why the odds are still a little low. He is more likely to stay the same. Now, again, I could be wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong. If I am wrong, that's going to be 2-3 standard deviations in the other direction. So that's going to be your opportunity. But generally, we are kind of expecting a slightly dovish pause today, unless, again, who knows what he feels, because last time he came out swinging. If he wants to really have those rates, you don't want the rate cuts, he'll make it clear today. But if not, then we'll see if he kind of shies away. All right, I got this Goldman one. So Goldman, they say they write that they're looking for a less eventful FOMC today, not expecting significant new insights. Powell press conference will offer more room for variance. We'll be watching how he responds to the inevitable questions, how to navigate risk posed by tariffs, central bank independence under Trump, and restrictive of policy rates, and how opinions on this are divided within the committee. That's Goldman's top 3 questions. And then the Goldman trading desk says that the meeting is skewed to a dovish reaction. So it's funny, people talked about you're saying in the chat, yeah, but ironically, people were talking about the Fed 2018-2019 meeting that was similar to today, and Powell was dovish. So if the chat feels like 2019, even this Fed meeting kind of feels like 2019, ironically enough. That's really funny. So again, Goldman, we're looking for a less eventful spectacle tomorrow. We view risk over the meeting skewed to dovish. We remain biased to long expressions targeted on 25 year-end of rates. Who else? Where's Goldman? Or no, JP Morgan. Sorry, I had these organized. They say Goldman thinks policy and tech earnings will dominate post-Powell. Again, what I told you, agreeing with Morgan Stanley, they expect statement to change to strong labor market. Dude, I had like another breakdown. Like I said, I had all the other comments. They say gold will react if you could get a hint at central bank buying. Easing cycle remains a tailwind for gold, but investors more focused on international trade and local physical developments. So that's gold. Again, this is all Goldman, though. I have Morgan Stanley and Credit Suisse somewhere, but we are running out of time. We only got 4 minutes. All right, I think you guys are ready, though. We'll see on the statement, and I'll let you know, but I think it'll be good. All righty. Okay, not bad. Powell is set to navigate questions about Trump's call, lower rates, reaffirming Fed independence, likely to maintain slight. Yeah, they're just reiterating Goldman right now. Yes, sir. All right, so I mean, I know a lot of you guys are in here, but if you listen to everything we talked about, that should make sense. So I hope you guys are ready. Is there any questions, actually? If you were really listening, now would be your time. If there's something you don't understand, in real questions, don't ask me any extremes right now, because again, today we'll know if it's an extreme right away, but I wouldn't really prepare for that. Don't be scared. Go to church. Link for statement, federalreserve.com or .gov. It's transitory. I don't think it is. TLT will be in play, but not after the statement. It depends on what Powell says. But you need dovish Powell for TLT, or I think sell the rip. Bradley Frizzle in the peach is an icon, for those of you asking. What about, stopping QT? Yeah, that was your, great question. It might come up. It's not guaranteed, but if it does, that's kind of more dovish, and then we saw Canada do it today. Very good question. That might be another element that kind of like messes with things. You know what I'm saying? No, you guys did good. We're not going to go members only today, but the Chad will. Dell, DeepSeek news. I think we're early again, brother. It's not moving, though. Just rumor for now, but it'll take a minute or two to verify. Again, there was a couple of AMD DeepSeek was a dud, but there is Dell DeepSeek stuff coming out right now. Keep eyes. And then now you got literally a minute 20 till the Fed. The CEO posted on Twitter. I don't know if that'll hit, though, because AMD did the Twitter post, and it lagged and then hit. So keep that on watch. I feel you on that. I don't know. I want like a PR. Yeah, but that Dell news coming out. Again, Twitter CEO is tweeting about partnership with DeepSeek. All right, there's not going to be anything live, so get ready. All we're going to be getting is the FOMC. I'm in a cult. All right, 30 seconds. So remember, you're only looking for one statement change. If they acknowledge the labor market's not strong, I think bonds will like that. And this is the first meeting of the year, ladies and gentlemen, so welcome. All right, 20 seconds. Like that video, baby. Follow me on Twitter, too. You got some good news. What's up? What's up? All right, 15 seconds. Watch bonds. It's funny, you're at the little Trump NVIDIA zone, too. 5, 4, 3. Look at the wire. You'll get the headlines. 2, 1. Beep. And we're off. All right. Keeps Fed funds rate unchanged. You got your pause. Discount rate 0 to 40, 12 to 0. No dissents. Unemployment rate has stabilized. All right. I'm going to read this statement in a little bit, but that's a little different. Inflation remaining elevated. That's not good. I don't think people expected that. I think people, again, tie that into the tariff stuff. Labor remains solid. Again, you could have had stronger language. Statement strikes references cooling labor market, improving inflation. They made reference towards inflation progressing. Somewhat there, yeah. I think they could have picked stronger language, but I think the inflation thing, again, unemployment stabilized, labor market remains solid. So you see what I'm saying? People wanted strong language. They wanted it to be strong language on the jobs. It didn't. Yeah, they said so look at, remember the preview I showed you. Unemployment has stabilized at low levels, and it remains solid. They didn't say it's stronger. And then, this is a fucked up statement, honestly. Yeah, the language is very, very weak. Even how, go compare the other one. I think they cut out another line, but that's it. They ended it on inflation remains somewhat elevated. So you got your pause, but the language is a little weaker there. That's all. Wait till Powell says it, but remember what happened last time, though. The statement reads hawkish if Powell could come in and do whatever. You see what I'm saying? But that first, I see why TLT doesn't like it. Just think about it. Dude, a couple minutes ago, I was just telling you it has to be strong employment. People were expecting strong employment, and now they're just saying it remains solid, right? So they're not saying it's weak, but they're not saying it's strong. So he just finessed the middle on that one. And then they're saying inflation somewhat elevated. They're reinforcing that. That's going to lead into a lot of other questions. So, yeah, it's just not as dovish as you'd like, but I don't think that reads as dovish as you thought. But, again, first reaction down, bonds down, equities back up. So, if anything, give it 15 minutes at a time and then wait till the press conference starts. No, that wasn't too bad. But, again, I think a little underwhelming if you wanted. But then, again, that's paralleling what Powell did last time. Goldman Sachs, Daniel Marcoux joins Goldman from Amazon. Balance sheet runoff to continue. Vote in favor was unanimous. Fed is attentive. Activity continued to expand at solid pace. Risk achieving are roughly in balance. Yeah. And no QT. So you could have got an olive branch with QT, but nah. So that's not, again, not bad, but you definitely didn't get a dovish surprise from that. Does that make sense? So I think that's your reaction. People wanted a slight dovish read on it, but it's the exact same thing, couple changes. Nah, there's no dot plot today. That's why we're not expecting much guidance on March. So Fed expects the Fed to wait until June to cut rates. So yeah, Fed futures are moving timing, but not amount. So right now, the Fed futures are jockeying between June and July, but they're still all pricing 2 cuts on the year. You remember what I was telling you? All that matters is the amount of cuts. So now this data is making, people move when to cut, but the amount of cuts is still the same. That's the odd part about it. It was a rate pause. So that's your first pause after cutting and then after raising in the last couple years. But again, a little underwhelming in terms of labor market discussion as well as inflation progress. So again, once again, inflation is the main topic, and I don't think that's going to escape the Fed, let alone they're not. And again, job market too, labor supply of jobs, that ties into immigration as well. Yeah, interesting. Well, take it. All right. Give it 15 minutes at a time. And then we'll be good. What time? It's only been 5 minutes. Yeah, dollar pop. Bonds got destroyed, but look, they're trying to inverse each other. It just has to figure it out. Remember, you were here, 601? What was that? Yeah, I think you've moved like half of the move so far. Not much. So although these big candles look crazy, this is still relatively small. Yeah, it's not. This is going to be all about Powell. Like I said, know where the disappointment is. Again, labor market wasn't called strong. You also have the inflation stickiness topic. But other than that, you're half of the move, a little less than that. I don't know. It probably leans into politics. I wouldn't say Donald friendly or not, but it just reads less hawkish or more hawkish than expected. Again, people were looking, and good call on that. Look at the dollar. So watch, dollar didn't move on anything. Lutnick, RFK, even NVIDIA comments, dollar didn't move, but now it is. So remember, that is still one of our main topics here on the year. So, okay, now bonds coming down. I think both bonds and SPY should be at a new low. SPY doing a little better. December notes, labor market have generally eased and unemployment has moved up, remains low. Employment rate is stabilized and labor remains solid. Yeah, we wanted strong, or at least Morgan Stanley did. They wanted them to call the market strong. They don't want stable. is good and solid is good, but like I'm saying, the language just fell a little shy of what would have gave you a good dovish reaction. So yeah, Fed pretty upgrades labor market view, signals cautious cuts. And then low takers still juicing, but look at this SPY holding. Bonds at a low too. A couple healthcare names flipping now. Dollar wants to break up. So let's see. Jerome Powell. Lukewarm sentiment. I just like I said, it's you kind of got what you wanted, but like again, the language was just a little weaker, and that's the thing. But it's all in Powell's hands. That's what we thought. It was supposed to be a little bit more nuanced until Powell goes in. But yeah, I would say that is the reaction. All right. See if it recovers. If it recovers, pay attention to the amount that you're at on the SPY, because remember, we're not pricing in a line. I know, yeah, it feels jerky, but these are tiny moves right now. Yeah, Starbucks stayed up even through the other stuff. As long as it does that, you're good. Statement amidst key issues like tariff, immigration, tax cut, despite likely being discussed. Yeah, because they tied it into to the labor market and inflation. Starbucks is earnings. It's in its own little world. Anything that was already doing good, regardless, is going to continue. That's what happens on these earnings. And even today with the AI stuff, it's in its own little world. So I don't get too tripped up on Starbucks not reacting to this. Big drop on home builders. Yeah, I think that's because of bonds. REITs might go down too. All right, man. I think we're good. We'll give it a little bit of time. And then that's it. And then we doing good. I love it, though. Yeah, the statement, again, whatever was omitted, I think is in reference to the other one. Archite, sus weekly put. It could just be the rate stuff. But you never know. Archite dropped. That's one. There's like 5 different real estate stocks. All got clapped. Where is Timmerhouse? Yeah, honestly. I mean, Timmerhouse, in a weird way, he went from like Fed whisperer to like losing a little bit of credibility. I mean, again, a lot of people kind of did with the politics. I still like Timmerhouse a lot. But, again, it's hard to ignore some of the inflation. Remember, 3 months ago, everybody and their mother told you to cut rates, even Elizabeth Warren, and now you don't, even though none of the data has really changed. So there is some elements of that. Yeah, so here's Nick Timmy. This is what he posted. So, yeah, this is what they had. The rates stayed. Dude, they cut out a lot. They kept it so concise. But, yeah, and then no, you had nothing else different. You did have new voting members, but, yeah. And then, again, the language just was not as strong as some people wanted. Yeah, but nothing too crazy on that. All right. No dot plot this one. I'm looking. I think we're good, though. Again, I mean, unless you flush another 0.5% and get out of the range, but I just think it's going to be this is now Powell's job. You still got to wait like 20 minutes. I'll start getting some feeds up to see. Very interesting. I wouldn't say there's any momentum on it. Momentum was already on the downside in the beginning some of the Trump stuff. But again, from this, I think the Fed futures are not moving. Right now, the Fed futures are just changing dates, but not amounts. So until that, I think Powell, they've signaled a couple of things right now. The language is lacking, and we're making assumptions on tariffs and labor supply, but that's what he's going to have to clarify here. The dot plot only comes out every 3 months on the summary of economic projections. Dot plot is once a quarter, not once a month. Goldman sees a shift in the Fed easing cycle, strong growth in labor data allowing patient approach. Fed seeks more inflation progress before the next cut or next action. Interesting. Yeah, Goldman. So some people are already reading into it bullish still, but give it a second. Again, bond stopped going, now SPY. Well, they said something in the statement, but obviously Powell talked about something else. You see what I'm saying? Inflation remains high. Labor solid but not strong. I mean, he's clearly hinting at tariffs and deportations. You know what I'm saying? But that's what we need to see what he says, or if he avoids it, or if he could give us an actionable guide on that when he starts to speak. So we're going to see. Let's see. People are talking about the yen. No, the yen is following the bonds, big homie. You know what I'm saying? Dollar up, yen down. No, if yen strengthened off of that, then yeah, I'd agree, but not for now. He's going to speak in 15 minutes. 18 minutes. We got to get some feeds. All right. Is that first 15 minutes here in a second? Let me get you Bloomberg real quick.
That news conference is finished. Do you want to share it now?
I need to go to the bathroom.
Well, as I said, they made the judgment in September. The labor market was softening. The
Follow me on Twitter, Real Cold News.
They had good inflation numbers. I actually think it's no more complex than it is data dependent. And in particular, they were disappointed that there was not more progress in inflation. You are completely right, Lisa, that the comments on is there a placeholder, is the staff forecasting, what do people factor in? We now know from the minutes that, in fact, the placeholder was in the staff forecast and in many of the participants. And so, that's another consideration as well. I'm sure he'll be asked that.
If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. Equities declining by 0.8%. This was meant to be a non-event, turning out to be somewhat of an event. Rates unchanged, but with a hawkish bias in the statement. Bond yields are a little bit higher off the back of it as well. If you check out the 2-year, 10-year and 30-year going into this decision and the release of the statement, yields were higher by a couple of basis points, now up by 5 on a 10-year to 4.58. Diane Swank of KPMG joins us now for more. Diane, welcome to the program. Your early reaction to that statement, please.
Well, it is a little bit hawkish, and I do think it's well expected. I agree with Rich that this is in response to the data. We got a better employment report than expected at the end of the year. That is factored into the statement with the solid. We've also seen that inflation, the path down is much slower than the path up, and the last mile has looked a little sticky. I also agree with Rich, though, that we could get some very good inflation data in the first 3 months of the year, January, February, and March. And that will be interesting because not only is it the year-on-year comps, but they're changing the seasonal adjustment to the personal consumption expenditure index, which the Fed targets. That's important. What the Fed can't do is they can't front-run policy. There are policies that people fear are inflationary. Tariffs, mass deportations, and tax cuts. On the flip side, there's policies they see as disinflationary, deregulation, and cuts in government spending. And until we know the sequence of policy, the magnitude of policy, the Fed can't front run that, even though they're doing simulations on it. And the magnitude is different today than it was in 2018 or 2019. I think the other important issue is that the embers of inflation are still burning. This is not a situation where they've already defeated inflation. So it makes sense, again, behind the data. I think they'd like to be more forecast oriented in their policy setting, but I don't know how they can be, because one, we don't know the sequence of those policies, and two, it's important that the U.S. economy has humbled the Fed more than once.
Jason, or rather, Diane, you stopped me cold today with the Jason Furman chart going back to the 30s, the analog back to Smoot-Hawley as well. And there's a lot of other noise going on as well. But the answer is the unspoken here is disinflation, and not the fear of outright deflation, but just the slowing of the economy, which gets you, frankly, to a Bob Michael lower yield environment. Discuss the analog you have back to the 30s and tariffs as you showed in the Furman chart today.
Well, you know, Jason had put that out there a long time ago.
TK?
What was really important was that
I
we
ain't
had a
seen
major
Tom Keene in a
tax
minute.
hike in the
What up,
form
Tom
of
Keene?
tariffs. The
Good
Smoot-Hawley
guy. We like Tom. I know, right? I miss him in the mornings. That's it. They kicked out Tom Keene and went full propaganda. But I'll take it, you know. Yeah, Trump is live right now, but unfortunately, the man of the hour here is Jerome Powell. So get ready for it, though. We got about 15 minutes. I have 4 different feeds up ready to go. So whenever we start, the Fed already has one live, but I don't got a visual there. But once we start seeing, I think we'll be in the game. Yeah, hit that like button. And if you have any questions, now is the time. We're going to lock in when Powell gets on. So like I'm saying, I don't think this was as dramatic. They were even saying it's a little bit more of a reaction. I don't really think so. I think we're still within the priced range, but then again, this is kind of how last time played out. The statement starts reading a little hawkish. If Powell follows up the hawk with hawk, then you have a problem. But if he could hawkish and then chills out, we'll be good. But you're going to have to see. Oh, maybe Trump does say, you know what? I am going to switch to Trump real quick. He might say, someone's going to ask him about Powell. You know what I'm saying? I forgot it's Donald Trump. You know.
We don't want them to work from home because, as everyone knows, most of the time they're not working. They're not very productive. And
all right, new low, though. You're starting to hit almost what was priced in. You're like 0.1%, and we're going to hit the zone before Powell even opens his mouth. Like we said, that was the opportunity, but again, you still got a couple hours.
They're representing our government. They're representing our country. If they don't agree by February 6th to show up back to work in their office, they will be terminated, and we will therefore be downscaling our government, which is something that the last 10 presidents have tried very hard to do but failed. Most of the people we're talking about have not been going to their federal offices in many, many years, from even before COVID. But they have nevertheless been paid. Some have worked, some haven't worked, and most of the studies say that some have just gone through the motions. We may
I got like 500 in this chat, Donald. I got like 5. I could snitch on them if you want, Donald. They're listening right now at work. I know. Get a long term. That's what I've been telling them. I hope they do it.
But they're actually working other jobs, so they'll have to prove that to us that they weren't. In any event, we're requiring them to show up to work or be terminated. We think a very substantial number of people will not show up to work. And
look at how many people
will get smaller and more efficient, and that's what we've been.
Hey, yo, get your bag, baby. Get your bag.
Decades, frankly. Thank you. In addition, there was a short-term pause or funding freeze on certain discretionary spending payments, such as government grants. Only for
Joke's
us
on you. You went to your client site today. Are you bragging about doing your job description, right? Just making sure. I did what I was supposed to do, Josh. What? Joke's on you.
Entitlements that Americans
Joke's on you.
I've made abundantly clear from the very first day that I ran from office. That was a long time ago now. That's 2015.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Wait.
If you think about it, I announced in 2015.
This is the wrong camera.
We won in 2016. We did very well in 2020.
I don't know where I put him.
But we did really well just recently.
There he is.
And I'm restating right now to correct any confusion that the media has purposely and somehow for whatever reason created Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid have not been affected by any action we're taking in any way, shape, or form. We are merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy.
He just said they may ask workers to provide they don't have another job.
And you know what's
You have to
happened
prove you
to
only
them?
got one job.
They've used them as a method of making bombs.
And then Fed analyst
How about
says wait and
We
see
stopped an attempt
mode
to
amid
make an
trading
illicit
uncertainty.
payment for illegal alien
So again, you're hitting the point that was priced in, and then we got Powell in 9 minutes.
in DEI training contracts. This is just for the training of people in DEI, which has been terminated and completely terminated. And we paused $1.7 billion in unauthorized payments to foreign organizations, including stopping more than $40 million that was on its way out the door to the very corrupt World Health Organization, which has not done its job and not done it properly. We also blocked $45 million for diversity scholarships in Burma. 45, that's a lot of money for diversity scholarships. In Burma. I can imagine where that money went.
Yeah, they literally canceled a $50 million contract to send condoms to Gaza. It sounds ridiculous, but we learned yesterday that that is actually legitimate.
And types of payments affected by the temporary freeze, and the American people strongly support these efforts. I talked about it during the campaign, and they voted for
And then
us
some
as
people
American
posted an
members.
old article
Every
that
single day we're
some like
now
terrorist
putting America
groups would
first
like
and fighting to get
they would like rig the
most out of
condoms to be
every
like
single
explosives.
tax dollar for our great citizens. We've gathered this afternoon to take another historic action. However, in a few moments, the Laken-Riley Act will
I know,
become
that's what I said.
the
I
very
said I
first
didn't
bill
know that.
I proudly
The
signed into
condom
law
bombs,
as
I
the
didn't know that.
47th president of the United
Yeah. The Trojan War. Oh man.
Laken was a brilliant and beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia.
All right, I got you a
The best
live
in her
feed.
class. She was always
I have the
best. They would
podium.
Say,
So all right, we got a
Laken, how do you
podium
do
shot.
this? And what do you do? They were always asking her questions.
I'm gonna
She
keep
was
this up here. I
respected by
use this to
everybody, even her
compare.
teachers.
But
They
yeah, I already got one
respected
live
her
view.
So much from the time she was in first grade, Laken knew she wanted to spend her time caring for others. That's what she did. To her
I mean, the
friends and
play is if
classmates, she
Powell
was
is
a
more
light
hawkish
of
than the
warmth
statement,
and
I think we're
kindness
going
in every
down,
single room.
sell the bonds.
To her
But if
parents
Powell
and
comes in
family,
like a
she
puppy,
was
you're just probably gonna
everything
bounce
in
up
the
to where we
world.
started, and
At
then
a
bonds might
miserable
chill. But I
period
don't
of
think
time.
they'll like rip.
Just
It just all
after
depends.
9 a.m. last
But
February
the statement is
22nd,
just
Laken
it's like the
went out
same. It could have been
for a
better,
jog on the campus
but
of the
it's not a
University
good
of
read
Georgia, but
or the
she
best
was
read. But
just
he
never
needs to
returned.
like
She never
Powell's
came
gonna
back.
drive
She
it.
had- Parents are here, sister.
All right, we got 6 minutes though. I'll turn off Trump. Trump is in the background. I got one live view of Jerome right now,
Assaulted,
or at least the
beaten,
podium, so
brutalized,
we won't
and
miss
murdered by
anything.
an illegal alien gang member who was set loose into our country by the last administration. We are deeply honored to be joined today by Laken's parents, Allison and John, and her sister, Lauren. Thank you very much. Thank you. So sad. We were together right after that happened, and it's a tremendous tribute to your daughter, what's taking place today. That's all I can say, but so sad we have to be doing it at all. Thank you very much for being here. To Laken's family, we will keep Laken's memory alive in our hearts forever, everyone's hearts. With today's action, her name will also live forever in the laws of our country, and this is a very important law. This is something that has brought Democrats and Republicans together. That's not easy to do. Laken did it. Laken did it. America will never, ever forget Laken Hope Riley. The vicious criminal who murdered Precious Laken was an illegal alien member of the barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. He trespassed across our southern border in 2022 and was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the cruel policies of the last administration,
You got
instead of
reporters
being
in the
deported
background.
as he should have been, he was released.
Again, this is
into
the POW. I'm
United
looking for the
States,
fastest feed right now.
as were
We only got one visual.
millions of other people, many of them very dangerous people.
Chendela
And you
agua.
see what we're doing, we're getting
I
them
tell
the
you, we're
hell
looking
out
for a
of here.
feed. Like the video, Chad. Clap. Clap it up. Clap it up and let me tell Powell he better lower rates. Or I'll lower his
New
pay.
York City on charges
These
of
people.
endangering a child, but because of New York City's deadly sanctuary policies, as we have in California and many other places, which we're ending, we're going to end them. He was released again to reoffend. The Biden administration then provided this illegal alien criminal with a free, taxpayer-funded flight from New York to Georgia, where he was arrested yet again. Constantly.
No, I'm not in the
This time
VIX.
for
Watch out if we go
stealing from
lower.
Walmart, along
Again,
with
we got
his
about 3 minutes
gang member brother
till
who
homeboy
was
starts walking out.
bad one. Only after being released
So get ready.
a third time by the U.S. law enforcement.
And then let me
did
Let me
cold-blooded
tell you now,
criminal
because
go
I know
out.
a hoe is gonna complain. This is what I say every time. Just remember, right when Powell is done with the pre-written statement, he's gonna come out, he's gonna talk, all of that the market knows. It's at the end. He's gonna say we have a commitment to communities and families. I don't know. We'll see if he ends it with the DEI stuff, but that's usually how he ends it. And then at that ending, that's when the questions go. But I'm telling you, automatically the algos, usually there's an algo move right when he's done talking. So just be on the lookout for it. I'll give you a heads up. I know somebody's going to complain, but like I'm saying, just be on the note. But I want you to know that in advance because, again, a lot of people don't understand that, or they're going to be like, oh, wait, oh, this is new. But it's not new. The first 5 minutes is not new at all. When he ends with commitment to communities and families, then it's game time. And then usually the algos start right away after that, okay? So keep that in mind. I had to turn it back on for a little.
And that was happening for
Where's
4
Jerome?
long
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2,
years,
3, 4.
frightful years.
Can you believe it?
You'd say, how can people do this? How can they allow this to happen? How can they allow criminals to pour into our country and then try and defend it? And they're still trying to defend it, but they can't. That's why I'm here instead of
All right, they
somebody
just gave
else,
the lady
actually.
just came a
It's the
2-minute
biggest
warning.
reason. I believe it's the single biggest reason. Inflation was horrible.
Okay, I got another
Many
feed
things
up.
were horrible during that administration.
All right, Trump.
When you look at
Thank you, brother. All right, get ready. I got 2 live feeds up. This one seems to be the fastest for now. Again, market at the low into it. You're right at what was expected. So that opportunity we were talking about, it's still in play unless this guy, again, if he's a dove, then that's going to screw the Bears. But if he doubles down on hawkishness, it might get a little wild. We got to see. Okay, well, about 1 minute. Like that video and make sure, Real Cult News on Twitter. We'll give you updates if you guys, or you could ask me questions there if you're not able to. So I do have to switch it now, you guys. But thank you for doing good and following the rules. You will be able to listen, but we are going to go to members only chat. I need to lock in, baby. It's Powell time. So thank you all, man. Even you too, Jarn helping me out right there. All right. So lock in 30 seconds. Come on. All right, 30 seconds. I'm just looking at every feed right now. Type in the chat when you see him out there. I got another one live. Fed is live with The View. Okay, let's see which one wins. All right, I got 2 good ones right now. Head on a swivel. Head on a swivel. I don't see him yet. That's why I'm looking at my other screen. So if you guys tell me if you see him on that one, the one you're looking at, we need to know which one's faster. Okay, technically 18 seconds past time. Where are you? I don't see anything. White. Oh, okay. I got the fast one. He's out. He is out.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years.
Yeah, that's the fast one.
Labor market conditions have cooled from their formerly overheated state and remain solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities
Again,
holdings.
this pop doesn't matter. This was
I'll have more
algos.
to say about
I'm telling
monetary
you.
policy
This
after
is nothing.
briefly
Nothing new has been
reviewing
said.
Economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. For 2024 as a whole, GDP looks to have risen above 2%, bolstered by resilient consumer spending. Investment in equipment and intangibles appears to have slowed in the fourth quarter, but was strong for the year overall. Following weakness in the middle of last year, activity in the housing sector seems to have stabilized. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains averaged 170,000 per month
is a
over
little
the past 3
underwhelming.
months. Following earlier increases, the unemployment rate has stabilized since the middle of last year, and at 4.1% in December remains low. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures.
That's good.
Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years.
That could justify
but
why they
remains
didn't use
somewhat
strong
elevated
language,
relative
but
to our 2% longer run
that's
goal.
a little bit more clarity. That wasn't in the
Estimates based on the
statement.
Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in December, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable
Yeah,
prices
that labor
for the
headline I
American
just told you
people.
hit the wire.
We see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks on both sides of our mandate. Over the course of our 3 previous
There's
meetings,
room for
we lowered
dovishness.
our policy rate by a full
So
percentage
far.
point from its peak.
We don't know yet.
That recalibration of our policy stance was appropriate in light of the progress on inflation and the rebalancing in the labor
He's
market.
about to say, but it's reversed.
With our policy stance significantly less restrictive than it had been and the economy remaining strong, we do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. We know that reducing policy restraint too fast or too much could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're not on any preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly.
Brady.
Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks
He
and
just said we
uncertainties
could
that
cut
we
rates,
face in pursuing both sides
No,
of our
he's
dual
playing
mandate.
both sides, bro. It's neutral. Neutral as fuck.
As we previously announced, our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework is taking place this year. At this meeting, the committee began its discussions by reviewing the context and outcomes of our previous review that concluded in 2020, as well as the experiences of other central banks in conducting reviews. Our review will again include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May. Throughout this process, we will be open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings.
Yeah, Bitcoin is just tweaking.
We
Yen's
intend to
going
wrap up
lower,
the
but
review
so are
by late
bonds.
summer. I would note that the committee's 2% longer run inflation goal will be retained and will not be a focus of the review.
That's good.
The Fed has been assigned 2 goals
Not
for
raising
monetary
neutral.
policy: maximum employment and stable prices.
Dollar ripping.
We remain committed to
Not
supporting
off anything
maximum
he's saying.
employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-run inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Leisman from CNBC. Mr. Chairman, at a event in Davos, or to Davos anyway, the president said he'll demand that interest rates drop immediately.
First one,
so I guess
politics.
I have a 3-part question. Has the president done this to you? Has he made that demand? Secondly, what is your response to that? And third, what effect, if anything, if any, does a president making these kind of remarks have on policy? Thank you.
Again, this is a question about
3
Fed
questions.
independence.
I'm seeing it really as one question, though. So I'm not going to have any
Yeah, it's been their favorite
response or
question for
comment
3 months.
whatsoever on what the president said. It's not appropriate for me to do so. The public should be confident that we will continue to do our work as we always have, focusing on using our tools to achieve our goals, and
he's gonna
really
dodge
keeping
this
our heads
one.
down and doing our work, and that's how we best serve the public.
Can you just comment on whether he's physically communicated this demand to you?
I've had no contact.
Thank you.
Dodge.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you and several of your colleagues said around the time of the last meeting that your policy stance was meaningfully restrictive. Given economic and financial market developments since then, how has your confidence changed in
Yeah,
an
bullish, no
assessment that says
contact. I
interest
mean,
rates
algos are taking it.
meaningfully restrictive?
That's crazy.
I don't think that my assessment really has changed. I mean, a couple of things have happened. We've gotten more strong data, but we've also seen
No, I think they
rates
liked the
move
no
up at the long
contact
end,
comment.
which could
I
represent
didn't see that
tightening
coming.
financial conditions. I think
Yeah,
if we
market
look
really
back
liked that.
over the past year or so, we can see that policy is restrictive. If you look at the effect of high rates on interest-sensitive spending, for example, in housing.
This could move
and
bonds,
if you
this
look at the
question.
achievement of our goal variables, we're seeing the economy move toward 2% inflation and has moved largely to maximum employment. So we really look at the movement toward the goal variables to make that assessment. Now, policy is meaningfully less restrictive than it was before we began to cut. It's 100 basis points less restrictive, and for that reason, we're going to be focusing on seeing real progress on inflation, or alternatively some weakness in the labor market before we consider
You just said we're
making adjustments.
not restricted,
If I
which
could
is
follow
obvious,
up,
but still,
does the
he
economy
usually
here
dodges.
warrant meaningfully
Look
restrictive
at dollar
interest
drop.
rates? And would you judge interest rates to still be meaningfully restrictive if you were to lower them by another quarter point?
Wow.
So I think our policy stance is very well calibrated, as I mentioned, to balance the achievement of our two goals. We want policy to be restrictive enough to continue to foster further progress toward a 2% inflation goal. At the same time, we don't need to see further weakening in the labor market to achieve that goal, and that's kind of what we've been getting. The labor market has really
can
been
you cut
broadly
rates
stable. The
and
unemployment
still be
rate has been
restrictive?
broadly stable now for 6 months. Conditions seem to be broadly in balance. And I'd say look at the last couple of inflation readings and you see we don't overreact to 2 good readings or 2 bad readings.
You
but
overreacted last
nonetheless,
time.
The last couple of readings
Shut up.
have suggested more positive readings. So I think policy is well positioned.
Okay, he didn't answer it, but it was that kind of felt dovish. Yeah, that was a very dovish question.
New York Times.
Asking if he
Chair
could
Powell,
cut
how
rates.
should we interpret the removal of the line from
Yeah,
the
that was
statement
good.
that inflation has made
That
progress
was
towards
good.
the 2% goal? Is that no
Yeah,
longer
look,
the
you're already
case?
back up.
No, so let me look, if you just look at the first paragraph, we did a little bit of language cleanup there. We took out a reference to since earlier in the year.
Listen, language.
As it related to the labor market.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted.
We just chose to shorten that sentence.
Why?
Again, I mean, if you look at the sort of intermeeting data, it was good, and there was another inflation reading, I guess, just before the December meeting. So we've got two
yeah,
good
big. I'm
readings
telling you,
in a
that
row that
read.
are consistent
He
with 2%
came off
inflation.
dovish, bro.
Again,
that was a
we're not
dovish
gonna
question, and
overinterpret
it
two
sounded
good or
good.
two bad readings, but
Even now,
this was not meant to send a signal.
There you go.
Other than this, you can
Listen.
take away from all of this that we remain committed.
His talk is
to
making that statement
achieving our
dovish.
2% inflation goal sustainably.
He's just said it. He said we didn't do it to signal anything. We just wanted to shorten it.
Expectations across a number of measures rise sharply.
Everything back to
which
back
in
has
part
sounded
been
good
linked to
so far.
tariff concerns, but there's also been this encouraging data that you mentioned in terms of CPI and rent
But now you're
indices.
back to start, so don't get too jumpy.
How would you characterize concerns about upside risks to inflation across the committee,
Okay, this is a
especially
good
those
question.
tied to policies related to the
Tariffs.
Trump administration?
Yep. Okay, here's your tariff question for inflation.
I'd say you see expectations moving up a little bit at the short end, but not at the longer end, where it really matters. And those could be related to what you mentioned, some of the
The
new
short end
policies.
expectations are high, not long end
I think
for
where
inflation.
the committee is very much in the mode of waiting to see what policies are enacted. We don't know what will happen with tariffs, with immigration.
Be careful. Don't get too jumpy.
with
The
fiscal
bonds ain't playing
policy,
along, big
and
homie.
with regulatory policy.
You might have a surprise in store.
We're only just
Or he
beginning to
gets
see,
more
actually
bullish
are
and
not
bonds
really
catch
beginning
up.
to see much. And I think we need to let those policies be articulated before we can even begin to make a plausible assessment of what their implications for the economy will be. So we're going to be watching carefully, and as we always do, this is no different than any other set of policy changes at the beginning of an administration. We'll patiently watch and understand, and kind of not be in a hurry to get to a place of understanding what our policy response should be until we see how it plays out.
Michael McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. You and your colleagues normally condition future policy moves with the phrase, if the economy develops as we anticipate. Is it fair to say that since there's a lot unknown about what this administration's fiscal policies are actually going to be, that you don't have a medium to long-term economic forecast that you can have confidence in? Or if that's not true, can you lay out what you think is going to happen in the economy, how you see it developing?
Well, at all times, forecasts are conditional at a minimum on just a set of expectations, and they're highly uncertain in both directions. We know that economic forecasting is really difficult beyond just a month or two out. So
I'm not muted. That's just not
there's probably
an odd
some
question.
elevated
The other ones were more on point for what we were looking for. That's why we got reaction.
Shifts in those four areas that I mentioned: tariffs, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulatory policy. So there's probably some additional uncertainty, but that should be passing. We should go through that, and then we'll be back to the regular amount of uncertainty. So, what forecasters are doing, not just us, but everybody's doing, is they've got sort of just a set of assumptions about what might happen, but they're really kind of in the nature of a placeholder, and meaning.
He's taking the
plausible
over.
Could be, but honestly, you wouldn't stand behind it because you just don't know, and so you're just on hold, waiting to see what comes down.
So the SEP didn't matter
It's a very
last
large economy, and policies affected at the margin, but we're going to wait and see.
If I can follow up, the idea that you feel the economy, that policy is restrictive, suggests that the Fed in general wants to continue to lower interest rates. So when you look at the data that you are dependent on, are you looking for data that tell you that you can cut, or data that will tell you you should hold?
That's a good question.
We're
Dodge.
It's more the way it works is we are looking at the data to guide us in what we should do, and that's what we do. And right now we feel like we're in a very good place. Policy's well positioned.
He's
the
being
economy's in
neutral
quite a
on
good
path
place, actually,
forward
as well.
And he clarified more dovishness on the
What we
statement.
do expect is to
Are you
see
following?
further progress on inflation. And,
But he won't answer future.
You know, as I mentioned, as we see that, or
He'll
if
tell
we
you
were
what
to
he
see
meant, but he
weakening
won't
of the
tell
labor
you what he
market,
wants
that
to
could
do
foster
for rate
we
cuts
could
or
then be in a
hikes.
position of making further adjustments. But right now, we don't see that, and we see things as in a really good place for policy and for the economy, and so we feel like
Juniper
we don't need to be in a
dying,
hurry
they were part of a
to make any
buyout.
adjustments.
Watch if that fails. That's random.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you very much. In 2021 at a central bank conference, you said, quote, throughout my career in both public and private sectors, I've seen that the best and most successful organizations are often the ones that have a strong and persistent commitment to diversity and inclusion. These organizations consistently attract the best talent by investing in and retaining a world-class workforce. First question is, do you still believe that? And if so, how do you intend to put that belief into practice while remaining consistent with the recent executive order prohibiting diversity and inclusion efforts?
A
So
DEI
let me say,
question?
Yes, in answer to your first question. But to the second question, I want to say this. We are, like others, we're reviewing the orders and the associated details as they're made available. And as has been our practice over many administrations, we are working to align
low-key,
our
he
policies
usually
with the
asks
executive
bangers. That
orders
guy
as
usually asks good
appropriate and
econ
consistent
questions.
with applicable law. And I want to add that I'm not going to have anything more specific for you today on this whole set of issues.
Well, if I could just follow up quickly on that, I'm wondering how you're getting that to be consistent with the Dodd-Frank law's stipulations about maintaining an Office of Minority and Women's Inclusion.
So I did mention consistent with applicable law, right?
Which is governing.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, Powell just even thought. Powell's like, you
Thanks so
fucking
much.
idiot.
Elizabeth Schulze with ABC
That was weird.
News.
Howard
Just
usually
on,
asks great
Steve's
questions.
question. What
No, I'm
reassurance
surprised.
can you give the
I actually
American
like those
public
guys'
that
questions
the Fed
prior.
will continue to
That one was
operate
weird.
independent of politics?
Yeah,
of
he even
its
got like
administration?
salty with him, bro. You saw that?
You know, as I've said countless times over the years, this is who we are. This is what we do. We study the data. We analyze.
We lie to
how it
you.
will
We
affect,
this is exactly what we do.
and the balance of risks. And we
It's
use
exactly
our
what we
tools
do,
to
and we
try to,
mislead you, and we
given our
cut
best
rates, and then
understanding,
flip-flop
our best thinking,
instantly.
try to achieve our goals. That's what we do. That's always what we do. Don't
It's
look for
always
us to do
what we
anything else. And that's, you know, lots of research shows that's the best way for a central bank to operate.
It is.
That'll give us the best possible
It
chance
is.
to achieve these goals for the
It
benefit
does.
of the American people. That's always what we're going to do. And
That is always what you
people
will
should
do.
have confidence in that, as I said a few minutes ago.
You've said that the Fed is in wait-and-see mode based on the policies that come out of this administration. Has the Fed started to model what policies like mass deportations, changes in immigration policy specifically, would look like for the workforce and for inflation?
So one of the things our staff does is they look at a range of possible outcomes, and they tend
Hey, look,
to
bonds
go
are
from
picking
really
up.
good
This
to
is
really
supporting
bad.
that
And,
rally.
it's-
Again, it was
it's
those
one of
three
the best
comments.
things that they do.
The first three
In each
questions,
Teal book, you
the
can look at
clarification, that's what
five-year-old
got us
Teal books and
moving.
see they're
But now you're
alternative
within what's priced
simulations.
in,
So
bro.
that's what they do. You'll be a
So we're still not
baseline,
doing shit.
And then they'll show 6 or 7 alternative scenarios, including really good ones and not so good ones. And what those do is they spark, you know, the policymakers to sort of think and understand about the uncertainties that surround this. So yes, the staff does that, and we're all well aware that the range of possibilities is always broad, and not just now, but always. And it's hard to be open to just how broad the possibilities are for an economy. You know, no one saw the pandemic coming, and it changed everything. So things happen, but yes, we do that. But it's different. It's one thing to do that, to make assessments about what might happen and begin to think about what you might do in that case. But you don't act until you see much more than we see now.
Yeah, same answer.
Katerina.
He won't answer things about the future and trade. But again, you got that clarification.
Katerina Saraiva, Bloomberg News. Last month you talked about a future rate cut as being pretty, significantly predicated on more progress in inflation. With the characterization of the labor market in the statement today, would you say that that's even more so the case now?
I'd say it's the same. We want to see, further progress on inflation. And, the story's there. We're just going to have to see the data. At the end of the day, it comes down to 12-month inflation, because that takes out the seasonality issues that may exist. And, we're just going to need to see that. We think we see the pathway for that to happen. One example, a key example, is that you now do see owner's equivalent rent and housing services, the way it's calculated for PCE. You see that coming down pretty steadily now, and that's the place where most of the remaining gap is. In addition, a big part of the overrun, as you will know, was from non-market services, which don't tend to send much signal. So you can look through all that and think, okay, that then we seem to be set up for further progress. But being seemed to set up for it is one thing, having it is another. So we're going to want to see further progress on inflation. Remember, we're not, we're under 2%, but our goal is 2%, and we do mean to get back sustainably to 2%.
And in terms of the labor market, I mean, how is that broadly, you said a broad set of indicators show that it's in pretty solid place. Was there broad agreement on that? There's been a few underlying indicators that are showing perhaps some weakness, a low hiring rate, workers reporting that it's increasingly difficult to find a job. Is that of concern to the committee?
So you're right. I mean, we look at, of course, a very broad range. So it starts with unemployment, with the unemployment rate, employment participation, wages, job quits, are people quitting, that kind of thing, the ratio of vacancies to unemployed. We look at all those things, and you put your finger though on it's a low hiring environment. So if you have a job,
I sold the remaining Meadow weekly
but
calls.
If you have 200%, the job finding rate,
the January, I still got the March.
That's more typical.
Those expire on Friday.
Let's say that the unemployment, that the labor market is at a sustainable level. It's not overheated anymore. We don't think we need it to cool off anymore. We do watch it extremely carefully. It's one of our 2 goal variables. But I'd say we watch those things quite carefully. But nonetheless, overall.
Okay, look, bonds are catching up with it now. Bonds have now recovered. SPY recovered.
The labor market
again, those first 3 comments and the clarification, you're still riding on that.
An unemployment rate that has been pretty stable now for a full
I'll answer that question after, James. But there is a Powell's kind of recalibrating right now.
Chairman, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business.
He's going back to neutral.
You said
I think the political hangover is gone.
But last September,
even though they keep asking
we
him.
understand that there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise. Now that the flow of the border has slowed and we're seeing deportations,
another immigration labor supply question.
Rate to react?
So what's happening is that the flows across the border have decreased very significantly, and there's every reason to expect that to continue. But job creation has come down a bit too. So, if those 2 things come down together, that sort of can be a reason for the unemployment rate to stabilize. In other words, the break-even rate, as population growth slows, the break-even rate that you need in new jobs to make make jobs for workers declines as well. So that seems to be something about what's happening. You do see a very flat unemployment rate at a time when
he doesn't want to say it, but he seems like he doesn't.
I want to ask you about Fed employment.
It doesn't seem like immigration is his concern with the labor market.
Musk alleges that the Fed is
he doesn't want to say it explicitly.
Overstaffed.
That's what that sounded like.
The executive branch push to reduce the federal workforce. I just want to get your reaction.
Everybody's asking this damn question.
We run a very careful budget process. We're fully aware that we owe that to the public, and we believe we do that. I've got no further comment than that. Thanks.
Chris.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. President Trump has said he will lower inflation by reducing gas and energy costs. Do you see such costs as a particular driver of inflation?
Do you think he's racist?
Would lowering them have a dramatic effect?
Chris, I'm not going to react or discuss anything that any elected politician might say. So I'll give you a mulligan.
Yo, get me that press pass, dog.
Nearly 2 weeks ago, the Fed said it was withdrawing from the network for greening the financial system, even as we have significant wildfires in Los Angeles doing billions of dollars in damage. And of course, the NGFS, as you know, is a group to talk about how the financial system could address climate change. Many commentators did see the timing as political. Why did you leave that organization? Can you explain that decision?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So we considered this, really at length, and we did decide to withdraw from the NGFS. And really the reason is that the work that the NGFS does has broadened very significantly. Think about nature-related risks and biodiversity and things like that. In addition, the work of the NGFS is in significant part intended to, and this is a quote, mobilize mainstream finance to support the transition toward a sustainable economy. So we joined to get the benefit of understanding what other central banks were doing and seeing research and things like that. I think this is just way beyond any plausible mandate that you could attribute to the Fed. And so we have a quite narrow role, as I've said many times, and I think that the activities of the NGFS are not a good fit for the Fed, given our current mandate and authority. So, and I just think it was time to acknowledge that, this process dates back, thinking about it dates back a couple of years. I made the decision to bring this to the board some months ago.
Equity's moving without bonds.
The process just took.
That's not off that
time
question.
To get
That's
here,
just movement.
And this is when we got it and voted on it. So, and I'm aware of how it can look, but it was really
Again,
not driven by
you've moved
politics.
a tenth of a percent from the statement
kind of
now.
Disconnect between the work
So we're
of
just
the
back to like
NGFS
neutral
and our mandate. Other central banks have different mandates and belong to the NGFS. We have no criticism of them, but it just isn't. It's not right for the Fed.
Andrew.
Thanks. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. I'm wondering if you could talk more about what further progress would look like for consumers.
Very good. Thank you.
Well,
take that.
2% inflation down to 2% sustainably is what we're trying to achieve.
You said that nervously.
We're somewhat above that, as you know, and we want to see serial readings that suggest that we're making.
That was the
further
easiest,
progress on
hardest
inflation.
question.
That's what we want to see, and consumers will pick that up.
Why is he tweaking?
Of course, in the things that they buy at the grocery store or at the store.
The other thing I wanted to ask.
Yeah,
was just
bro.
how
I don't
far
just. I
away
think
you
it's how he responded to that.
You are from neutral.
That was the easiest question ever.
You can't know with
It's
any.
like, well, we think we're at inflation.
Precision, of course.
It's a little high.
As I like to say, that you know the neutral rate by its works. So I think
Amen,
at
amen, Lord.
4.3%, we're above pretty much everyone on the committee's estimates of the longer run neutral. I think our eyes are telling us that
Yeah,
our
I think he
policy
thought it was
is
a trick
having effects
question.
on the economy. That's really the question we ask. You can consult models, empirical models, theoretical models. You really have to just look out the window and see
Circle it back to
how
neutral. It's fine.
how your policy rate is
It's fine. Yeah,
affecting the
I
economy.
see. That was just
And I
our
think we
response,
see
and
that
then
it's having
he
meaningful
said
effects
neutral's fine. Okay,
in
there you
bringing
go.
inflation
Bond's
under
still going.
control. It has helped bring the
That
labor
was funny.
market into balance as well. So that's what we think. I would say we're meaningfully above it. I am.
Look at that reaction.
I have no illusion that anyone knows precisely how much.
No,
that
it was a
is.
good question. That's why right when he said it, I
Not
said,
knowing that
finally.
and having cut
It was
100
a real
basis
straightforward
points
econ question.
means that it's appropriate that we not be in a hurry to make further adjustments.
Victoria.
Victoria Guido with Politico. So as a general matter, when it comes to executive orders and OMB memos, do those always apply to the Fed, sometimes never, or do you just often voluntarily comply? What is the legality there?
So it's been our practice, as I mentioned, to work to align our policies to those that are mentioned in the executive orders, and I'm just going to leave it at that. As I mentioned, I'm not going to go any deeper than that, or
I don't
get
know
into
if Jack
any deeper
Dorsey
into
has a
this
meme
issues
coin,
today.
but I'm pretty confident somebody wants you to believe that. I don't know.
Claire Jones from the Financial Times. Two questions, if I may, on tariffs. Well, first of all, we've seen global trade wars before, notably in 2019, last time around, but then we were in a very different place on both inflation and growth. If we see tariffs of the same sort of magnitude that we got then, which I know is big if, what do you think might be different this time around? And secondly, Tiff Macklem said there was no doubt that the threat of tariffs was a big driver of the cut by the Bank of Canada today. What sort of information would the Fed need to see on tariffs before it was willing to take such a preemptive
Good question.
move?
I like that's the best one.
What sort of information would you need to see on tariffs? Would you need to see a strategy, actual implementation, actual movement of inflation expectations before you're actually willing to change the path of monetary policy on the basis of it?
Yeah, so first of all, things are a little different now. We've just come through a high inflation period, and you can argue that both ways. You can say that companies have figured out that they do like to raise prices, but we also hear a lot from companies these days that consumers have really had it with price increases. And so I don't know how that shakes out. Nonetheless, you're coming through a situation where we're not quite back to 2%, and that's just different. In addition, the trade, the kind of footprint of trade has changed a lot as trade is now spread around. It's not as concentrated in China as it was. There's a lot more manufacturing that moved to Mexico and other places. So there are differences, and I just think the range of possibilities is very, very wide. We just don't know, and I don't want to start speculating, as tempting as it is, because we really don't know.
He doesn't want to talk about the future.
And we didn't know, by the way, in 2018. Yeah, we didn't really know, and the range of possibilities very, very wide. We don't know what's going to be tariffed. We don't know for how long or how much. What countries. We don't know about
Market isn't like
retaliation.
hearing it, though.
We don't know how it's going to transmit through the economy.
He's trying to be neutral,
consumers.
but it just sounds like we don't know, and a lot of uncertainty.
There are lots of places where.
But then again, you should have felt that for the last couple weeks or months.
Price increase from the tariff can show
again,
up
you're just still holding neutral
between the manufacturer and the consumer. Just so many
like I said,
variables,
watch the
so
bonds.
They're
caught up with the spot.
The best we can do is what we've done, which is study up on this and look at historical experience, read the literature, and think about the factors that might matter, and then we'll just have to see how it goes.
Courtney. Thank you. Courtney Brown from Axios. Two unrelated questions. The first is whether or not there was any discussion about QT and the timeline for ending QT at this meeting. And then the second question is just, I wonder if the AI-prompted sell-off in the stock market this week signaled anything to you about the state of financial conditions?
So, let's talk about runoff. So the most recent data do suggest that reserves are still abundant. Reserves remain roughly as high as they were when runoff began, and the federal funds rate has been very steady within the target range. We track a bunch of metrics, and they do tend to point to reserves
that was your deep sea question.
Abundant. We do
tied
intend
into
to
financial
reduce the size of our
conditions.
balance sheet to a level that's
Ta-da!
consistent with implementing monetary policy efficiently and effectively in our ample reserves regime. We're closely monitoring a range of indicators to assess conditions, and that should
If the
provide
answer is
signals
QT,
whether
that's forward
reserves
guidance.
are
He's
approaching
dodging.
a level that could be judged as, quote, somewhat
That's why he's
above
reading.
ample. I don't have anything to say to you about particular dates. It's just that's the process, and what we see is that the rates do appear to be abundant. As always, we stand ready to take appropriate action to support that smooth transition of monetary policy, incling to adjust the details of our approach.
It's a hard question because Canada just did it.
In light of
but again, this whole theme, he's been trying to avoid future guidance. So you can't talk about
AI,
QT
it's a
without
big event
talking
in,
guidance.
in the stock market and in
Here's your deep sea
particular
question.
parts of the stock market.
It'll work itself
what
out.
really matters for us is macro developments, and that means substantial changes in financial conditions that are persistent for a period of time. So I wouldn't put that label on these events, although, of course, we're all watching it with interest.
Oh, he said he's watching with interest. But there you go. That was a deep sea question I expected.
Thank you. You mentioned in your remarks
It
that
had
activity in
financial
the housing
conditions.
sector seems to have stabilized. At the same time, since your first rate cut in September, long-term mortgage rates have gone up by a full percentage point back above 7%.
The first time in history.
I'm wondering, kind of looking forward, are you confident that activity will remain stable?
Never have
given
you
how
cut
elevated
rates
mortgage
100
rates
basis
are?
points?
How does it fit
And
into
then
your
6
broader
months
thinking
later,
about
the rates are
economy?
higher. That's never happened.
So, as you know,
Ever.
as we've reduced our policy rate 100 basis points, longer rates have gone up, not because of
you lied.
expectations, not principally because of expectations about our policy or about inflation. It's more a term premium story. So, and it's long rates that matter for housing. So, I don't think I think these higher rates are going to they're probably hold back housing activity to some extent if they're persistent. We'll have to see how long they persist. So
interesting.
We
said
control
rates
an
should slow down
overnight rate.
housing
Generally,
if
it
they
propagates
persist.
through the whole family of asset prices, including interest rates. But in this particular case, it's all happened at a time when, for reasons unrelated to our policy, longer rates have moved up.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You said you want to see further progress on inflation. Given that households appear to be unhappy with the elevated level of prices, do you believe the committee should wait until inflation has fallen back to target to cut rates again?
No, I wouldn't say that. We've never said we need to be all the way at target to reduce rates. At any time, what we're doing is we're looking at the economy and asking whether our policy stance is the right one to achieve maximum employment and price stability. So I think if we would want to see further progress.
But no guidance.
But we think our, as I mentioned, we think that our policy stance is restrictive.
Bond's not moving on that,
meaningfully
though.
restrictive, not
It's
highly
dovish,
restrictive, but
only
meaningfully
equities for now.
restrictive. And so I would think we need to see further progress. I wouldn't say all the way back down to 2% on a sustainable basis, although we'd love to see that, of course, and we will.
And a separate question for you on tariffs. Curious whether the threat of tariffs and not knowing whether they could stick or not creates uncertainty for business here in the United States and could cause them to pull back, ultimately weighing on growth. Does the threat of tariffs cause you to ponder your growth forecast?
You know,
that was a good
I want to avoid commenting even indirectly on the conduct of
I'll avoid
tariffs.
commenting
It's
indirectly.
not our job, and it's not our job to comment on the moves that people make. So I wouldn't want to criticize anything that's happening or really comment on it one way or another, praise it for that matter. It's just not our job. I do think that
she asked it
in
good,
2018,
but yeah, he knew.
There was a lot of work done on trade policy uncertainty. Trade policy uncertainty, if it's large and persistent, can start to matter for businesses making investment decisions and things like that. That's not something I'm observing today. It's very early days for this, but I think that did matter in 2018-19, and it's one of many things we'll be watching.
All right.
Matt. Egan.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Matt Egan from CNN. Following up on Courtney's question from earlier about the stock market, how concerned are you, if at all, about potential asset bubble brewing in financial markets? How do relatively high market valuations factor into considerations about potentially lowering interest rates further? Is that something that's in the back of your mind?
Oh, yeah.
So we look at, from a financial stability perspective at asset prices.
Will you lower
generally,
rates if
along
we
with
crash the market?
Things like leverage in the household sector, leverage in the banking system, funding risk for banks and things like that. But it's just one of the four things asset prices are. And yeah, I'd say they're elevated by many metrics right now. A good part of that, of course, is this thing around tech and AI. But we look at that.
He just called AI a bubble?
Also, we look at how resilient the households and businesses and the financial
Kinda
sector
hinted
are
at
to
it,
those
but
things.
the market's not
we look
worried
at that
about it.
mainly from a financial
See, though.
stability perspective, and we think that there's a lot of resilience
You did say it's
out
up.
there. Banks have high capital, and households are actually overall, not all households, but in the aggregate, households are in pretty good shape financially these days. So that's how we think about that. We look at overall financial conditions, and you can't just take equity prices. You've got to look at rates too, and that represents a tightening in conditions with higher rates. So overall,
you say valuations are
financial
high, but
conditions are probably
conditions are still
somewhat
tight.
accommodative, but it's a mixed bag.
50-50, Habibi, 50-50. Whoa,
Hi, Chair
cameraman.
Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. One question for you. This month's statement notes that unemployment has stabilized at a low rate and that the labor market is solid. You walked through some of what's driving this, but I wonder what risks you see that might challenge your assessment.
Well, the things we discussed earlier. One is that there's a low hiring rate.
Robinhood going crazy,
And so
too.
that if there were to be a spike in layoffs, if companies were to start to reduce headcount, you would see unemployment go up pretty quickly because the hiring rate is quite low. So that's one thing we look at. I think it's worth pointing out that for lower income households, they're under significant pressure. And in the aggregate, the numbers are good, but we know that people at the lower end of the income spectrum are struggling with costs. And really, it's high inflation for the basics of life. It's not so much the inflation now, it's the price level, because inflation has raised prices. Inflation is now much closer to target, but people are really feeling that. But overall, this is a good labor market. You're at 4.1% unemployment. That's just a really good level, and you've been solidly there now for 6-7 months. And job creation is pretty close to a level that will hold the unemployment rate there, given that there'll be much slower population growth.
One more question. Some of the uncertainty around immigration policy, in your assessment, is that making it harder for businesses and the Fed to plan going forward?
We hear anecdotal reports, but I don't see, there's nothing in the data yet on that, but you hear that kind of thing about construction, for example, and businesses that are dependent on immigrant labor are saying that it's suddenly gotten harder to get people. But I know you don't see that in the aggregate data yet, but yes, you hear it anecdotally.
So anecdotally, the job market's weakening a little. Microsoft DeepSeek R1 is now available on Azure AI Foundry and GitHub.
Is certainly a theme today, and I'm wondering, are there any periods
Microsoft
from your
DeepSeek
career,
headline,
or as it relates to markets, the economy, what's going on here in Washington and beyond, or from lessons from history that
interesting comment on the anecdote,
provide some guidance for a central banker operating in uncertain times like today?
I guess I'd say this. Uncertainty is with us all the time. It is human nature, apparently, to underestimate how fat the tails are in a way. The possibility, we think of things in a normal distribution, and in the economy, it's not a normal distribution. The tails are very fat, meaning things can happen way out of your expectations. It's never not that way. I wouldn't, if you think about it.
Well, bad labor market's good.
Think about the
rate
first
cuts.
few months of
That's
the
why
pandemic.
I think you got a little mini pop.
That was uncertainty. Are we going to be able to reopen the economy? If so, when? How much of it? How long will it take? That was uncertainty. What we have now is a good labor market. We have the economy growing at 2 to 2.5%. Inflation's come down to now the headline inflation number was 2.6, and that's what the public experiences. We look at core because it's a better indicator of future inflation. So yes, the price level went up a lot for inflation, and people are feeling that, and they're not wrong. But so the kind of uncertainty we have is just a usual level of uncertainty about the economy, but then policies which are not for us to criticize or praise, really. Those are policies which people have been elected to implement. They're implementing them with a view to making a better economy. And so I wouldn't call this out as one of those times. I wouldn't compare it to the global financial crisis or anything like that, given that we have actually a very good economy right now.
Evan Reiser with Market News International. Chair Powell, is a March cut still on the table? And then additionally, are you looking to see better than expected data on inflation to cut? Or are you looking for inflation data that roughly aligns with current forecasts?
He's not going to answer that shit.
So as I mentioned, the economy's strong, the labor market's solid. Downside risks to the labor market appear to have abated, and we think disinflation continues on a slow and sometimes bumpy path. That tells me, and the other members of the committee, the broad sense of the committee actually is that we don't need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance. Your second question was?
Whether or not you need to see better than expected inflation data or just inflation data that roughly aligns with your current forecasts.
It's one of those things, we'll know it when we see it, but the expectation is that we will.
You'll get a little candle. You want to answer, but he ain't going to answer it.
That's what we want. We'll know it when we see it. It's going to have to be something that isn't just idiosyncratic. You're going to want to see, continued progress with housing services inflation. You're going to want to see inflation behaving
that's not
in
what
a way
you did
that
3
builds
months ago,
confidence
sir.
that we are really making progress. That's what it's going to be. And is that better than our expectations? We expect to see that. It's just a question of when.
So they want to keep lowering rates.
Chair
They
Powell,
just
Scott
don't know
Horsley from
when.
NPR. In your 5-year review, you said the 2% inflation target won't be on the table. Can you talk a little bit about why? Is that because you think that's the right target, or is it because you don't want to move the goalpost mid-game, or what's behind that?
I think that goal has served us well over a long period of time. It's also the sort of global standard. I think that if a central bank wanted to look at changing that, you wouldn't do it at a time when you're not meeting it anyway. I would not look at changing it anyway, but I certainly wouldn't look at it at a time when you're not meeting it. I mean, there's just no interest at all in changing it, if I'm being at all unclear. We're not going to change the inflation goal anytime soon.
And 5 years ago, if I can paraphrase what y'all decided, it was you're going to not raise interest rates preemptively to head off inflation until you see sort of the whites of the eyes of inflation, because the solid labor market was so beneficial. Have the last few years changed your thinking about that?
So what we really said was that
that's a good question.
We wouldn't look at a strong labor market
Is this getting
and
these rate hike
raise
fears?
rates unless we saw some evidence of inflation. So the thought was that we'd seen really low levels of inflation, of unemployment, with no sign of inflation. So why would you preemptively want to put people out of work in the absence of any kind of any evidence that suggested that this was not a sustainable level? It was a way of acknowledging how much humility we have about the starred variables, especially U-star, the natural rate of unemployment. So that was that was an insight. We'll discuss that again. That'll be one of the many things that we discuss. But I don't think that insight is wrong. We didn't, we said, what we said was that, at times when inflation persistently undershot 2%, we would likely allow inflation to run moderately above 2% for some time. That's what we said. That turned out not to be relevant to what actually happened. There was nothing moderate about the overshoot. It was an exogenous event. It was the pandemic, and it happened. And our framework permitted us to act quite vigorously, and we did once we decided that that's what we should do. The framework had really nothing to do with the decision to. We looked at the inflation as transitory, and right up to the point where the data turned against that. And when the data turned against that in late 21, we changed our view. And we raised rates
United
a lot.
Steel.
And here we are.
Probably something related to the buyout. Yeah. No headline yet. That's moving though. First 2 minutes.
The
First minute.
was more.
Be careful with that one though. A lot of back and forth.
Anything else? That part of it was irrelevant. The rest of the framework worked just fine, as we used it, as it supported what we did to bring inflation down.
Let's go to Mark for the last question.
Last question.
Hello, Chairman Powell. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. As you know, in the annual report from the Financial Stability Oversight Council, among the risks outlined is cryptocurrency. Could you talk about those risks now? And regarding individuals and households, perhaps distinct from the concern about the financial system, do you worry that speculation in this unregulated asset class could hurt their financial well-being, or do you think it has a place in a household's portfolio?
So our role with Bitcoin really is to look at, with crypto, really is to look at the banks, and we think it's, banks are perfectly able to serve crypto customers as long as they understand and can manage the risks, and it's safe and sound. As a good number of our banks that we regulate and supervise.
Yeah, he said Bitcoin. He does not seem offended.
The threshold has been a little higher for banks engaging in crypto activities. And that's because they're so new, and
that's a little new for Powell.
If you're making a choice to conduct that activity inside a bank, which is inside the federal safety net with deposit insurance, then you want to be pretty sure that it's a safe and sound activity. So, we're not against innovation.
I wouldn't call it full bull, but he's
to take actions that would cause.
I don't think I've ever heard him say that.
To terminate customers who are perfectly legal, just because of
a little bit of a tone shift,
may be related to
that's actually kind of wild.
Regulation and supervision. So.
And with respect to households and their inclusion in that asset class?
That's kind of it's not really our bailiwick. You want people to be knowledgeable about the financial engagements that they have.
I agree.
And that's why
at least you won't sound behind when all the banks adopt.
We have. It's why if you read
that could just be out of caution
or
with the whole vibe
individual stock prospectus, you want households to have the chance to understand the risk that they're taking. And I do think it would be helpful if there were a greater regulatory apparatus around crypto, and I think that's something Congress was working on quite a lot. We've actually spent a lot of time with members of Congress, working together with them on various things. And I think that would be a very constructive thing for Congress to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Dude, what an outro. So I said the outro he picked. I would have picked DMX or like Jello. I'm a swerve in that corner. Whoa. How tight I be cutting, racing, lying to the public. I'm gonna hurt, but they wanna roll. Like that's what I can't believe he ended on that. But what do you guys realize you did not move at all? I'm not even lying to you. Now you're moving a little bit, but the speech ended exactly where the statement came out. So although Bloomberg said it could have been crazy and then it got a little bullish, yeah, this is what I was telling you. The point, what was priced in, if there was extreme, you would have made money. But yeah, if you just aligned with consensus, there was some new stuff in there, man. Again, the first questions, I called it out for you. You could clearly see what he was saying. He clarified the statement and he said, no. We only changed the language because we just wanted to shorten it. He said, I did not want to make a signal. That gave you most of the pop there. And then they just kept discussing all of the other factors, that anything in the past that he could have clarified, he clarified the position to be more dovish than the statement. But then anything relating to future guidance you did not get. So I think our preview prepared all of you. I really hope it helps, because imagine the things I told you. The rate cut odds didn't move. They changed the dates a little bit, but the amount did not move at all. The statement, again, you got your little movement, but he did not discuss anything really for future guidance in March and all of these cuts. So now all you got to do is deal with earnings, and then we'll see. But then you're going to get the Fed speakers and the data, the PCE on Friday. That can add to this. But, for the most part, though, Powell's done. The rest of this is the market. So, again, you might be able to go up a little bit more, but now this is everybody taking it. The bonds could have been a lot worse, but look at the scores, man. Look at the board right now. 0.3 on the SPY, 0.12 on the bonds. I know some of you may have been here all day, but this is tiny. This is all very, very small right now. So we'll see where it leads. But if anything, now you guys got to get ready for earnings. So I'm already one step ahead of you. If you go to my Twitter, there's a couple of big earnings today. I only posted the main ones. But if you go to Real Cult News on Twitter, I have the previews for Meta, Microsoft, IBM, LRCX, and Tesla. Okay, there's a couple of others that I didn't put up there, but I think like ServiceNow, that's another one that could move. As UPS in love in the morning, I have to get those. If you want any more, you guys got to request them, and you got to give me a second to get them, and I could post them on Twitter. But yeah, those ones that I already posted, I think that's where you're going to get the action, minus ServiceNow. I was just being lazy, but I do think ServiceNow might be able to work. But we'll find out. But either way, that's the thing. You got to realize that's going to move you now. Yeah, even if the market gets a little bit of a green light right now, don't make the mistake. I'm telling you, man, Meta, all the analysts, everybody eased up the whole DeepSeek stuff, but there's a lot of analysts that put an asterisk above earnings. So Microsoft, Azure AI, Meta, Llama AI, CapEx, and then Tesla, all of these have an AI link, bro. So if we want any answers to this whole thing, this is either going to confirm or, make a lot of things either better or worse for some of these AI fears that we have been having as of late. So coins on the high too, and Robinhood, again, we're getting back to the high, but I would argue this was kind of a dud. I mean, you got a little bit of new info. Powell does feel a little bit more confident, but, they're nothing about rates. He's going back. I said it earlier. Again, James asked me that question, but I felt at the end of this that Powell is recalibrating. It's funny because last time they said recalibrating, but it feels like Powell is getting back into less politics. Although, again, some of the stuff he said, short end, they have high expectations. Long end, they think is fine. But the way he got back to being very neutral, that reminded me of Powell before all of the political BS. I think he's getting back to that. He'll confirm what's already happened, and then that's it. Is Bitcoin going? That Bitcoin phrase was crazy. Yeah, I'm telling you, I've listened to Powell for, almost a decade now, and literally I don't think he's ever really had a positive tone shift towards Bitcoin like that. The fact that he kind of, punted to the banks, that's usually he just doesn't say shit about it. That's why I'm very surprised with that. So there might be a follow-up with that, honestly. I like the Betos sometimes, but they get difficult. Oh, is it at the same price? That's crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I can't recall any time he's even pronounced Bitcoin, to be honest with you. Oh, they're expensive, dude. You could do a spread. That might hit. I don't think that's going to fill. All right, I grab one. I don't like the Betos. Remember, you get it on the wrong time. I mean, you could underperform heavy on Beto. We've done it before. We've also hit a couple 1,000%. But yeah, I made a Beto play. Short term. They give the divvy in 2 days. Well, it's hopefully no X divvy. Coins ripping again. I think, bro, I'm saying it out loud. That's why I'm like, bro, I don't think I've ever heard Powell. I said it right away, but I really don't think I've heard Powell ever utter the word Bitcoin. Can somebody fact check that? But if my memory serves me correct, I really don't think this motherfucker has ever acknowledged it like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't know the last time the Fed chair kind of did that. So someone fact check that. I don't want to, that's what I'm saying. Please, I'm challenging you. Find this. Yeah, he's always said crypto. I don't think he's ever uttered the words Bitcoin. Yeah, or digital gold. I don't think he's ever fucking said Bitcoin. So not a recommendation. I only put $40. So hopefully you understand when it comes speculative. Again, keep them small, make them free. I did a next week 2650 Beto. And there's better Bitcoin plays out there. If you have a better Bitcoin play, post it. But this one, $40, $26.50. I got them at $20 a pop. I bought 2 of them. I'll make them free. But yeah, he said the word Bitcoin before. When? What date? Well, yes. That's what I'm saying. Beto just trades weird. You could get Beto on the wrong time, and you'll underperform even if Bitcoin goes up 10%. That's what happened to us until it hit. So just be mindful. You could go MSTR. You could play Coin, Robinhood, whatever you want. He said Bitcoin last FOMC. So let's see. Tim is getting me some stuff. See. Yeah, I don't know. So I think he has mentioned Bitcoin in the past. He was presented about government owning Bitcoin on December 18th. Yeah, I think there's another mention too. And then here's a clip.
Do you see any value or benefits in the U.S. government building a reserve of Bitcoin?
December 18th.
We're not allowed to own Bitcoin. The Federal Reserve Act says what we can own, and we're not looking for a law change. That's the kind of thing for Congress to consider, but we are not looking for a law change at the Fed.
Okay, can you get me one before that? Is there one before that? Because that one had a negative tone to it, And he said Congress, not banks, but I don't know. It's a very, I don't know. I think he barely mentions it. So it's not the first time, but I'm not used to hearing that word out of his mouth. To be honest with you. No, he did. I just played the clip. He has said Bitcoin, but he said it being asked about the government owning it and whether the Fed can own it, and he deferred to Congress. But he did not say anything about banks or, again, that one kind of had a negative tone answering the question. But, yeah, but he's like borderline was okay with, he said as long as Bitcoin is through the banking system, then yeah, you can't find anything prior. That's what I'm saying. I don't remember. December 18th was last time too, but don't put all your money on this, but it's again, it's something you don't hear too much from the Federal Reserve Chair. That's all. But yeah, it's very interesting. So again, I got my $20 play. Call it a day. I don't think what other plays did I make? I sold my Meta weeklies. I still have March weeklies. And then we made the FI play. That one faded. And then I just made those Betos, and then that's it. Love JetBlue. That was earlier. There was another rumor today, ULCC and Save, if you care about airline rumors. That was this AM. Baba, no, I kept my Babas. I already made them free. And then we have Baba in the long term, too. That's it. I think we just have to deal with Meta. So, again, both of the Metas that we got 2 weeks ago, then that's it. Vinecoin. So, if you go on my Twitter, I informed everybody about Vinecoin at less than a penny or 1 cent. So, within the first hour of Vinecoin, although I don't like to tell people to buy that, and I will not tell you what meme coins I'm buying because I don't want to influence you guys negatively, my job is to get you information. And I verified Vinecoin within the first hour or two on my Twitter if you go and see it. So most people here, if you were following me, you should be up about 40,000 or 20,000%, I believe. So amen. But yeah, I'm very well aware of Vinecoin. So good luck, be safe, and watch out for the scammers, y'all. That's all. But thank you for that dono. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. I did. I read your email. I don't like it, Ivy. I don't like programs that you have to pay for. If someone says, pay me and I'll give you a job, I'm not a fan of it. That's it. The least I could do. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. No, for real. That's what I'm saying. I want you guys to help out even with crypto stuff, but this ain't no pump shit, bro. We need to protect everybody, and you got to make sure motherfuckers know what's going on because it's wild out there, and I want you guys to have opportunity. But even the other one, the little XYZ, like, dude, this is crazy. Yeah, I was talking XYZ. I told you guys not to chase the dragon. But, like, look, even the XYZ one we talked about today, even if you put $10 in, like, you just don't got to go crazy, bro, or don't play it at all. But the moment y'all start chasing the dragon, trying to get rich off of it, if you get rich, you get rich. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go small, but just don't put in big amounts of money on a lot of these scammy things. Because if things could run 50,000%, why do you need a lot of money? You know what I'm saying? So don't put yourself in a bad position. And just remember, there is a high learning curve when it comes, a very high learning curve. So just make sure you stay safe out there. And if you guys have knowledge, try to help out the Chads. But also, too, I'm sure someone's going to be sketchy. Yeah, bro, Bitcoin's, I'm telling you, right? Bro, you saw that live. We were all kind of like, did he just say that? I'm telling you. And then right there, Bitcoin's up $1,000 off that Powell comment. I'm telling you, it was kind of weird. But I don't think it's the best play, but it was like, the speculative Bitcoin. But yeah, he only brought it up because he was asked about it. But again, just his answer talking about banks, and it seemed way different than any crypto question he's ever answered. But they did serve it up to him good. Most crypto questions are backed by like CBDC bullshit, So this one was just straightforward, but the way he answered it was like, again, he kind of legitimized it in a weird way, or at least he said, I'm cool with it through the banking community. And that's different from Powell. Yeah, at the very least, validated use with banks. I could agree with that. That's what I'm saying. That was very odd. That was not it's not what you're really used to. Let's see. What price would that be? All right, let me see something. Again, there's other plays besides Beto. That's the thing, though. Beto just gets dumb sometimes. I almost said a bad word. I hate Beto sometimes. Let me see. Actually, let's wait. I got an idea. IBM, again, that's a good one for earnings today. I posted that one. Again, go to Real Colt News on Twitter. I have all the earnings preview. I need to get a couple more, but low-key lagging on those, bud. So please hold. Okay, what time? Oh, we only got 30 minutes. All right, I'm selling 3 of the metas. Again, those are up a couple 100%. Again, all the meta plays I gave you a week ago, they all hit like fire. So again, you could pull out a couple $100 of profit and then leave a couple for free if you want to gamble on earnings. But that's it. You could walk away. Meta is a guaranteed win if you sell. So I sold 3 out of 5 of the remaining Marches. We've already collected like $700 or something more. And then now we have 2 free contracts for March. Yeah, you guys are saying premium's high on IBM, so that's a really good advice. Be careful if the premium is too high. You don't want to be the guy because again, just like today, you saw a crash course. The premium today was pricing in 0.75. So remember, if that's what the market expects and it hits, and you're not in that range, you're gonna lose. So if the premium is high and is implying a large move, you need that to happen or you don't make money. So be very mindful. We do have the tutorial on that in the description. Yeah, that's why I'm selling the meta's juice. I'm taking my money. We could walk away, free play, call it a day. And then even if it does go nuts, I'm not playing Starbucks. You should have played it yesterday or the continuation today. That's kind of we had a shot at it, but I faded it. I was not down. Come on. Oh, I tried to buy a lot. 1 extra 0. No, it's not going to hit. Gunlock, I don't think we've hit the peak in long-term interest rates. Hot dog. That's bearish, but I'm pretty sure Gunlock is short, though, on the bonds. He has been for the last couple of months. Microsoft is good if there's a big one. Usually, Microsoft options suck on earnings. I hate them. I've hit only a couple times, but you need a big move. So Microsoft doesn't price in a lot because it doesn't really move. If you go to the earnings preview, I think it shows it. I don't even know the last time... where is it? In the last year, Microsoft has moved 6%, the biggest. Last 3 earnings, no more than 3% up or down. Gunlock, I wouldn't be looking for rate cuts. He's getting bearish. I don't know. Equities move more and then bonds stop. You're back to neutral, bro. So good morning. You're literally right back to where everything came out. I'm in end phase, but remember, I made those free. So that's the general idea. If they're free, it's all pure profit at that point. So I don't really care about them at that point, but those are, once it's made free, it's more liable to just do whatever. But yeah, I still have those. Alrighty. No. Hold on, I'm trying to scam the market maker. If you guys don't know, I'm looking for an option, but I see a couple people pulled it off, but it's not working. CCI Zayo offer for a unit, selling a segment. Yo, CCI Crown Castle off the bottom. CCI selling a unit. I'm looking at another play. I'm not going to play it. I'm doing something else. But CCI, you're getting that, selling a unit. It might fade, but you already just popped 2. CCI. RTX dumping. Let me see. All right. They have earnings today. Oh, be careful. That could kind of be a trap. All right. What? Oh, they didn't give me them all? JetBlue. Again, you guys are talking about the rumor. CCI is killing it. And then JetBlue, I see that on the high. Again, I'm getting orders in right now, but yeah, I don't know. This place sucks now. It looked good, but it wasn't meant to be. JetBlue is up 3 at the high. SPY again, right where we started this all. Dude, yeah, they're scammers. You got shares of CCI. Again, it's already up 2. I was going to call out Rumors United looking at buying assets from JetBlue. That's the headline. So there, it's a rumor. So that's why you kind of got a catalyst behind it. Yeah, rumor. I'm still trying to get I got filled on some of them, but it's not a good play anymore. They're fucking this option chain up. I'll tell you in a second, but yeah. I guess I wanted to get greedy, but I guess I'm going to have to, I guess that's good enough. There's going to be a vicious meme when RFK is confirmed, I'm sure. Is the RFK thing still going? We had a lot today. We had to go through RFK and all of that. White House eyes battle with Congress over spending power. We had to do a lot of that earlier here today. Yeah, don't worry. I'm still here. Like the video. Don't worry. I'm fine. No, you're not. You're gone. A victim. Get him out of here. These people like the video. I'll tell you. Josh made a play. If you're a degenerate, you won't listen. He tells you it's not a recommendation. You will lose money. He bought another Beto for Bitcoin. I tell you, he bought Bitcoin, Beto. He bought Beto February 21st. 35 call. It's out of the money like an idiot. He bought it for 5 cents, but the spread's terrible. These people, man, I tell you. So, yeah. I tried to get a decent amount. It wouldn't fill. The contracts are fucked on Beto. They're literally jacking the spreads up 100 on everything. I literally tried to get every single one for pennies. None of them would work. So I'm taking what I can, but yeah, don't market order. You'll lose. I bought them at 5 cents. And there you go. If you market order, you are going to lose. You will get destroyed. I'm telling you. And somebody just did it. So try to listen. But yeah. Pen pop. IBIT. Yeah, IBIT could be. If IBIT has options, Monster in the money is better. Well, not everybody's a millionaire like you, okay, Arturo? So just, for the people who don't have $90,000 for a daily option, I like the 5 cent one on the Beto just in case. But I feel MSTR is another way to play it. If IBIT doesn't have options, that's the only problem, I think. Penn Major Entertainment shareholder is launching proxy fight. So a little bit more. Again, we just had like 3 little buyout rumor things. Yeah. So Penn, be careful. If it's related to Para, it's going to be terrible. I don't know if I'll play it, but you got the pop. Mosby call out and then Ignas with the follow-up. I think it was right on the wire too. Yeah. You even got HG Vora nominating candidates for Penn. That's the headline right there. HG Vora trying to nominate 3 independent ones. That's confirmed. So we got the other confirmation of that headline right here, right in front of you. You guys have the wire, yeah. IBIT has options, then that one might be better, to be honest. Let me double check. I didn't know IBIT. Last time I checked IBIT, there wasn't an option. Oh, there is actually. Jeez. I don't know how to even value these, though. Because, again, it's supposed to reflect the underlying of the Bitcoin. Okay. Yeah, I got an IBIT. It looks decent. Honestly, it looks scammy as fuck, but again, I kind of, last time we had Bitcoin news and I kind of faded it, it was pretty aggressive. That's why I'm like, I don't know. The Powell thing got me a little bit hyped. But I think these are all gambles. Every single one of them. So again, I would take profits. If you're going to go big on any of these or play them, try to use the profits of one of the plays that already hit, so you don't have to lose money. I mean, Bitcoin probably will drop, but the risk is if they pump it overnight on Powell, but it's already up 3. You're inclined to. This is your moment. I mean, you're near a high. Yeah, earnings will be everything today. So I don't know. I put all my money on the Bitcoin instead of earnings place. Even though I do think there's a couple out there, I am gonna go for it. You won't do it. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a IBIT March 115 call. I only went with the cheap ones. That's it. I went the cheap ones, 8 cents. I grabbed 50 of them, so $400. Yeah, so there's only a couple times. Yeah, you guys sent me more on Powell. Any other time Powell's mentioned Bitcoin, he said you should compare it to gold. He's never mentioned banks. IBM's running. Yeah, that's why I put it up here. I just saw that right now. All right, well, good luck. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Make your plays free. Finalize your meta. If you're playing Tesla, play your Tesla, and then that's it, man. You go from there. Intel. Why are Intel options juicing? That's odd. Yeah, bro, my Intel options are higher and the stock went down. So I made Intel in the morning. Intel drops 1% and my options have gone up on the bid. Yeah. So again, Intel has earnings, but I did iBit as my latest play. That was the Bitcoin one. Yeah, they do have earnings, but I think that's a little bit too juiced. I'll take it, though. All right, we're good to go. Oh, we have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Let's free the Chad. I'm going to go pee. Let's free him up. You guys were on members only, Chad, but welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, welcome, you guys. Let me go pee. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity.
Take it. All right.
That's it.
Heavyweight hitter earnings in overtime. You know by now. Steve Kovac on what to expect from Microsoft. Julia Borson on what to expect from Meta. I'll go to you first.
9 minutes.
Michael, your reactions to the Fed, how the market initially reacted, and then how it may be recalibrated itself for the word of the last few months.
It's funny, in the noon hour, I, of course, said, look, low drama meeting, but the market will probably find something to trade. And they did. That sort of 5-degree tweak of the language toward maybe a slightly hawkish direction. But I think the takeaway was a kind of well-earned patience that Powell feels right now. I'm not seeing tremendous risk to waiting even longer, waiting perhaps beyond March is the way the market sees it right now, to change rates at all. And I do think it does reflect, as he frequently says, policy's in a good place. It matches up with where the economy and the markets are. We're at this kind of equilibrium point. I think it's worth reflecting on the fact that 2.5% real GDP growth, 2.5%-ish inflation, 4.1% unemployment. These are things that for most points in history you would absolutely sign up for. So you wouldn't be clamoring for some kind of change. So I think that's all to the good. Now the market, of course, is already priced for some good stuff. And we're dealing with our other issues in terms of a concentrated market dealing with a rethink of the AI trade. And so you do have more stocks down than up. We're chopping around the 6,000 mark in the S&P. No big deal there. But I do think the bond market is still sensitive to this idea that higher for longer might again create this test of whether the economy can handle and the housing market can handle rates up here. But so far, okay.
Steve Cohen yesterday talked about valuation of the market. Fed chair today was asked about it, said valuation metrics somewhat elevated by almost any metric.
Sure.
Now he made the point he was.
Yeah, bro, I can't stress this enough, man. If you guys were listening to the previews and I was telling you about Powell, like, for real, this earnings, like, we've lived this many times. Today is going to really, like, throw a lot of shade over the market, or it's going to be really sunny. You guys know what I'm saying? So, again, today had a lot of anticipation. You see the earnings premiums, but I'm telling you, all these analysts, there is a huge asterisk over how they are feeling about AI and everything that gone on. They are using this as in, again, this earnings and this guidance. Watch for the dollar impact. Watch for those comments. But above all else, this is where they're either going to clap you or they're going to double down on the confidence. So just a lot is riding on this in a weird way. That's why make your plays. If you want them, you could always play after. But why I'm telling you this is simply because you're going to get a bigger move probably off of the earnings between tonight and tomorrow morning than you will off of Jerome Powell. So that's why, because again, the markets literally were unchanged from Powell, man. They just wanted to take everybody's money. But yeah, that's where we got to start looking at it. But just I don't want you complacent coming into the bell. We only have 5 minutes, but you get what I'm saying? Like, this is a good earnings. I don't know if it's going to be up or down, but I know whatever they say, that's what's going to start really, like, moving things, you know? or this is going to be the start of sentiment. That's what I'm looking for. A lot of sentiment will be drawn out of these earnings this week, right? And now Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, these are gigantic. And we just watched NVIDIA sell off and not affect the market to a weird degree. What do you think is going to happen in A? So the NASDAQ, QQQ, that's what I'd be watching. But essentially, you do the sentiment and the vibes are going to get affected in the next 5-10 minutes. Implied move on Tesla, I have no idea. It's on the preview. If you go to my Twitter, all main earnings are up there. I forgot to get the ones for last night. We were too busy on the plays there, but I think you guys will be good if you watch the tutorial. Where is it? Tesla, you're pricing in about 9%. They're all huge, bro. You guys are saying NVIDIA, yeah, Meta's 7, but I think Meta's really like 11 or 12. Microsoft is the smallest one, but they never move. And then IBM 6.3. It used to never move. Now it does. NVIDIA pop. Yeah, you're all saying that. My Twitter is Real Cult News. Kind of. I mean, I think we're all in NVIDIA depression, but I'll take it. I thought it was going to be the whole chart with y'all yelling at me, but yeah. End of the day, baby. End of the day. Final 5 right there. So wrap up all your plays, man. Get ready. And I'll tell you now, if you hear me say the word earmuffs, that means it's going to get really loud in here. So if you don't like loud noises, if you already suspected I was on drugs, then you should mute your mic when I say earmuffs, okay? That's what you guys got to do. That's the best advice I could give you, and get a long term, okay? So thank you. But yeah, earmuffs will be your safe word. Everything just got jacked. Literally, premiums out of nowhere just went up on anything earnings related. Like even the advancement ones. And that's what's going to happen tomorrow. They're either going to get a haircut or easy run if it ends up being good. Very interesting day, bro. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Thank you. I don't know. DGNX, we saw it at like, what, 50% earlier in the morning? That was just going to be the hype play of the day. I have no idea what it is, though. JetBlue active on the merger rumor. Yeah, that was a good one. You guys got that early. JetBlue, and then, again, ULCC was the one from the morning. All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be live here for the earnings. I will be staying here if you would like them. But earmuffs, it's going to get loud now. Protect yourself from loud noises and judgments. That's another one, too. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be our nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport, it's about 60 degrees and sunny. Unless you heard Jerome Powell and you like Bitcoin, then you think everything is lit. I don't know if that's a weather degrees, but the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. If you're interested in purchasing your rewards card with Trump coin, please contact your financial advisor and professionals. Thank you, and thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. One minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I gave you a 5-minute warning, bro. That's it. Earnings, sentiment, Powell, Bitcoin. And then we got the PCE Friday Junior tomorrow. 20 seconds, bro. Futures and shares can move after the bell. Options cannot. You have 10 seconds to make up your mind, and after that, the earnings are going to change everything, brother. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh yeah. Dude, we did. All right, listen. I need GGs in the chat, bro. I need my GGs in the chat. I'm going to start getting everything ready. Oh, this is loud, too. There you go. Let me get my GGs. All right, get ready, though. Meta and Microsoft usually come out quick. So I'm going to have the earnings previews up on Twitter. You got to drop your GGs, and then you compare the numbers here to here. That's it, bro. All right. Microsoft moving first. All right, hold up. Let's see. Did you see Microsoft come across? I think it might have came out. I don't know. I got Microsoft moving. Let me double check. Yeah, Microsoft's already down pretty big. Hold on. It might have been 8K. You might have to give me a sec. Oh, it's not out. It's like out, but it's not out. It's out there somewhere. Hold on. I mean, Microsoft's down 5. That's actually pretty big. Like I was telling you, in the last year, it has not moved more than 6. Wait. No, yeah, I think the 8K's out, but it's not hitting the wires yet. And then I see B-Fly out, or B-Fly's moving. There you go. Chad got it. Microsoft revenue 6,963. Estimate was 6.8. So it looks like revenue beat. Cloud revenue was 40.9. Estimate was 41.1. That's it. Ignore everything else. Nah, that's the part people don't like right there. That's it. Cloud missed. Cloud is part of the whole AI. We'll see. There might be another data center one, but even then, if you're down 5% right now, that's probably it. And then Azure 31 instead of 31.8. So again, people, that's the growth driver. I mean, margins could have something, but we'll see. We'll get a little bit more, but I would assume initial take out the legs. That's probably because of AWS and cloud. EPS was beat 323 versus 310. Revenue beat, but then again, cloud. So revenue and EPS beat. Top and bottom line beat. I don't know about margin yet, but the whole idea is that you missed on cloud. So we'll see what they say. Yeah, Amazon probably dropping in sympathy because, again, they are AWS. Yeah, look. So it's all cloud because that just took Amazon down by 1.5. So wait for Meta. Again, Microsoft conference call comes out in like an hour. So this is going to make a whole nother move once they start talking. They don't give guidance on that until they really start talking. Yeah, WDC's out, but we'll get to that one later. Again, I don't think, though. I think just literally Meta right now is the final one, and then maybe on IBM. Yeah, they missed on Azure. It's not good. They said AI surpasses revenue run rate, $13 billion. Yeah, that's good, but I think people wanted a little more. So see, though, they could come in with good numbers. That'll balance it out. Oh, yeah, Tesla, too. I forgot. Yeah. I totally forgot about Tesla. Meta. I mean, Meta needs... There's Tesla coming out now. So, hold on. Tesla on the low. Tesla's already down 4. They were pricing in a little bit more. So, let's go to the preview. Let's see. Did you guys see it on the wire? If you let me know on the wire, I'll pause it. Otherwise, I'm going to look elsewhere. Yeah, all these damn 8Ks are coming out. It's the 8K, but we're going to be behind by like a minute or two. If you got them, post them. It's going to be a red week. I mean, if Meta kills it, that'll at least balance it out. But so far, Tesla is going a little bit lower. I don't know if that's the report. I don't see it yet. Again, I'm assuming 8Ks are out. That's what happened with Microsoft. Qs are out. Yeah, Michael has it already. It's out. Adjusted EPS 73, estimate 75. And then Tesla, I don't know. Get margin is all that matters on Tessie. Start looking adjusted EBITDA margin and gross margin and net. That's all that really matters. That's the only thing people are going to tweak on. There's Microsoft hitting this wire now. Free cash flow, $2 billion. Estimate was 1.7. Operating margin 6.2. Gross margin 16.3. I could look at the NK, but I think that's your weakness again. So both Microsoft and Tesla, I don't think their reports are bad, but they're missing on the key metrics. Does that make sense? Microsoft, you want cloud and Azure. Tesla, you want margin and cash flow. But yeah, Meta's coming down now. So look, you've dropped more after hours. You've dropped more now than almost the whole Fed thing. Yeah, Meta on the downside too. Womp, womp, womp. And then is Whirlpool. I think Whirlpool's guiding up. All righty, that's the other part. So Meta, you just don't want high CapEx, and then Meta, user growth, and then we want to hear about data centers and less spend on Oculus. Bad sentiment. That's what I was saying earlier. Just for now, Mike. I mean, the conference calls could change everything. Cybercab scheduled volume production for 2026. All right. Whirlpool down 7, so they didn't guide up. Again, all that matters is Meta here. Let me verify that one. Yeah, Whirlpool down 8. Yeah, ServiceNow and LRCX. All new. They did bad. I mean, Meta, I don't think Meta's out. But Tesla margin miss. That's the only thing. Down 8. And then Microsoft cloud miss. But again, we don't have guidance. That's the thing right now. Again, Microsoft isn't going to guide until their call. And then Tesla, I don't know how Tesla is going to do it. But yeah, I don't think Meta came out. Yeah, there's Whirlpool. They're down. But yeah, guidance. I haven't heard anybody say anything bad about the dollar yet. So that's kind of good. Yeah, Tesla. Yeah, so Whirlpool sees adjusted EPS at 10. Sales at 15.5. What are the estimates? Non-GAAP. Fourth quarter loss of 710. They see full year EPS at 875. Yeah, I think they had a really bad quarter there for some reason. They took a charge off on Whirlpool. That one's kind of odd. Because remember, they were doing really good with the new guy. Cloud computing down, Datadog down 2. Yeah, you guys got the oh, what's that? Microsoft. These are old. Products in cloud, revenue increased 21. Yeah, they just didn't do good on that. Intelligent cloud was 25 billion, increased 19. Again, it's not. These aren't bad numbers. People just want more. IBM sees full revenue at constant at 5. Estimate so they benefited off the dollar. That's odd. That's good for them. Yeah, IBM. If you're telling me a higher than expectation on constant, that means they're doing better. What about non-constant, though? But that's moving. IBM's the only one that not nuke so far. And LRCX. Generative AI book now stands at more than 5 billion. Intel is on Thursday. Yeah, cloud revenue is up 21. Those are all the Microsoft comments. ServiceNow will launch on Google. Yeah, IBM's going up and LRCX. Again, Microsoft, you got another part of this story. Meta's not out yet. Tesla just missed on margins. That's it. A lot of them, even Microsoft, top and bottom line beat. It's the growth rate that has people worried. I think Whirlpool, I don't have the full number, but it looks like they had a fat guide down, or excuse me, a fat charge off. A very big EPS miss on the quarter. Yeah, they're nuking. They're down 13. That's half of your gains. I think we're up 40. I don't know. The Tesla's not really moving. So this Tesla's not on after hours. Levi's. Yeah, IBM beat by 20 cents. Revenue beat. Full year outlook good. No currency issue. Yeah, they killed it. IBM is good. All across the board, it looks like. Yeah, they're still ripping. That's the one. So far, out of all of them. I know Whirlpool needs more data. Wait till they're going to be an easy number on that comes out, but something's weird with the Whirlpool number. It looks really bad. Yeah, where is Meta? Come on. Someone tell Mark Zuckerberg it's a human behavior. Be on time. Come on. Only lizards are late. Let's go. Let's go. Where you at, Marky? Yeah, because I don't know. That one's not out. IBM killing, yeah. That's beat. That's the best one I've seen so far. IBM's the only one where I don't see any red flag. At least every other one had one part bad. Even if they did good, they were missing. They hit everything. Dollar, AI, guide up, and revenue. They hit everything. So again, I don't know what it was. I think it was pricing in 6 or 9. So it's already above one standard deviation. Tesla might come back. All that is margin, and you still need to hear. Even Microsoft can come back. Don't think that these are dead. Like I'm saying, they did good, but there was parts that people care about, their core metrics, that did not do as good. You see what I'm saying? So again, Microsoft failed on Azure and growth, and then the other one, Tesla failed on margin. IBM hit everything, and we don't have Meta yet. There is LRCX numbers out, yeah. What is that? Oh, that's Microsoft. LRCX was 438 versus 431. Gross margin 474 versus 475. So slight margin miss on that. A win? I don't know if win reported. I wasn't aware of that. It's possible though. I don't know. I don't know if everyone's priced for perfection. You can't miss on what the market doesn't want you to miss on. You see what I'm saying? Like, let me put it this way. If Microsoft missed on revenue and EPS, but guided Azure up by 3% higher, it would have ripped. Does that make sense? If Tesla missed on everything and margin went up 30%, it would have ripped. So that's the way I'm looking at it. I think it's company by company, but you have to hit your key metrics. If you don't hit the metric the market wants, I don't think you could support your price right now with everybody kind of tripping. Yeah, Whirlpool, we're going to get the full numbers, but first read on Whirlpool, it looks terrible. I think it has a negative $7 EPS, which doesn't make sense comparatively. It could be an error or maybe non-adjusted, but first read of Whirlpool looks awful. A bomb could hit New York and the stock market could go up. Okay, somebody put that guy on a watch list. Thank you. Okay, that's I don't know. It's at least better than Luigi, because Luigi should have just bought puts and donated it to charity. But hey, not everybody's gonna think like that. But yeah, we'll just definitely. We're on to you, brother. Excuse me. All right, we're still waiting on Meta. Meta's in the bottom right. I don't have it. IBM's the only good one all across the board. Everybody just got a little bit of a speed bump on a key metric. Tesla, Microsoft. The other ones, ServiceNow, I think, is out. And then LRCX is the runner alongside IBM, I think. There's more Microsoft headlines. And then, yeah, Whirlpool, terrible. Whirlpool, you're going to get an update, but if no update, then it's really bad. All right, well, while we wait for Meta, it should come out in 30 seconds or like an hour. Please allow me to introduce you to my uncle. Thank you. That's loud. My bad. Loud time. Check me. Yeah. $1 for the tacos, $1 for the chicken. Used to think life rough then, but now I'm reminiscing. Dream is feeling distant. Supposed to have her, shoulda had her, but now I have her. So frustrating, so irate. So I'm just saying, why the fuck we so patient? If this was 68, we would've had a riot. Now you speaking for the people and they tell you. I feel like Meta should be coming out. I ain't buying it. Little guy defend the MNC, anoint him at the DNC. Why your social movement always benefit the S&P? The first place to look for enemies. It's not your fucking family, nor your core beliefs. I hope you see the war beneath. Forget about the future, they say only grab what's in your reach. They ain't smiling at you, it's a battle and they showing teeth. Taught you how to criticize, so wisdom stay beneath your feet. Man, I'm feeling overlooked. They ain't even hungry, but they telling us that we cook. Hard to read the room if you can't even read a book. Yeah, hard to fake a smile when they sewn our mouths shut. Fuck, we won't even hear this. You won't even feel this. Jealousy override empathy and realness. A corporation steal this, repackage it and reel it. Evil so we got movement on Meta, but I'm not seeing it yet. I'm blameless. The generation filming in the moment won't say shit. Why we call it brain dead when it felt like our soul dead? Or maybe we just sold it. Oh shit. Oof. Now you'll get that February 7th. I know, yeah, Meta's moving again like last time, but we ain't got anything. That's why I was trying to play some music till we get it, because it's so weird. Last time Meta released within a second, bro. Little scammers. So Microsoft expects CapEx to boost in coming years. That's a good one. Thank you for that. But remember, there's a call coming up on Microsoft. By the time I'm doing the watch list, usually the CFO comes on and CFO gives guidance for Microsoft. And then Tesla, you'll get a little bit more there. NVIDIA pop a little bit. It is moving. I don't see any other chip person, but yeah, after hours move on to, oh, that's because of the Microsoft comment. Duh. That's your boy right there. What Michael just posted, that's why NVIDIA is going up. Literally. CapEx, Microsoft, go run up NVIDIA. Yeah, we don't have Meta yet, though. Meta EPS of 356? Somebody's saying that already. Hold on. Yeah, NVIDIA's off the CapEx stuff. Meta's not out. So yeah, someone posted numbers, but I don't see those. Again, I mean, you'll notice it will move. Remember, they're pricing in like 7 to 9. Yeah, Marvel. That's off the CapEx comment. I think Microsoft CapEx is moving that. Trump's Twitter just posted a pump fund link? No. Well, if it's not on Truth Social, then maybe somebody did hack the president. Trump Fed has done a terrible job on bank regulation. Oh, man. No, Trump, I do not see a pump fund link. You, my friend, are a bitch, I think. I'm just inferring. But yeah, I don't see that on his Twitter. Or you're getting scammed. It's one or the other. So I'll reserve my judgment for whichever it is. I don't see a pump fund link on there. I don't see anything on Trump's Twitter. There's 1 minute ago roasting the Fed. That's it. Yeah, that's it. 1 minute ago, just roasting the Fed. I have two Microsofts? No, that's Microsoft and Meta, and that's Microsoft. You're right. Why? We're waiting on Meta. Meta's huge. Remember, Meta's the only one been going up after all of this. I don't see it, though. My Twitter does not show me that fake post. And like I'm saying, you got to double check with Truth Social. But there's no, I don't see any of that links on Donald Trump's. You guys are tagging me in it. Oh, that's what they did. Nah, somebody hacked him. No. Look. No. It's not photoshopped. They edited a tweet from 7 years ago, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 12 years ago. What? Do you see this? Nah. So look, they did put a pump fund link, but they edited it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pump fund link, bro. That's crazy. So yeah, they hacked Donald Trump's Twitter. They didn't do it new. So I apologize to whoever I called a bitch. Like I said, we got to verify. But no, it wasn't anything new. They went back 12 years ago and they edited it. No, bro, I just showed it on screen. They literally edited it, bro. Unless it's a, I don't know. Yeah, you just make sure this isn't like a fake. Yeah, what the fuck? No. Yeah, someone's going to rug pull the shit out of this, but. Oh, no way. All right, well, let's see. Hold on, what's the contract address? Yeah, that's insane, bro. They literally hacked his old tweet. So this is fucked up. Yeah, no, they just edited a tweet from 10 years ago. It's actually kind of smart, to be honest, because that's why my first reaction, I was like, man, y'all lying. I was like, why y'all got to lie like it already went up. This thing's up 10,000%. So they're going to, oh my gosh. There's already 7,000 people on this. No, they hacked Donald Trump's Twitter, bro. They bought the old domain linked. So, bro, there's a post from 13 years ago, and they altered it. It's right here. So it's fake, obviously. It's a pump fund link, but there it is. I mean, literally, somebody, they altered this. That's insane, bro. I don't know if I don't like shorting cryptos. I've never done that. Like I said, this is wicked though. Yeah, bro, they fully hacked. Look at this. This is Donald Trump's Twitter. It's not on Truth. I know, I didn't see this either. That's why I was telling you. I called the guy a bitch, so I apologize. That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah, this is going to rug really hard, you guys. Be very careful. But this has been happening last couple of times. You know, you saw the same thing with the Ross Gerber one. But, dude, this is the president. So they took one of his tweets from about 12 years ago, and now it's been altered. Where's Meta earnings, too? I couldn't see it either. Maybe did they get rid of it? No, it's still up. That's it. One of the Chads tagged me in this, bro. Thank you for tagging me. The play is, I don't know what to do with that one, man. Just be very careful. Play is Meta right now, but that's big news. I mean, there's literally a hacked tweet now on the president's Twitter. Sachi's boy recovering. The Neymar too. People did one with the Ronaldo, but yeah, that's insane, bro. This is insane. Because this is what people thought the first Trump coin was. Well, it's on the screen right now. I don't know if it's going to get deleted. I'm just in real time. Again, we're live right now, and one of the Chads just showed me this. I see it still. Again, this is Donald Trump's Twitter, bro. This is the same Twitter. It's 13 years old. That's why you don't see it. That's why I didn't see it. Because, again, homeboy was like, yo, it's like literally, it's just, yeah. Trump settles $25 million Trump lawsuit. That's his Twitter, bro, but it's a hack. It's pump fun. That's crazy. It's a 12-year-old tweet. So I think they bought the domain. They changed something. I don't know how they did it. That's crazy. I don't know where Meta's at. I feel you, bro. Yeah, this time you know it's a hack. You should be don't be a dummy on this. I don't know how anybody caught. Dude, shout out to Chad. I literally called him a scammer when he said, I was like, fuck you, bro. But no, this is on Donald Trump's Twitter. It's a scam, obviously. Yeah, Tesla's in the bottom left pumping. They're coming up. I mean, Microsoft's up too, bro. Everything's coming back up. What the hell? Again, CapEx comments I think were taken good. And then Trump criticizes the Fed. No one talks about it because it's a scam. Like, that's the thing. People don't like to highlight it. Again, my job is to verify. That's what I'm saying. I thought people were lying, but it is on his Twitter. But obviously, it's a hack. Like, this isn't Donald Trump. Pump Fund didn't exist 12 years ago. So somebody found a way. They found a Donald Trump tweet from 12 years ago, and they found a way to alter it. I don't know how, but it has a contract address. So, yeah, it's hard. I mean, it was up 9,000%. Now it's still up 2,000, and then it's just chilling. But it already has 8,000 people on this. That's a lot of people, dude. So these people are going to just, they're PvPing for this at that point. It's a big deal because essentially it insinuates that the president of the United States just got his Twitter hacked. Not to mention the whole meme coin hysteria. Yeah, where the is Meta, bro? Dude, Tesla's ripping now. All right, let me double check what's going on with Tessie. Because I don't know what was said there. Yeah, Meta's not out. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. I'll reply. Yeah, bro, this is crazy. Tesla shares. Yeah, I don't see anything on Tesla either. So again, like I said, they only they beat on everything except the margin, but now something may have been said. I don't know, but they're already doing that. They said lowest ever COGS on vehicles. Trump signs agreement for 25. He didn't get stupid. It's the original domain. Okay, well, thank you for calling me stupid. I called the other dude a scammer, so I'll accept it, but that's why I said hacked/altered, okay? But again, you did hear it here first. So welcome. No, it's his real Twitter, but they found a way to get a pump fund link to show up on it. That's what I'm saying. I even tweeted, I said you got hacked/altered, but yeah, definitely odd. New, cheaper model. Yeah, so they gave an update on COGS. Again, margin was the issue, and they're saying cheaper ones. Zeldin confirmed by Senate. There, is that good for you? I make sure in parentheses so a motherfucker gets it, you know? I got you, bro. I got you. My Twitter is real cult news. Nah, Trump had Twitter back in the day. He would go and call Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, tweet me your birth certificate. Barack Hussein, I've been on Twitter. You're fired. You're gone. I don't know. What's pump fun? You're going to have so much fun, you'll get sick of it. Where's Meta? I'm sorry, I had to let that out. Mark Zuckerberg. Come on, Mark. Where the hell is he? What do you mean 1 minute? We got a fake Trump coin in that same period. Yeah, where's your freaking minute? Where's my coin? How come no one made me my coin? Someone should have been... They should have made a Biden coin. Yeah. They killed the link. Good. I mean, I hope so. Nah, it's still up. Oh, they did. They killed the link. You can't click on it anymore. So that's it. We'll see how they play it. Mm-hmm. Is Meta out? Did you see it on the wire? So much going on. Meta signs, no. Meta's not out, dude. I don't see it yet. Tesla said something about COGS and cheaper models, and market liked it. And now they're saying GPUs training. Chad's posted another headline. So again, margin was the only bad part. So, and then I don't know why Microsoft bounced, but Microsoft's going to move big again once CFO comes out. CNBC, Tesla misses citing lower vehicles. I don't know. That was a wild. SMH on the high. Chips. Again, NVIDIA popped on the comment. Yeah, and then it's chilling. Oh, Meta pays the lawsuit. I saw that headline. I didn't read the Meta part because that did show up when I searched it. None of their Bitcoin was sold. I think Bitcoin ran because of that Powell comment. I made plays on it, for crying out loud. It was interesting. Yeah, and NVIDIA went up off the other stuff, the Microsoft comments. Yeah, dude, where the fuck is Meta? This is odd. Usually Meta don't delay like this with no word. No, I don't think he got hacked. They were smart. They found a way to give off the impression. That's crazy. I don't know how they did it. I think they just bought the website. But it's a 12-year-old tweet. They're scribbling in DeepSeek references. There, put the whale. Just put the whale. R1. Tell them, no, llama. We were open source. Make sure they know. And then $20 billion for the headset. Yeah, just throw that in there. Bundle it. Bundle. I don't know why they're taking this long. This is ridiculous. I need to go to the gym. Nonsense. This is Donald Trump got hacked/altered. Something very odd happened right there at the bell. And then now we're waiting. But they already changed. They already fixed the link. It's literally another Solana scam. That one just very bold. OST? Austin Technology. I want Meta, bro. Look at the market just chilling too. We need Meta. Everything kind of balanced out. Microsoft lower, Tesla a little higher. You are literally just waiting on Meta right now. Yeah, dude, ready? Thank you for that fun fact. For the first time in 22 quarters, Meta has not posted earnings before 420. So yeah, we have never seen this. I mean, that's almost how many years? 22 quarters. They have never taken this long to report. That's what I'm saying. This is very wild in another odd way, but yeah. Why you guys keep saying CLS? Celestica? Oh, what's up with this? Is that earnings? Good call. That's up 15. Shit. Got inspired 2019. You bought a house. In 22, it sold it for 100K profit. Amen, baby. Long-term in real estate. And save. You follow the rules, they will hook you up. You break them, they break you. Good work, baby. I see the Meta fine, yeah. Celestica, did they beat? That's crazy. That thing's up 15. That is crazy. All right, man. Baba's selling off. This is weird. Bro, so first time in 22 quarters that Meta has taken this long to report. Microsoft CFO spoke in interview with Bloomberg. Yeah, they always do that. They always give them the early jump. If they don't report, people will probably panic, but they should. I don't get it. That's what I was saying. It's very this one is either going to be really good or really bad. You know that, right? Cuz this is I don't know, man. This is a little different. No, stock split would be insane, but I don't know. He's like, put DeepSeek in the statement. They would say, make sure and congratulate them. Don't let them know we're scared. No. Yeah. He's like, how do I justify another $60 billion? It's hard. I feel him. Come on. Yeah, bro. They were on schedule at 4:05. Kamala has the same hack on Trump right now. Damn. Yeah, they found something. So listen, you're here right now. The Solana scammers figured out a new pump method. I think they're finding old links, buying the old website, and then replacing it with a pump fund link. That's it. Yeah. Does that make sense? I think they found out how to do it. Nah, yeah, they found a new hack. It's smart, but that's why you just saw a pump fund on the president and the old vice president's fucking Twitter right now. That's insane. It is smart. I can't lie, but it's a damn scam. I don't advocate that you replicate it. No, that's wrong and that's evil and it's scamming people. So no, I want to inform you and be educated. I don't think you should replicate that. That's a terrible idea. What are we talking about? No. Haram, Habibi, haram. Oh, you're saying they replicate it? Yeah, they are. They figured out a new method, and now it's spreading. There's a new pump method, and they're spreading it around. But yeah, I want you guys safe. That's why even then, my job is to inform you and get you stuff early, you know? I don't know what the fuck is happening, dude. Yeah, Twitter fixed it pretty quick. Twitter stopped letting the links. Well, Baba's flushing now. Bro, something is happening right now. I don't know. Baba dying, and then now Meta, first time in 22 quarters, it hasn't reported. Oh, man. People said the Meta rumor. Yeah, Meta earnings are now 30 minutes late. First time in history. That's it. I've owned Meta since, 2013? Yikes. So, yeah, I've never seen Meta in my whole entire life report this late. That's crazy. And then Baba's dumping right now. I don't know what this means, brother. It's going to be really good or really bad. Now Baba's up. The move is odd. It's just getting, little by little, this shit's just getting weirder and weirder as we creep. I'm telling you, no one's seen this. Again, I've held Facebook since the day one, bro. They've never been this late, ever. And then we got weird scammers. And then, yeah, this is just odd. TikTok ban US. Oh, there it is. EPS 802. It's dropping. I got it. So let's go to the preview. It's out. It's already down like what, 3%? So revenue was 48.39. They killed it. They beat on the top end. Net was 20.84. I'll get back to that. Oh, they were expecting 25 net, I think. EPS $8.02. Expectation was 676. So yeah, I got no. It looks like something's missing though. Yeah, they killed it. I don't know. It's selling off, but they killed it. Oh, they guided down. Slight guide down on next quarter. And then not providing a full year 25 outlook. No, that's the kill. What the fuck? Yeah, they just pulled 25 guide, bro. And then they're saying foreign currency, 3% headwind. Daily active users, 3.35. They beat on that. Yeah, that's weird. So, yeah, deep uncertainty. That's not good for I don't think that's good for the whole DeepSeek thing. Yeah, they just pulled guide pretty much. They just said no guide for 25. All right, let me read it a little bit more. We continue to make good progress on AI glasses. I'm excited for efforts. Where is it? Family 3.35 for December, increase of 5. Ad impressions 6 and 11% year over year. Average price per ad by 14 and 10. Revenue was a beat, representing increase of 21. Cost and expenses were 25.02 and 95 billion. Where's CapEx? Yeah, they spent more, bro. I think they spent 10 billion more dollars. Yeah. And then the full year total range of expenses 114 to 119. Again, yeah, and then first quarter they guided down the low end and then kept the high end. Majority of CapEx to be directed to core business. That's good. That's a good sign, but why is the CapEx higher? Yeah, Trump is roasting Powell right now. But remember, Powell said they haven't been contacted. Share repurchase 29, total dividend payments were 1.2 billion and 5 for the fourth quarter. Marketable securities 77, cash flow, free cash flow 13.1. I think that was a little lower too. I mean, it's going up, but again, I think the guide's a little bit weird. But everything else was a beat. The guidance is weird. CapEx is weird. Top EPS beat by $2 and revenue surged by what? Almost $1 billion above the top. So it's again, the weird part is the CapEx and guidance. They're not giving guidance for the rest of the year now. By higher, and then they said Forex. Regulatory landscape in EU could impact business. Nothing I mean, you're right at Powell. Yeah, Baba's dumping now, and Google, though. So look at while Meta dances around, Google's just kind of, whoop. Oh, no, they bounced too. So, yeah, EPS killed it by $2. Revenue beat the top end. Net income, 20.8. Income from operations was in line. Operating margin was 48. Where is it? Ad impressions were lower. Yeah, operating margin killed it. Again, guidance was a little lower on the low end. And then total expenses went up by another 10%. Every expense went up. And he did that last time, bro. So, yeah, in the last year, all expenses keep getting guided up. But, again, they are beating and margin is good. I don't know. That one's odd. And then it came out late. I have no idea. It seems good on the report, and then once again, we're arguing about some of the other details. But in this case, CapEx for Meta. I don't think it destroys sentiment, but I don't think this has made sentiment better. Tesla already came out. Viva C in the morning, my brethren. He said they were going to add CapEx, but they raised everything. They spent more money this quarter. They plan on spending more money this year, pulling guide, and then, yeah, it was odd. But then they killed it on this quarter. They beat the top end of revenue, which was a higher guide. They killed it on EPS. Margin beat by 5%. Like, there's a lot of good things on that. I don't know if it's a sandbag. It's just, again, if you've been watching, it's 4 quarters in a row of rising expectations or rising expenses. So, yeah. It's really good except the guidance pull. I could agree with that. That was just the weird part. And the dollar. They're the first tech people to bring up the dollar having a 5% headwind. Nobody else has said that. That's the first mention, as odd as it may be. Meta. Very interesting. I don't know if Intel moved. It moved towards the end of the day. Mark tells a great story. I can't wait to hear it. These people can't wait to sell it. ServiceNow had issues with the dollar. Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to see. If they don't guide about AI, then the dollar. I'm pretty sure. I thought Intel was Thursday, but you guys are saying tomorrow morning, so we'll see. New Zealand trade balance came out. IPO. All right. Well. Oh, tomorrow is Thursday. I'm an idiot. Yeah, you right. I just wake up mad early and I do my job. Anything else, I don't give a fuck. I don't know what day it is. I just need to get to the gym right now, but that's all I know. That's it. Wow, it is Thursday. That's crazy. You're still bummed? It's okay. Meta's breaking out now. But yeah, some of you guys got your refunds. Again, it's going in waves, just considering the size of the refunds we have to issue. But yeah, we didn't meet the pre-sale goal, and I think a lot of you didn't listen to that. That was, but yeah, so you should be getting them very, very soon. If you haven't though, they will be there. I wouldn't really worry about it. We did a pre-sale on some shirts, but we needed to meet a goal, but we didn't. So yeah, you get a refund. I'm hitting legs today, dude. So I might, Coal Real Estate too. Fuck. Okay, yeah, I might not have a watch list. I keep forgetting about Coal Real Estate too on Wednesday. They moved the schedule on me. I thought it was like Tuesday, then Wednesday, and then I have leg day. So we'll see. Intel's aftermarket, yeah, usually. I don't do pre-workout. I just go off of straight stocks. So right when I'm done with the market, I down a pre-workout. I poop if I have to. And then I just go hit the gym. I just pumped off the day. And then I was sitting down all day, a couple stand-up push-ups, And then I just walk it out, and then I just lift it out. And then I get back home, bro. You're a tiny 155. I know. What's your girlfriend's Instagram, though? Let's ask her. Unless you trying to hit it. Me, that is. But other than that, you let me know. I already did it. The last guy. I DM'd his girlfriend, and I blocked her, and I blocked him, too. Say, hey, man, your boyfriend's using your name on a chat room with thousands of people, making you look odd. So, yeah. Japan to make identifying effective shareholders easier. All right. I think that's it, man. I gotta go. Meta's gonna be fucking weird. But we'll give you one more and we'll see where it takes us. I'm gonna make you listen to the same song. I like it. I like it a lot. Long time. Check me. Yeah. Dollar for the tacos, $1 for the chicken. Used to think life rough then, but now I'm reminiscing. Dream is feeling distant. Supposed to have her, shoulda had her, but now I have her. So frustrating, so irate. So I'm just saying, why the fuck we so patient? If this was 68, we woulda had a riot. Now you speaking for the people and they tell you be quiet. I ain't buying it. Little guy defend the MNC, anoint them at the DNC. Why your social movement always benefit the S&P? The first place to look for enemies. Enemies, not your fucking family. Know your core beliefs. I hope you see the war beneath. Forget about the future. They say only grab what's in your reach. They ain't smiling at you. It's a battle and they showing deep. Thought you had to criticize, so wisdom stay beneath your feet. Man, I'm feeling overlooked. They ain't even hungry, but they telling us that we cook. Hard to read the room if you can't even read a book. Yeah, hard to fake a smile when they sewn our mouths shut. Fuck, we won't even hear this. You won't even feel this. Jealousy override empathy and realness. A corporation steal this, repackage it and reel it. Evil so fearless, they're so shameless, saying I'm blameless. The generation filming in the moment won't say shit. Why we call it brain dead when it felt like our soul dead? Or maybe we just sold it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Whoop. Hey man. They ain't even hungry, but they telling us that we cooked. Okay. Yeah, they're pumping Meta. Look at Wall Street Journal headline. It reads bullish. Meta sales soar. Record. AI spending spree. Yeah. The spending spree identifies that. All of these songs will be available February 7th, my friend. That's it. Uncle will be dropping. You've been waiting a long time. It's for you. But can I tell? I got to go and read the books and listen. I don't care if you a member or not. Y'all did fucking good today. Okay? And I like it. And I don't know. You could go keep complaining and crying and whatever you want to do. And you could even be nice and say thank you. But do you not get the vibe? I want work. I see, smell, I feel opportunity everywhere, and I'm going to take it. If you don't want it, that's fine. But it's lock-in mode, my friends. And if y'all could do, that's what I'm saying. I don't got time for the weird shit. And some of y'all just turned it up today. Y'all had play. That's why, you hungry or not? I'm not listening to anybody. If they ain't hungry, I don't give a fuck, bro. I could tell too, you know? So I'm just saying, bro. Good work today, for real. Thank you. And I'm very, very impressed. And yeah, man, what's in your... no, for real. Like I'm saying, bro, I think y'all showed up today, and that's exactly what we wanted. That's exactly what we needed. That's the whole point. You asking me all these questions, that's what I want. Look at what you see, baby. Let's go. So thank you all, man, for real. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all of your chats. If y'all didn't get banned, y'all contributed. Y'all were a part of it. Y'all see the data, the sentiment, the info. We locked in. It don't matter. We could bounce between topics. That's what we've done for years, you know? So good work, baby. I'm very, very proud. So let's keep it going. Don't get too proud because pride comes before the fall, they say. So let's go every day, man. And God bless you all. Thank you for being here. Go check. I'll see you tonight, hopefully. Second link. But Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and the strangest secret in the world. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And I'm not even, you got to go watch the philo. You're right. Jesus is free. That's why it's on you to go and find the philo on your own time afterwards. And it will be free. But if you try to demand philo with stocks, this isn't a church, my brother. You know, so go. I want to tell you the philo, but I'm leaving it up there to see who listens to it or not. Why, baby? Why? Ha! Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! That was fire, man. Good work, Chad. I'll see you tonight. And you have a good one. Was it White House rescinds order to freeze federal funding? Ooh. All right, man, let's get it. I'll see you on the watch list tonight. Maybe live, maybe no watch list. I don't know. Subscribe to Trading Fraternity. First link for anything else you need. Very good day, you guys, and we'll see what happens after that. Follow me on Twitter. I tend to get annoying on there at nighttime, so if you really want to update that I can't make it to video, Twitter would be a great place to find me, my brother. And you got the earnings previews, too. And if you ever miss any news in the morning, I'm waking up at 4 a.m. to take a shit. But I am posting all of the I can't even find it. So, yeah, I tweet way too fucking much. Yeah, it's right here. So you could get them all, man. It's all there if you really want it. So, yeah, this is like a nice medium to communicate. But, yeah, I love you all, man. Today was a really fun day. Members, non-members, I'm very proud. Let's go. That's just the minimum of what we should be doing, you know? And go work, baby. But, Chad, I love you. Go get a workout in. I'm going to go hit some weights, man. Leg day. But I love you. I'll see you on the list. And peace out. Hey, I'm still the president. Fuck you, Donald. I tell Damo, I'm going to name it the Gopher Hunter. Or God, the Gopher Cocaine. Fuck you. I'm not playing around anymore. And I'm still the president. I could have beat him. I don't know. I'll go easy on Joey boy. Fake news media. They tried to tell you. They tried to shoot me. And now I'm here. And what I'll do, I'm sanctioning Hunter. I'm deporting Hunter Biden because I believe he's in a cartel. He's at least a customer. He's gone. Get him out of here. Thank you. And like the video. I'll see you on the watch list. Goodbye. Exactly. All I'm saying, I've heard about Colombian drug lords and condoms to Gaza. What in the hell is happening? Exactly. Even a pump fund on Donald Trump's Twitter. And we were worried about the Wi-Fi. Excuse me? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on the watch list. Goodbye.